They are no longer part of this world. Quickly regaining his composure, the esteemed Purple Emperor turns to Shuwaroyan. We need to expedite our plans. After we retrieve your parents, we must locate Zeruan without delay. Her situation is now fully exposed, and I fear many will be searching for her. Shuwaroyan wipes away her tears and locks eyes with him, determination replacing her sorrow. The esteemed Purple Emperor took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if he could pierce through space and time to reach his daughter. Zeruian, hold on, your parents are coming to save you. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, the Great Flame Domain steadily advanced toward the Holy Demon Domain. Luo Fengyuan gazes at the report before her, a dull ache throbbing in her head. Meanwhile, Zeruian's curiosity peaks. The primordial demon kingdom truly is vast and magnificent. It's no wonder you became the Empress. Turning to face Zeruian, Luo Fengyuan says, if it comes down to settling things with fists, I truly have few opponents in the primordial demon kingdom. Yet, why do I feel so nervous returning to my own realm? Is it because I have spent time with Zeruian and understand the challenges of being an empress? Before Luo Fengyuan can fully collect her thoughts, Xiao Tian delivers a swift chop to the top of her head. We're heading to your homeland. Why are you getting so nervous? Come on, pull yourself together. With a few more hits, Luo Fengyuan suddenly feels a surge of energy. Zeruian observes him, rubbing her temples in exasperation. This silly cow is beyond help, she thinks. Just then, the entire continent rumbles, the ground shaking beneath them. At that moment, the Great Flame Domain gradually merged with the Holy Demon Domain. Lang Zhoudao bowed respectfully and announced, Master Shao, we have arrived in the Holy Demon Domain. Shortly after, the group reached the imposing Demon Palace. As Xiatian began to lift his visual limitations, he surveyed the surroundings. Noticing this, Luo Fengyuan shot a playful wink at him. Isn't the scenery of the Holy Demon Domain breathtaking? Luo Fengyuan asks, his eyes sparkling with pride. Xiao Tian snaps back to reality and gives him a thumbs up. It's even more beautiful than I imagined. Luo Fengyuan gestures toward the Grand Palace in the distance. Look over there. That's my imperial city. The Demon Palace is just beyond it. With that, Luo Fengyuan steps a bit closer to Zeruian. Zebun, I can generously offer you a place to stay. Zeruian nods, her response immediate. Is that so? Then I would be most honored to accept. Luo Fengyuan is taken aback. Shouldn't you be playing hard to get and insisting on staying in the Great Flame Dynasty's palace? Why aren't you following the script? You're ruining my plans to show Xiatian around and enjoy some quality time together. Zeruian huffed, noticing Luo Fengyuan's puzzled expression. It felt like child's play to her. Moments later, the group soared towards the imperial city of the primordial demon kingdom, with the holy dragon relic floating just behind them. Suddenly, Long Zhoudao approached Xiao Tian and communicated telepathically. Master Xiao, have you noticed? Xiao Tian asks, nodding slightly. Given the region's long history of warfare, one would expect an atmosphere thick with resentment, killing intent, and even the lingering scent of blood. Yet, it feels as though the primordial demon kingdom's past battles were nothing but an illusion. Could someone have sensed my arrival and intentionally crafted the scene to mislead me? Long Zhoudao stands in silence at a loss for words. Master Shao, the world isn't as malevolent as you think. Stop overthinking, a voice gently chides. As Xiao Tian absorbs the sweet atmosphere of the Holy Demon Domain, his thoughts drift to the comforts of the Demon Palace and the primordial demon kingdom. He wonders about the softness of the beds and the quality of the food. But then, a more pressing question arises. How should he arrange the territories and people within the Holy Dragon Relic? With the entire domain now under Luo Fengyuan's rule and Zeruian, the rightful heir of the human race, by his side, he hopes there won't be any further complications. Xiao Tian sighed, finally hoping for a moment of peace. What was I just thinking about? It doesn't matter. Relaxation is what truly matters, he mused. Just as he settled into his thoughts, Luo Fengyuan's voice cut through the air. We're holding a court meeting. Everyone needs to be there in half an hour. With that, Luo Fengyuan strode purposefully into the grand hall, leaving Xiao Tian to ponder the sudden disruption. Zeruian twitched her lips in disbelief. Is this how court meetings are typically held in the middle of the afternoon? Moments later, Luo Fengyuan took her seat at the center of the hall, legs crossed, surveying the gathered court officials. Beside her sat Zeruian, while Xiao Tian occupied the other side. The ministers, though baffled, dutifully knelt and bowed, adhering to the ritual despite their confusion. We are graced by the presence of the holy demon Empress. With her arms crossed and legs casually propped up, Luo Fengyuan declared, I don't have anything particularly special to announce today. I mainly have 2 decrees. She leaned in closer to Xiao Tian. First, this man beside me will be the one and only official prince of the primordial demon kingdom. So, let go of any thoughts about adding anyone else to my harem. Luo Fengyuan gently patted Zeruan on the shoulder. This woman is the Empress of the Great Flame Dynasty. And while we may be love rivals, she's also guiding me on how to be a good Empress. So, I expect you all to show her the respect she deserves. With a wave of her hand, she added, That's all I have to announce. You're dismissed. The ministers exchanged glances, a mix of confusion and unity in their blessings. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on finding such a wonderful partner and a true friend. We shall take our leave now. As their blessings echoed in the air, Luo Fengyuan began to smile. All right, our matters have been satisfactorily resolved. She winked at Xiao Tian, a playful glint in her eye. So, how do you feel? Now you're the prince of both the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom. Xiao Tian looked utterly bewildered. What just happened? Was the court meeting really over? Zeruan shared his confusion. What were you doing just now? Luo Fengyuan shrugged nonchalantly. Just holding a court meeting. Zeruan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Don't tell me this is how you've always conducted court meetings. Luo Fengyuan frowned in response. What else is there? I've learned so much from you. Haven't I improved? Zeruan's shock deepened. Improved? Where exactly? With a confident smile, Luo Fengyuan replied, Well, let's just say I picked up a few things. This time, I refrained from using any force. Zeruan gazed silently at the 3 female bodyguards who nodded back at her, their expressions helpless. She sighed and massaged her forehead. Luo Fengyuan, could you please transfer some nutrients from your chest to your brain? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian's face turned crimson. He cleared his throat, then turned to Long Qiao. Shouldn't we consider merging the Great Flame Dynasty, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion into the Holy Demon Domain? Long Qiao looked momentarily stunned. Yes, we should. He then bowed slightly to Zeruan and Luo Fengyuan. Your Majesties, Prince Xiao and I will take our leave. Moments later, they found themselves floating in the air. Xiao Tian pointed ahead. Long Qiao, what if I carve out a space here and integrate the Great Flame Dynasty, Eastern Flame Kingdom, and Astral Pavilion? What do you think? Long Qiao quickly waved his hands in protest. Absolutely not. If you do that, where will the people of these original lands live? Xiao Tian stroked his chin deep in thought. You make a valid point. Does this mean the domain world possesses some malleability and flexibility? Should we test it? With a surge of his formidable power, he forcibly expanded the entire holy domain. He then gestured to Long Qiao. Indeed, it is malleable. Let's proceed. Soon, they arrived in the void. With a simple gesture, Xiao Tian effortlessly merged the Holy Demon Domain with the Great Flame Dynasty. Now we don't have to worry about overcrowding, he remarked. Long Qiao stood in stunned silence, bewildered. Wasn't it said that the stronger your abilities, the more you could elevate your fate and earn the favor of heaven and earth? What has become of the laws of heaven and earth? Where have the rules gone? It seems that Xiao Tian simply follows his whims and somehow it all works out. Later that evening, within the sacred hall of the Demon Palace, Xiao Tian indulged in a steaming hot pot, treating himself to a well-deserved reward. Beside him, Long Qiao watched with a hint of curiosity. Lord Xiao, with your incredible strength, have you ever considered unifying the various domain worlds? Long Qiao asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Xiao Tian glanced at the hot pot before him, contemplating the weight of such a task. Unifying everything? That sounds exhausting, he replied, shaking his head. Long Qiao looked even more puzzled. Isn't that enough? Why make life so difficult for yourself? Xiao Tian offered a wry smile. Sometimes, it's better to enjoy the journey than to shoulder the burdens of the world. Desires that are too vast and burdensome can suffocate you. Xiao Tian leaned back in his chair, gazing up at the night sky. Unifying the various domain worlds may sound like an ambitious and noble endeavor, but such grand aspirations can be exhausting. I don't like it, he thought. Just then, a loud argument erupted at the entrance of the courtyard, breaking the stillness of the night. Call Luo. This is my daughter. Let her go. Actually, Zai Bun, the one who should let go is you. She's my daughter. As the 2 arguing empresses exchanged heated words, they suddenly turned their attention to Xiao Tian, both breaking into smiles as they approached him. Trailing behind were Lu Yan, the ever-obsequious Zhongling, and a group of female bodyguards who seemed more like nannies than protectors. Xiao Yu found herself in a tug-of-war between her two mothers, feeling as if she might be pulled apart at the seams. In that moment, Xiao Tian turned to Long Chao Dao and remarked, "Cold, lifeless things just don't capture my interest. It's the living that truly fascinates me." He then raised his hand, adding, "But hold on, don't misunderstand me. I'm not mocking you for being absent. I'm referring to the grand ambitions you mentioned earlier," Long Qiao Dao said, conceding the point. "You're strong. You're right. I'll remain silent." The scene shifts to a lively gathering around a table where friends are enjoying a steaming hot pot. The atmosphere is warm and harmonious until Zhu Yuan and Luo Fengyuan begin to bicker over a prized piece of meat. Zi Ruyan shouts at Luo Fengyuan, "Let go! Lord Xiahou is my prince. You don't need to worry about him." Luo Fengyuan fires back, "You should let go. I picked this for Xiahou, brother. He's my prince too. Thank you very much." Just as their argument intensifies, a pair of chopsticks swoops in, snatching the piece of meat they were both vying for. Xiao Tian brings the piece of meat to his mouth, causing Zi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan to pause in surprise. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, he hesitates. "Should I give it back to you?" he asks. In unison, both empresses respond, "It's fine." With a slight smile, Xiao Tian takes a bite and gazes up at the night sky, flanked by the two empresses. Suddenly, Xiao Tian speaks up, addressing the gathered crowd. "Now that the Great Flame Dynasty has successfully established itself in the Holy Demon Domain, and with both realms unified, I propose we consider forming an alliance. Let the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom become sister countries. We can maintain our independence while fostering trade between us. Let's keep our major laws consistent and unify travel documents to make crossing between our two countries more convenient," Luo Fengyuan proposed, raising both hands in enthusiasm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "I agree wholeheartedly. We could even hold joint court sessions. Whenever one of us needs assistance, we can help each other manage court affairs." In the next moment, Zi Ruan flicks Luo Fengyuan on the forehead, her voice laced with irritation. "Could you be any more outrageous? You're the Empress of the Primordial Demon Kingdom, not me. You wish I would work for you for free." With that, she grabs Luo Fengyuan and pulls her along. "From today onward, your special Empress training will be doubled." Luo Fengyuan reaches out to Xiao Tian, desperation in his voice. "Xiao brother, save me." Xiao Tian, sweating nervously, can only avert his gaze. "The moon is particularly round tonight," he mutters, trying to distract himself from the tension. Nearby, the guards are visibly moved, tears glistening in their eyes. "Z Empress," they plead, "we entrust our Empress to you. For the safety and well-being of the Primordial Demon Kingdom's ministers, we are counting on you." The next morning, the lively cries of street vendors fill the air. "Come take a look. This is the Green Flame Empress wine, endorsed by both great empresses." One vendor holds up a bottle, proudly displaying the Primordial Demon Kingdom Empress's handwriting on it. It's priceless. At that moment, the crowd erupts into a frenzy. One eager Demon Clan citizen raises a hand, shouting, "I bid 200 gold." Another member of the human clan counters with a bid of 300 gold. The atmosphere shifts as flirtatious banter fills the air. "I bid 500, one voice chimes in. 600 here, another counters confidently. "Don't even think about it, my father is an official," someone boasts. "I bid 800. As the stakes rise, a man from the demon clan takes a bite of the livestock raised by Xiao Tian and can't help but exclaim, "So delicious." The tension in the room is palpable, with each bid echoing the fierce competition. "This is the unique livestock meat from Green Flame Mountain," one person remarked. Another responded, "Of course! Just look at who raised him. He's a man of legendary renown, very much real and present among us. With a heart and will of the utmost goodness, he possesses a charm that can bewitch all beings. He has also shattered the limits of body cultivators, becoming the most powerful in history." The demon clan leader raises both hands high, a figure shrouded in mystery and power, the mastermind behind the union of the two empresses. But who is he, really? Below, the children cheer in unison, chanting the name of the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity, Xiao Big Prince. Xiao Tian, upon hearing this, is left utterly speechless. He covers his face in despair, lamenting, "I've failed after all." All he wanted was to erase the embarrassing name associated with the Great Flame Dynasty. Why was it proving to be so difficult? What a calamity. Suddenly, a figure descends from the sky, hurtling directly toward Xiao Tian. In an instant, he is struck by a woman, a chill racing through his heart. As he lowers his gaze, he finds her lying atop him, She dons azure blue armor adorned with golden dragon patterns, in contrast to the towering figures of Ziru Yuan and Luo Feng Yuan. This woman appears petite and delicate. Scratching his head, Xiaotian squints, his gaze drawn to her silver hair, tinged with blue. It instantly evokes memories of that rainy night identical silver hair, and even the cowlick mirrors the one he remembers. However, her face is completely transformed. This is not the same person at all. Nearby, Long Chudao looks up, his gaze sharp and observant. The spatial fluctuations indicate that she must have faced an urgent situation and fled here in haste. Xiao Tian pushes himself up on his hands, joining the others in their scrutiny. Above them, the sky resembles a shattered mirror, folding in on itself, yet it is gradually beginning to heal. In an instant, it's as if nothing had transpired. Suddenly, silver-white dragon scales emerge across the woman's body, appearing on her neck, forehead, and the backs of her hands. Long Chudao's tone shifts to one of gravity. It becomes clear that she had concealed her sacred dragon clan identity until now. With her unconsciousness, the unique traits of her lineage are laid bare, revealing that her branch of the sacred dragon clan is unlike any other. Xiao Tian, pushing himself up to stand, asks Long Chudao, how is it different? Stronger, Long Chudao replies. There's a clear evolution compared to the sacred dragons of my youth. With a chuckle, he adds, it seems the younger generation of my clan has taken quite a liking to you, Xiao Tian. Even in her unconscious state, she seems drawn to you. Xiao Tian gently cradles the woman in his arms, ready to depart. Let's go, he says. Long Chudao furrows his brow, confusion evident on his face. Are you really taking her with you? Xiao Tian's voice carries a hint of melancholy. She might have some connection to me. Do you see the scorch marks on her armor? Long Chudao hesitates, his gaze lingering on the burn marks etched into the woman's armor, a silent question hanging in the air. Indeed, the marks resemble those left by flames, yet they are not charred. Instead, they feel as if they have been purified, stripped of their very essence. It's as if her armor has been rendered vulnerable. Suddenly, Long Chudao exclaims, it's the holy demon flame of the Luo Empress. This holy demon flame bypasses physical durability, searing flesh, bones, and internal organs, while sapping the strength of inner spiritual energy. The Holy Demon Clan is an extraordinary rarity, and those among the royal family who possess the awakened Supreme Holy Demon bloodline are even more elusive. Only they can wield the sacred Holy Demon flame. Turning his head, Long Chudao continues. Based on the spatial fluctuations we sensed earlier, she doesn't appear to be from a distant realm. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tian makes a decision. Let's return and consult Luo Feng Yuan. Soon, Xiatian and Long Chudao enter the hall, where Ziruan and Luo Feng Yuan are locked in a heated debate over Xiaotian's loyalty. Just as their argument reaches a stalemate, Xiaotian greets them with a casual remark. You two are up early today. However, both women are fixated on the woman nestled under Xiaotian's arm, their curiosity piqued. Xiaotian breaks into a cold sweat, sensing trouble brewing. Both Zai Wuwan and Luo Feng Yuan demand in unison, Lord Xiao, who is this? Scratching his head, Xiaotian replies with a hint of helplessness, would you believe me if I said she fell from the sky? Ziru Yuan narrows her eyes at the woman and says, Luo, do you remember when Lord Xiao mentioned a silver-haired woman who saved him on a rainy night? Ziru Yun studies the woman once more, noting her high status and apparent wealth. With a determined gesture, she makes a fist and extends it toward Luo Feng Yuan, signaling a temporary truce. Luo Feng Yuan meets her fist with her own, a silent agreement reached. Just then, Long Chudao steps in to clarify the situation for the two empresses. You misunderstand, he begins, ready to unravel the complexities at hand. She is a descendant of my sacred dragon clan, and by sheer accident she fell onto Prince Xiao, bearing the marks of an attack from the holy demon flame. Prince Xiao decided to bring her back with him. Gently, he sets the silver-haired dragon woman down on a spirit stone lounge chair in the courtyard, where everyone quickly gathers around. Luo Feng Yuan, intrigued, reaches out to touch the woman's dragon horn. The sacred dragon clan is incredibly rare, teetering on the brink of extinction. This is the first time I've ever seen one alive. Suddenly, she glances curiously at Ziru Yuan. What do you think would happen if my holy demon horn clashed with her sacred dragon horn? Which one would break? Ziru Yuan, shaking his head, replies, can you please stop thinking about fighting all the time? Luo Feng Yuan pouts, you're no fun. She reaches over to trace the scorched marks on the armor. These are unmistakably burns from the holy demon flame. But awakening the supreme holy demon bloodline is no easy feat. She hugs Ziruan tightly and adds, still, it can't compare to my pure human royal bloodline. However, Ziruan, unfazed, continues on, ignoring Luo Feng Yuan's playful jab. She must have endured a fierce battle. Her spiritual energy is nearly drained, and a serious head injury mars her brow. As she gently lifts the woman's head, she confirms her suspicions. There are deep bruises on the back of her skull. It seems she was struck from behind while trying to escape. Suspicion number 1, her armor's holy demon flame is tied to your holy demon clan. Suspicion 2, did she arrive here out of chaos, or is there a deeper motive at play? I lean toward the latter, especially considering my first suspicion regarding the Holy Demon Clan. Turning to Xiao Tian, Zhao Ruoyan presents her third question. Is she the woman who saved you? Xiao Tian shakes his head vigorously. No, I don't even know her. She fell from nowhere and landed right on top of me, pretending to cough, he adds with a hint of amusement. Luckily, I've managed to recover quite a bit. Otherwise, with her crashing down in that full armor, I'd probably be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, both Zai Ruan and Luo Fengyuan grip Xiao Tian's arm, casting reproachful glances at Long Chu Dao. Dragon Mound Elder, this isn't about placing blame, one voice began, a hint of frustration evident. You promised to protect Lord Sha, yet here he is, caught off guard. What if it hadn't been a woman who fell on him, but something far worse? Luo Fengyuan chimed in, adding to the mounting accusations. Dragon Mound Elder, you failed to uphold your promise. Long Chu Dao stood silently, his thoughts racing. Are you really worried about Xiao Tian getting hurt? If an entire realm had just fallen on his head, one might worry more about that realm itself. Xiao Tian gently sets the woman down on a nearby bench. As a crowd gathers, the woman with dragon horns begins to stir and slowly awakens. Her name is Dragon Mound by Qing. Blinking against the light, she finds herself surrounded by unfamiliar faces, all gazing at her with a mix of curiosity and concern. Startled, she sits up abruptly and demands, "Who are you?" Zi Ruan glares at her, addressing the unexpected guest who fell from the sky. Luo Fengyuan, standing nearby, quickly adds, "And what brings you here to my husband as well?" Zi Ruan rolls her eyes, brushing off the hand on her shoulder. With a stern expression, she asks, "Who are you, and what is your purpose for coming to the Holy Demon Realm?" The white-haired dragon lady furrows her brow, pressing her forehead as she struggles to recall. I am Bai Qing, and I don't remember much else, but there is a name that feels familiar, Luo Tuqian. At the mention of this name, Luo Fengyuan and her 3 bodyguards exchange startled glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. My father is alive, Luo Fengyuan exclaims, rushing forward to grasp Bai Qing's arm tightly. Who are you? How is my father still alive? And why did he save you? Luo Fengyuan's eyes brim with a whirlwind of emotions. The name has always been a painful reminder for her. Dragon Mount Bai Qing shakes her head, her expression filled with regret. I'm truly sorry, but I can't recall anything else, only that name. Luo Fengyuan bites her lip, gripping Bai Qing's arm so tightly that the armor creaks under the pressure. Zi Ruyan swiftly embraces Luo Fengyuan, urging her to calm down. Given her current condition, even if you lay hands on her, she won't remember anything. And are you certain your father saved her? At Zi Ruyuan's words, Luo Fengyuan's emotions begin to stabilize. Suddenly, she snaps her fingers, and a fierce, holy demon flame erupts, engulfing the burn marks on Qing's armor. Moments later, the flame morphs into a blazing net that ensnares Bai Qing. Luo Fengyuan watches with satisfaction, as if she anticipated this outcome. She addresses the crowd, explaining, "This is the holy demon flame my father left to protect her. Even I can't attack her." Faced with this undeniable evidence, Bai Qing can only respond helplessly, "I'm truly sorry. I don't remember anything." At that moment, Long Chu Dao stepped forward with a warm smile. "Child, my name is Long Chu Dao. In a sense, I am your elder. Our sacred dragon clan possesses exceptional physical constitutions, so it's unlikely that you'd lose your memory from a mere blow to the head. I need to find the reason behind this." But just then, Bai Qing interjected, "I need to reveal the dragon spirit, right?" Long Chu Dao appears taken aback, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Bai Qing, however, remains composed, realizing that what she has lost seems to be only her past memories, not her knowledge. She closes her eyes, and in an instant, a spectral dragon rises from her body. This is the dragon spirit, the very essence of the dragon race. Yet the once majestic silver dragon spirit is now marred by disturbing patterns, as if it were bound by invisible chains. Long Chu Dao gasps in horror, recognizing the blood curse technique, an ancient spell forged through the sacrifice of flesh and blood. It appears that her memory has been sealed by this dark curse. Shi Ruoyan assesses the situation with a calm demeanor. If my theory is correct, she was being hunted to silence her. They wanted to ensure she wouldn't reveal any information. She then turns to Luo Fengyuan, adding, "Your father likely covered for her, even aiding in her escape. Once she successfully escaped, her pursuers could only resort to attacking the back of her head to silence her and prevent any revelations. Finally, Shi Ruyan turned to Long Chu Dao, the elder of the Dragon Mound. "How can this curse be broken?" she asked urgently. Long Chu Dao's gaze remained fixed on Qing. "This type of flesh and blood curse uses life as a lamp and flesh as fire," he replied solemnly. "It is everlasting. To break the curse, we need to kill the person who cast it," Xiao Tian suddenly declares, breaking his silence. His words send shockwaves through the crowd, and everyone turns to stare at him in disbelief. With an impatient shrug, he adds, "Isn't it simple? If the curse is eternal, just smash the lamp. Why make such a big fuss about it?" Xiao Tian muttered to himself, "I haven't even mentioned rebooting yet. Maybe I could give it a try." For a reboot, soul reconfiguration would be necessary, and the success rate should be quite high. His intense gaze made Bai Jing feel inexplicably nervous. Turning to Long Chu Dao, Xiao Tian asked, "Is there any elixir that can fully restore a shattered soul?" Long Chu Dao pauses, contemplating the miraculous effects of the anti-void spirit communication pill. After all, with his dragon spirit body, he possesses an ample supply. But then, a troubling thought strikes him as he recalls Xiao Tian's words. "Wait, shattered soul. You can't mean what I think you mean. Do you believe that?" Xiao Tian asks, glancing at Bai Qing. "In my hometown, there's a saying, if there's a problem, just reboot and everything will be fine. If we shatter her soul, the flesh and blood curse will lose its host, right? Then we can restore her soul and everything will be okay again. It's essentially just a reboot." Long Zhou Dao quickly shakes his head. That won't work. Her dragon spirit resides within her, deep in the sea of consciousness in her mind. Shattering the dragon spirit would be akin to killing her. Xiao Tian's eyes gleam with a mischievous spark. "Then it's simple. We just blow up her head first and then heal her." He glances at Bai Qing, excitement dancing in his gaze. "Where should I start?" His words send shockwaves through the crowd. What kind of madness is this? The girl is just sitting there, and he wants to blow her head off? Actually, it's a rather brilliant idea. A calm, melodious voice chimes in once more. Everyone turns to see Bai Qing, relaxed on a spirit stone lounge chair, her demeanor as serene as ever. The silver-haired dragon lady shifts her posture, leaning her head toward Xiao Tian. "Please, go ahead." Her unexpected agreement leaves everyone in stunned silence. They never imagined Bai Qing would consent to such an outrageous request. Overjoyed, Xiao Tian can hardly contain his excitement. What great courage she has shown. Very decisive. I like it. He begins to warm up his fists. "Turn a little. This angle isn't right. If we don't get this right, healing will be a struggle later." "Okay, I understand," Bai Ying replies, shifting slightly to find a better position. She hopes this works. If it does, her memories will return, and she'll finally be able to find her father. "Don't worry, I'll control the strength and angle to ensure it ends painlessly," Xiao Tian assures her. Beside them, Luo Fengyuan stands with flushed cheeks and sultry eyes, excitement bubbling within her. "This is so thrilling. I want in too." But before she can finish her thought, a furious punch from Ziruoyan lands squarely on her arm. "Is this the thrill you were talking about? What on earth is going through that silly head of yours?" Ziruoyan turns to Xiao Tian, prompting you to lower your fists. "Who came up with this insane idea to blow someone's head off?" She strides over to Bai Qing, seizing her and lifting her off the ground. "And are you really foolish enough to agree to this? The truth may lie within my memories, and the curse on the dragon spirit could draw unwanted enemies." Bai Qing, suspended in the air by the towering Empress Zai Ruan, remains composed as she assesses the situation. Discovering a way to break the curse could not only unveil the truth, but also help us sidestep potential threats. Although the approach is fraught with risk, it's a gamble worth taking for the sake of the outcome. Bai Qing's determined expression prompts Xiao Tian to nod vigorously in agreement. He gives Long Zhou Dao a reassuring pat, confident in the potency of the elixirs he carries. However, Di Ruyan's dark glare silences them both. The sudden intensity of her gaze sends a chill down their spines, leaving Xiao Tian and Long Zhou Dao in immediate silence. There's an old saying that the two most terrifying creatures on Earth are an angry mother and a stern wife. The intimidation is all too real. Right now, Zai Ruoyuan gazes at Bai Qing, shaking her head in disbelief. This method is far too risky. It's not worth gambling with your life for no reason. Bai Qing, undeterred, flashes a grin and hands the Ruan a good person card. "You truly are a wonderful person," she replies, her tone lightening the mood. If this works, there's at least a 70% chance, Bai Qing stated, her voice laced with uncertainty. Even 70% is unacceptable, Ziru Yuan interjected, her tone firm. She reached out, gripping Bai Qing's chin to draw her attention. I'm declaring this, not discussing it. Do you understand, young lady? Bai Qing frowned, her eyes narrowing. Based on our appearances, calling me young lady seems rather inappropriate, she retorted, pushing Ziru Yuan's hand away with a defiant flick. Ziru Yuan is momentarily taken aback, studying Bai Qing closely. This is so small. Are you even 20? For the first time, a flicker of emotion crosses Bai Qing's face. She glances down, then meets Ziru Yuan's gaze. With a pointed gesture toward Luo Fengyuan standing nearby, she replies, "You shouldn't be surprised by this." Luo Fengyuan bursts into laughter at the absurdity of it all. Someone truly shot themselves in the foot. Ziru Yuan's mouth twitches in annoyance at the comment. But really, there's no need to be so sensitive. You're still stunning after all. I'm not sensitive, Ziru Yuan retorts, her tone sharp. Just then, Zhong Yangming steps in to diffuse the tension. Regardless of whether it's for Her Majesty Luo or her own sacred dragon clan identity, she must remain here. But what should we do with this young lady from the Dragon Mound? Before anyone can respond, the girl suddenly stands up and approaches Xiao Tian, sniffing him as if no one else is present. What are you doing? Xiao Tian asks, puzzled. To his surprise, the girl floats up the next moment and licks his cheek. Ziru Yuan and Luo Fengyuan are momentarily taken aback, their expressions mirrored by the rest of the onlookers, who are left speechless by her boldness, especially in the presence of two empresses. Long Chudao, your descendant is certainly fearless, someone comments, shaking their head in disbelief. In that moment, the girl wraps her arms around Xiao Tian's neck and declares to the crowd, I want to stay by his side. I don't know why, but it feels so comforting to be next to him. He has a pleasant, sweet scent that draws her in. She notices that not only are her injuries healing more quickly in Xiao Tian's presence, but her dragon's aura is also steadily growing stronger. However, witnessing their closeness ignites Ziru Yuan's fury. Clenching her fists, she shouts, Scoundrel! Get off Xiao, brother, right now! She lunges to pull the girl away, but the girl clings to Xiao Tian, calmly explaining that being by his side is the best choice for both healing and sensory reasons. Please forgive me, but I can't leave his side. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan, perhaps feeling like she's missing out, rushes forward with excitement. Wait, I want to lick too. If I weren't so busy, I'd smack you with a hammer, Ziru Yuan retorts, finally snapping out of her daze. What are you doing? Help me pull her off. Luo Fengyuan rushes to assist Ziru Yuan in pulling the girl away. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian stands by, utterly bewildered as he watches the three women struggle. What's happening here? Puppy, do I have some sort of healing abilities? The system, affectionately dubbed Puppy, then clarifies. Bai Qing hails from the Sacred Dragon lineage, an Emperor-level Sacred Dragon bloodline, and you, Master, are a descendant of dragons. It's only natural for someone of the Sacred Dragon lineage to be drawn to you, the elder explained. Your body has been growing stronger, and her presence will only enhance her own power. Xiao Tian stood in stunned silence. So, my body is still being strengthened? When will it ever end? With a hint of frustration, he replied, I'm sorry, Master, but I can't sense any limits to your physical strength at this point. However, please be patient. Once your body is fully strengthened, you'll be ready to start training, the instructor reassured. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in surprise. So I can actually begin training? I thought I would be just a regular person for my entire life. At that moment, Luo Fengyuan suddenly shouted, Hey! Why are you being so gentle? Just get physical. The moment the words escape her lips, Xiao Tian watches as Luo Fengyuan unleashes a powerful high kick, her heel aimed directly at the girl. The girl's pupils widen, and a spark of electric energy dances in her eyes. In an instant, a golden, thunderous power surges forth and she vanishes, reappearing behind Xiao Tian. Luo Fengyuan's kick sails through the air, missing its target entirely. Ziru Yuan brings her two fingers together, channeling her concentrated energy into a long sword. Be careful not to hurt Lord Xiao, she warns. He still hasn't fully recovered from the after effects of his last burst. Luo Fengyuan grins, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't worry, I promise I won't. When two empresses join forces, she won't stand a chance. The girl clings tightly to Xiao Tian's neck, her body shimmering with electric light as she silently observes the two charged-up empresses. Internally, Xiao Tian sighs, thinking, I'm just an innocent bystander. Can you please not involve me? The two empresses exchange a knowing glance and whisper, Let's go in together. In an instant, Ziru Yuan and Luo Fengyuan launch their simultaneous attack. Swords clash and kicks soars. The girl deftly evades each attack, staying close to Xiao Tian. Neither of them can land a blow on her. Frustrated, Luo Fengyuan mutters under her breath, "This damn white hair, why is she as slippery as an eel?" In a swift motion, Luo Fengyuan spins her body and unleashes another kick at the girl. At that moment, Si Ruoyan twirled around, and in a surprising twist, both she and Luo Fengyuan inadvertently aimed their attack at Xiao Tian. Until now, he had been a passive observer of the unfolding chaos, but suddenly, he found himself the unintended target. Horror flashed across both Luo Fengyuan and Zaruyan's faces as they shouted for him to dodge. "We can't stop it." But instead of fleeing, Xiao Tian wore a twitching smile at the corner of his mouth, bracing himself to catch the incoming attack. He knows he can't dodge, otherwise they'll surely plummet to the ground. But who could have anticipated what would happen next? Thunder crackles ominously as the girl clinging to Xiao Tian suddenly steps forward, bracing herself against the oncoming attacks. The flickering lightning surrounding her swirls like two twisting vortexes, absorbing the full force of their strikes. She lets out a pained grunt, gritting her teeth as she endures the impact. Despite her efforts, she can't help but cough up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The sight sends shockwaves through Zia Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan, their expressions shifting to concern as they rush to support her. "Thank you both," she manages to say, her voice steady despite the situation. "Spitting out that stagnant blood actually makes me feel much better." Luo Fengyuan furrows his brow, worry etched on his face. "But it seems your injuries have worsened." Zero Yan's concern deepens. "Why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you dodge earlier?" The girl gently shakes her head. "When you chose to take me in, it was an act of kindness. I can't raise a hand against you. As for not dodging, you mentioned that he hasn't fully recovered from his after effects. He couldn't have survived that attack. According to my calculations, enduring the blow could help circulate my energy. Absorbing the attack was the best possible outcome." She speaks these words with a calm demeanor, but fresh blood trickles from the corner of her mouth, giving her a somewhat terrifying appearance. For a moment, silence envelops the room. How is she able to calmly analyze the situation while spitting out blood? This doesn't seem linked to her amnesia caused by some curse, does it? In the corner, Zhongling is the first to react. "Quickly, treat her wounds. She's bleeding non-stop." Her urgent words snap everyone into action. They scramble to pick her up and rush to help. She is gently laid down on a spirit stone lounge chair. Lang Zhou Dao retrieves a bottle and pours out several elixirs, but the girl glances at them and speaks up. Taking an elixir isn't as effective as being close to him. Zhang Lishuang looks on, puzzled, and turns to Xiao Tian with curiosity. What could be the reasoning behind that? Just then, Xiao Yue floats onto Xiao Yan's shoulder, spreading her tiny hands wide. "It's true! Being near Daddy is so comforting. Have you all noticed?" As these words echoed, Zhongling and the others recalled how their cultivation speed had noticeably accelerated whenever they were near Xiao Tian. Even the two empresses found that tackling complex official documents became a breeze with Xiao Tian by their side. As this thought lingered in the air, Xiao Tian suddenly heard Luo Fengyuan propose a theory. Didn't Brother Xiao once mention that he consumed something that helped him break his limitations? Could it be that this heavenly treasure is so potent that it has fused with his very flesh and blood, radiating its benefits to those around him like a living elixir? Zhong Wang claps her hands in sudden realization. "You're right, Your Majesty Luo. No wonder she wanted to lick the prince earlier." Xiao Tian stands there, utterly baffled, a whirlwind of question marks swirling in his mind. The scene shifts. Now, Xiao Tian and his three companions are gathered around a steaming hot pot. Ziru Yuan leans in, speaking earnestly to the girl beside him. "First and foremost, given the situation with your father and your health, it's decided that you will stay. However, I can't shake the feeling of unease about leaving you near Lord Xiahou. There's no way to guarantee you don't have ulterior motives." The girl nodded in response to Ziru Yuan's suspicions. "Your doubts are understandable. Even I can't say for certain whether I was good or bad before my memory loss." Zeruo Yuan lets out a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. "I'm glad you understand. Starting today, I will officially move into the prince's palace to live with you. If anything were to happen to you, I fear I would spend the rest of my life in regret." Xiao Tian feels a twinge of helplessness. Here we go again. Why does Zero Wan always have to make such grand gestures? Is she testing my patience? Beside him, Luo Fengyuan's eyes widen with barely contained fury. Damn it, the great flame empress is truly devious. She must have been plotting to move into the prince's residence for quite some time. In a sudden burst of frustration, Luo Fengyuan slams his hand on the table. No, I must move there as well, Luo Fengyan insists. Ziru Yuan, seemingly anticipating this reaction, casually picks up a piece of lettuce and asks, why does the holy demon Empress want to move in? Isn't my presence enough? Gritting her teeth, Luo Fengyan responds, she knows something about my father. What if she suddenly remembers the past? I need to be the first to hear any news about my father, so I have to stay close to her. With that, Luo Fengyuan dipped some boiled vegetables into a sauce before savoring them. Ziru Yuan mirrored her actions, intrigued. The girl watched in awe, realizing, so that's how you're supposed to eat it. No wonder it tasted so salty when I tried to drink it. What should I do now? Can I ask for another serving of sauce? The girl pondered, but Ziru Yuan paid her no mind. Instead, he scoffed at Luo Fengyuan. Your mind seems to be sharper these days. No wonder your chest has gotten smaller lately. Not one to back down, Luo Fengyan shot back. Oh really? Sounds like someone is just a bit too jealous and keeps a close watch on others. Upon hearing this, Ziru Yuan cuts the conversation short. With a resounding thud, she slams a jug of wine onto the table. Whoever loses goes back to their own palace. Across from her, Luo Fengyuan matches her intensity, producing her own jug of wine. Her eyes blaze with determination. Bring it on! Who's afraid of whom? The clash of the two empresses ignites once more. Meanwhile, the girl at the side discovers a clever solution. She combines both empresses' dipping sauces into her own bowl and begins to eat with fervor. While the two empresses bicker and drink, competing jug for jug, she remains unfazed, savoring her meal as if nothing else in the world matters. Xiao Tian gazes at the three with a look of exasperation. Has it really been so long since our last drinking contest that we're diving into another one? A wave of nostalgia washes over me. Before long, the courtyard is strewn with empty wine jugs. Xiao Tian clutches Ziru Yuan, while the girl steadies Luo Fengyuan. Together, the four of them make their way toward the inner chamber. Moments later, the two empresses settle onto the bed, embracing each other once more. Xiao Tian can't help but sigh, feeling as though they've returned to their familiar routine. Suddenly, a loud burp breaks the silence, causing the girl to flush with embarrassment. The food was simply divine, she admits, a sheepish smile on her face. I haven't enjoyed a meal like that in ages, so I might have overdone it a bit. My apologies, Xiao Tian says, waving his hand dismissively. If you enjoyed it, eat as much as you like. It's just a small amount for the food. I handle the household finances. He gives a thumbs up, a proud smile on his face. Though she's unsure what he has to be so proud of, the girl responds quietly. Thank you. Please, get some rest. After saying this, the girl settles down cross-legged and closes her eyes, slipping into a state of meditation. Not wanting to waste any time, Xiao Tian swiftly slaps her, knocking her out cold, and gently carries her to a nearby recliner. I don't know what you've been through, he murmurs, but a good night's sleep is essential. You don't need to be on guard here. Suddenly, Xiao Tian senses that something is amiss. Behind him, the two women, their eyes glinting with mischief, are glaring at him intently. In an instant, the inner chamber erupts with the sound of Xiao Tian's discarded clothing and his pained cries. Calm down, both of you. Please, don't tear my clothes. Just because I don't hit women doesn't mean you can go wild when you're drunk. Wait, don't come any closer, Xiao Tian pleads, trembling in the corner of the bed. Luo Fengyuan gazes at him with an intensity that feels almost predatory, like wolves eyeing Little Red Riding Hood after a fierce battle. Exhausted from their struggles, they all succumb to a deep, restless sleep. Meanwhile, in the chaotic void beyond the holy demon realm, a section of space suddenly begins to warp and twist. A grand and imposing black warship cuts through the distortion with relentless force. The vessel appears to be crafted from an enigmatic black wood, its surface gleaming ominously. Boss, it looks like we've arrived in the holy demon realm, calls out a figure on the deck, flanked by others who are equally towering and formidable, each standing around 2 meters tall. Their skin was marked with blood-red patterns, and they exuded a potent scent of blood. According to the star maps we've gathered, this should be the location. I never anticipated our pursuit would bring us this far. His deputy, nervously rubbing his bald head, glanced at a book in his hands that pulsed with fluctuating spiritual energy. Something felt amiss. The dimensions here appeared more circular and expansive than expected. There's a slight discrepancy in our star maps, he noted, his brow furrowing in concern. Yes? Send out a scout team to assess the area. It would be wise to capture someone of value for questioning. Let Squad 10 handle it. They're not too powerful and won't startle the enemy. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the holy demon realm looming ahead. We've paid a steep price to reach this point. Our mission now is to capture Luo Tao Qian and Bai Qing. Meanwhile, in the prince's palace, Bai Qing slowly opens her eyes and sits up, looking somewhat disoriented. Memories of her meditation flood back, and she feels as though she's just awakened from a deep slumber. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Bai Qing quickly rolls over and stands up, her gaze sweeping across her surroundings. The room is in disarray, with unidentifiable rags strewn across the floor. "You're awake," a voice calls out, lifting her head. Bai Qing turns to see Xiao Tian making the bed, now dressed in fresh clothes. Bai Qing nods gently, glancing around before asking, "Was there a thief here yesterday?" Xiao Tian finishes smoothing the sheets and lets out a sigh. "We had a fight yesterday, so it's a bit messy." "A fight?" Bai Qing contemplates for a moment before shaking her head. "We haven't known each other long, but it felt like everyone got along well last night. I can't imagine you would fight." Xiao Tian leans against his waist, a smirk playing on his lips. "The deeper the relationship, the fiercer the fights. You probably wouldn't understand." Bai Qing's expression turns puzzled at his words, but Xiao Tian offers no further explanation. "Those who understand, understand," he states simply, leaving it at that. As she picks up a torn piece of silk from the floor, stained with blood, her brow furrows in concern. "Is this from tending to wounds? I can't believe your arguments get so heated." The battle was fierce. "You could call it domestic violence," Xiao Tian remarked, snatching the silk from her grasp and stowing it away. "This kind of behavior sets a terrible example for the children." Bai Qing observed, and Xiao Tian nodded, making his way to the window with a steaming cup of tea in hand. "It's not easy, especially when it's 2 against 1. "I can't win," he mutters, taking a sip of his tea. "Too bad this world doesn't have goji berries. But I do have green flame pigs. I'll ask Zhong Yangming to whip up some stir-fried kidney. That should solve everything." With newfound determination, he dashes off, reminding Bai Qing to stay in the prince's palace and not to wander off. Confused, Bai Qing calls after him. "Wait, did something happen? I have some business to attend to. Just stay put. There's no point in wandering around." With that, Xiao Tian dashes off, leaving Bai Qing to contemplate his words. No point, huh? As she reflects, the truth of it settles in. Bai Qing glances around the empty hall, feeling the weight of solitude. After a long moment, she finally sinks into a cross-legged position, closing her eyes to meditate. Following the establishment of the Empress's alliance, 2 joint court meetings are held each month. These gatherings, co-hosted by the Great Flame Dynasty and the Primordial Demon Kingdom, serve to address matters of mutual concern. Naturally, they take place at a temporary Empress Hall situated on the border of their territories, right in front of the Prince's palace. In the grand hall, the 2 empresses share a knowing glance. "What do you say? Shall we continue tonight?" Shibun proposes, her voice steady. "This time, I want to go first." From a distance, Xiao Tian sneezes, startled. "Who's talking about me?" he wonders aloud. Later that morning, he finds his chef, Zhong Yangming, bustling about, preparing to order stir-fried kidneys and roasted lamb kidneys. Before he can place another order, Zhong Yangming interjects. "Prince, how about I prepare a complete nourishing feast for you? 10 dishes that will absolutely rejuvenate you." Xiao Tian glances at the chef's frail figure, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Are you sure? Will it really be effective?" Zhong Yangming meets his gaze with unwavering seriousness. "Yes, Prince. Rest assured, I've tried it," Zhong Yangming replied confidently. As Xiao Tian recalled Zhong Yangming's wife, Zhong Lishuang, a realization struck him. When it comes to nourishment, few could rival Zhong Yangming's expertise, especially given his status as a heavy-armored cavalryman. With that thought in mind, Xiao Tian suddenly threw his arm around Zhong Yangming's neck. "Speaking of which, after all that martial arts training with me, you must be doing much better now, right?" Zhong Yangming smiles enigmatically. "All thanks to your excellent teaching, Prince. Things have been much easier lately." "All right, prepare yourself. I'm taking you to Green Flame Mountain," Xiao Tian replies, ready to leap into action. But just then, Zhong Yangming's expression shifts. He frowns and exclaims, "Prince, someone's coming." In the blink of an eye, whooshing sounds fill the air as 4 bald men in armor swiftly surround them. Jonathan narrows his focus on 2 of them. "According to our intel, the Holy Demon Realm is governed by the Primordial Demon Kingdom. One of you is the Prime Minister, and the other is a prince. You must possess valuable information." With deliberate steps, Jonathan approaches and gestures for their attention. "Gentlemen, if you wish to avoid any trouble, please come with us," one of the figures said. Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming followed their lead, their eyes widening as they spotted a UFO hovering above them, its massive form bobbing gently in the air. Xiao Tian stared in disbelief. "Is that an alien?" he wondered aloud, his mind racing with possibilities. Zhong Yangming, equally astonished, shook his head. "What on earth is that? And where did these people and this bizarre craft come from?" As the two stand bewildered, Jonathan steps forward, looking down at them with a sneer. "Don't even think about resisting," he warns. "Otherwise, despair will be all you face." Irritated by his arrogance, Zhong Yangming suddenly produces a talisman in his hand. "Who will truly face despair remains to be seen," he retorts, channeling the power of the Emperor's sword energy. As soon as Zhong Yangming's words echo in the air, the talisman absorbs spiritual energy, swiftly transforming into a golden sword energy that hurtles toward Jonathan. In an instant, the sword energy strikes him, but to no effect. The blood-red runes on his armor erupt with a fierce energy, rendering the attack powerless. "What a pathetic attempt," Jonathan scoffs, casually brushing the dust off his shoulder. He shakes his head at the frail-looking Zhong Yangming and says, "It seems you truly can't heed my advice, inferior human race." With that, Jonathan turns and strides toward the spaceship, barking orders to his men. "Break his legs and bring him and Prince Xiao Tian with us for further instructions." But just as he takes a couple of steps, one of his team members calls out, "Captain, something feels off." All the bald men look horrified, instinctively taking a step back, yet a towering shadow still looms over them. Jonathan, irritated by his teammates' words, asks, "What do you mean? They're just humans. What's there to be scared of?" But as he turns his head, his pupils instantly contract. "Oh no, that's terrifying." Zhong Yangming has somehow transformed into a towering giant, nearly 30 feet tall, his body a mass of explosive muscles. He fixes an intense gaze on Jonathan, and even his casual breaths release mist that swirls like moving clouds. An overwhelming aura radiates from him as he leans forward, fists clenched. With a voice that rumbles like thunder, he addresses Jonathan. "Is this what you call the inferior human race? That's an intriguing perspective. Now, show me what you got, and let's see how you bring this prime minister to despair. What do you say, little sprout?" As Jonathan observes his subordinates trembling in fear, he quickly shouts, "Don't panic, stay calm." His aura is only at the 10th level. It's just his size that's intimidating. Taking a deep breath, he pats his subordinate's shoulder. Stepping back, fighting isn't the Bloodrune clan's style. In that moment, Jonathan's body ignites with flames, his form swelling as his aura surges, rapidly ascending to level 13. Inspired by Jonathan's fierce determination, his teammates join in with a rallying roar, their muscles bulging with newfound strength. With blood-red armor gleaming, Jonathan charges at Zhong Yangming with explosive speed, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks using the blood blades on his arm armor. His team rallies behind him, their earlier fear vanishing as they surround Zhong Yangming, striking from all angles. Caught off guard, Zhong Yangming struggles to evade their onslaught. Enraged, he snorts, his body tensing as the wounds inflicted by the blood blades begin to heal almost instantly. Zhong Yangming sneers coldly. "Jumping monkeys, weren't you going to make this prime minister despair? Let's settle this face to face." Without hesitation, he lunges forward, his massive form casting a shadow over everything. Two of the bald men barely have time to react before they are crushed into the ground by his colossal stone-like fists. They collectively gasp. "Is this even human?" Zhong Yangming clenches his fists, irritation etched on his face. The Great Flame Dynasty has just begun to stabilize, and the Empress combined primordial demon kingdom is still taking shape. Who are these crawling creatures daring to stir up trouble? Jonathan roars in anger, questioning how a mere human can possess such strength. Ignoring the outburst, Zhong Yangming takes a deep breath, steadying his stance, recalling the techniques he learned during his training with Xiao Tian. His right fist swells as he shouts, "Giant Spirit Fist!" In an instant, Jonathan is propelled backward, his body feeling as if it's on the verge of disintegration. Yet, as he soars through the air, a sly smile creeps across his face. "You fell for it," he thinks. Harnessing the momentum from Zhong Yangming's strike, he flips mid-air and lands deftly beside Xiao Tian, pressing the blood blade against his neck. "Prime Minister, don't make any rash moves," the assassin warned, his blade poised dangerously against Xiao Tian's neck. "If my grip slips, you won't be able to fulfill your mission for the Majesty." Xiao Tian remained emotionless, his gaze steady as he turned to Zhong Yangming, who had halted at a distance. "What are you staring at me for?" he called out. "Keep fighting. Why do I have to do everything?" What's the point of your martial arts training? The young man scoffs, yawning in boredom. Jonathan stands there dumbfounded. This guy really has some nerve. As Xiao Tian glances at him, he casually raises a nut in his hand. Want some? Jonathan is left utterly stunned. Does he even grasp the gravity of the situation? Just then, Zhong Yangming nods and says, I understand. In an instant, his aura surges once more as he lunges straight at Jonathan. Panic grips Jonathan, and he shouts, Stop! Don't you care whether this man lives or dies? When his words fail to halt the advance, Jonathan grits his teeth and bellows, You forced my hand! This is all your fault. With that, he swings his blade towards Xiao Tian's neck. A loud clang echoes through the air, jolting Jonathan into shock. Pain radiates from his arm, which now hangs at an unnatural 90-degree angle, shattered by the force of the impact. Overwhelmed by agony, he cries out and collapses to the ground, trembling. Meanwhile, Ya Tian casually munches on his nuts, casting a brief glance at Jonathan, who is kneeling in distress. You're a strange one. What's the point of self-harm? Jonathan muses, glancing at Xiao Tian's neck, which bears not a single scratch. What is this guy? His teammates share the same look of horror. Our boss's blade couldn't even leave a mark on him. Seizing the moment, Zhong Yangming lunges forward and delivers a powerful punch. You guys actually get distracted during a fight? He scolds, frustration evident in his voice. The fierce wind from the punch causes their eyelids to flutter. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian casually spits out a nutshell. You all are remarkably resilient. Your recovery ability is quite impressive. Are you a body cultivator? Jonathan glances at the nutshell that has landed on him, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. He quickly retreats, but as he lands a short distance away, Xiao Tian materializes beside him like a ghost, casually spitting out another nutshell. Why are you ignoring my question? How can you, as a body cultivator, break through the 10th level? Jonathan freezes, a chill running down his spine. Something feels off. What's going on with this Xiao? Being physically strong is one thing, but how is he so fast as well? Could he truly be a 16th level expert or higher? As this thought crossed Jonathan's mind, he thrust his hand into his chest, shouting, Everyone, burn the blood crystals! He pulled out a fiery red crystal, its glow illuminating the tension in the air. His teammates gasped in disbelief. Captain, one of them exclaimed, their voice laced with concern. Jonathan offered them a wry smile, tinged with regret. We have no choice. We can't go back alive anyway. Our only option now is to take them down with us. With those words, he turned to face Xiao Tian, his expression shifting to one of reluctant acknowledgement. I admit, you're strong, but it won't matter. You can't stop this. Unbeknownst to Jonathan, the object he had been holding had vanished from his grasp. Xiao Tian raises the blood crystal, scrutinizing it closely. You say this thing is dangerous? He questions, his tone laced with curiosity. Jonathan stands there utterly bewildered. When was it taken? He wonders, struggling to comprehend the situation. In an unexpected move, Xiao Tian tilts his head back and swallows the blood crystal whole. Jonathan's eyes widen in shock. Damn it, he thinks, realizing that even 18th level experts would be obliterated by this. How could he just swallow it? A moment later, a muffled explosion echoes from Xiao Tian's belly. Unfazed, he pats his stomach and suddenly lets out a loud belch, red smoke billowing from his mouth. A look of pure delight spreads across his face. Oh, that feels amazing! The moment it hit my tongue, it was like taking a shot of strong liquor, followed by an explosive wave of heat. But instead of pain, it felt as though my organs were receiving a warm, vibrating massage. This is incredible, definitely a top-tier snack. With that, Xiao Tian turned to Jonathan, his face brimming with anticipation. Got any more? I could go for another 100. Jonathan stared at Xiao Tian in disbelief, rendered speechless for what felt like an eternity. Our clan possesses an ultimate weapon one, capable of obliterating everything within a 100-mile radius and erasing all spiritual energy between heaven and earth. So how did it end up as a uniquely flavored snack in his mouth? Isn't this just a form of bullying against the honest? Nearby, Zhong Yangming grips the arms of other Bloodrune clan members, concern etched on his face. Prince, are you all right? Xiao Tian waves his hand dismissively. I'm fine. At this, Zhong Yangming hurls the people he's holding to the ground like discarded refuse, glaring down at them. They're a nuisance, and appear to be quite unique body cultivators, to be precise. Jonathan surveys his captured subordinates, despair washing over his face. It seems we're doomed. Suddenly, Xiao Tian's demeanor shifts, and he fixes a serious gaze on Zhong Yangming, the Prime Minister. A sense of urgency fills the air. Zhong Yangming, who had just returned to his original form, immediately tenses up at Xiao Tian's words. Prince, what's the matter? He asks, anxiety creeping into his voice. Beside him, Jonathan's nerves heighten. Could it be that this monster has discovered our Void battleship stationed outside the Void? If that's the case, our leader and the others could be in danger. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly pointed at Zhong Yangming and exclaimed, "First of all, your entrance pose was far from cool. What was that crouch about? You should have been sitting, one arm draped over your leg and the other propping up your slightly tilted head, looking down on them with an icy glare." Xiao Tian spoke with an air of seriousness, as if this critique were a matter of life and death. Also, giant spirit fist just doesn't cut it, Xiao Tian declared, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "I've come up with something far better, raising arm of divine tyranny across the skies." As he spoke, Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Jonathan. "By the way, what race are you guys?" Before Jonathan could shake off his daze, the question hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him even more bewildered. In an instant, Xiao Tian delivered a sharp slap to his face. With the precise control of his force, Jonathan spins like a top at high speed. Xiao Tian narrows his eyes, a chilling aura of murderous intent beginning to fill the air. "I was just talking. Why weren't you paying attention? Are you plotting something?" Jonathan, still dazed from the earlier blow, finally manages to mumble, "We are the Blood Rune clan." Xiao Tian's lips curl into a slight smile, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. "Well, in that case, I shall name this punch the Titanic Divine Sky Dominating Blood Rune Annihilating Fist. What do you think?" He gazed at Zhong Yangming with unwavering confidence. Zhong Yangming could only manage an awkward smile and replied, "Very good. Indeed, a great name." Xiao Tian continued, "However, some of your moves earlier were a bit off. Your battle experience still needs refinement," Prince Xiao remarked. "For instance, you wasted too much energy, and some of your attacks lacked fluidity." Zhong Yangming quickly pulled out a notebook, eager to jot down these insights, feeling a deep admiration for the prince. It was clear why Prince Xiao was so skilled in combat. This was truly a valuable learning experience. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. What trials had Prince Xiao faced to develop such intricate and effective techniques? With that thought, Zhong Yangming lets out a wistful sigh. After sharing a few key points, Xiao Tian says, "All right, that's enough for now. Take some time to digest what you've learned." Hearing this, Zhong Yangming quickly bows and replies, "Prince, I'll pay closer attention next time." Xiao Tian frowns, puzzled. "What do you mean next time? Why not right now? It's still early, and there's plenty of time," Xiao Tian declared confidently. With that, he produced a bottle of elixir pills and approached the severely injured members of the Blood Rune clan. One by one, he fed each of them a pill. In mere moments, the men stared at themselves in astonishment, feeling revitalized as if all their injuries had miraculously healed. At that moment, Xiao Tian called for everyone's attention. "All right, let's do this again," he said, his voice steady. "Start from the moment you all notice me gathering energy within my body, preparing for battle. You need to act panicked and scared, just like the first time you saw me. Don't look so dumb and numb. This is your chance for redemption." The members of the Blood Rune clan exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond. What's happening here? Is this guy the director or something? Frustrated by their lack of cooperation, Xiao Tian feels a surge of anger. With a swift, powerful punch, he knocks down the stunned member who had been standing idly by. Turning to the others, he demands, "What kind of expression is that? I'm offering you a chance here, and you're not even taking this rehearsal seriously. You're beyond redemption." Everyone stands in awe, overwhelmed by the imposing aura radiating from Xiao Tian. The giant from earlier took what felt like an eternity to inflict severe injuries upon us. Yet this man effortlessly obliterated us with a single slap, all without a hint of fluctuation in his spiritual energy. It's utterly terrifying. "Better cooperate. We might still survive and return to our families," someone urges, tension thick in the air. Suddenly, the first trial begins. Just as Zhong Yangming prepares to throw a punch, he hears Xiao Tian shout, "Cut! Blood Rune clan, I need serious expressions from you. Fear, understand? Be afraid," the director commands. "Let's do it again." On the fourth take, Zhong Yangming is in the midst of pursuing the members of the Blood Rune clan when Xiao Tian's voice cuts through the chaos. "Cut. Zhong Yangming, focus on what's behind you, not just the ones in front. Stay aware of your surroundings." Let's try that again. By the sixth take, Zhong Yangming is unleashing a flurry of strikes on the Blood Rune clan members, who are now wailing and pleading for mercy. At last, on the seventh take, one of the bald members reaches his breaking point. The intense pressure and humiliation overwhelm him. With a primal roar, he raises his hands and brings them down hard onto his own head. The sound of shattering bone echoes as his soul departs from his body, yet a look of relief and satisfaction washes over his face. However, Xiao Tian pulls out another medicine bottle and firmly states that escaping won't solve the problem. The only way to redeem oneself is to face it courageously. As he speaks, Xiao Tian forcefully shoves 2 elixir pills into the man's mouth. Just then, the soul, which was on the verge of ascending to the heavens, realizes that something has gone terribly wrong. In an instant, the medicine takes effect. His injuries heal at an astonishing rate, and his departing soul is yanked back with a force that makes him scream, "Let me go! Let me die! Please, don't revive me!" Despite his desperate struggles, it's all in vain. The man who was on the brink of death suddenly sits up, gasping for air as if he's just emerged from a haunting nightmare. Xiao Tian places a reassuring hand on his shoulder and says, "Don't give up. I believe you can do this." The bald man's lips quiver as he stands before Xiao Tian, who wears a smile that only deepens his fear. "Why won't they let me die with dignity?" The bald man trembles, shaken to his core, on the brink of losing his sanity. He mumbles to himself, "It's karma. All karma. I was wrong. I shouldn't have stepped onto that invading warship." Xiao Tian clenches his fist and shouts, "Stop playing dead. Let's do this again. Remember, this is not a rehearsal." Zhang Yangming, begin. After several more attempts, the valley lies in ruins. Suddenly, Jonathan drops to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. "I was wrong, truly wrong. I shouldn't have invaded. I shouldn't have taken pleasure in slaughtering humans." Tears streaming down his face, he pounds his chest and stomps his feet in despair. Finally, he gazes up at the sky, his eyes hollow and devoid of life. Moments later, it's as if his very soul has shattered. Xiao Tian watches John Nyson, who has succumbed to hopelessness, and lets out a heavy sigh. Why is it that they cannot endure even this small trial? Zhang Yangming's expression turns serious as he begins to analyze the situation. We can confirm that the Blood Rune clan consists of body cultivators. However, unlike those in the body cultivator realm, they possess the ability to advance to higher levels. But what is the true background of this Blood Rune clan? Why have they suddenly appeared in the Holy Demon realm? What could their purpose be? While their cultivation system may be weaker than the martial arts techniques you've taught, it possesses a unique charm. What's the objective here? Just as he speaks, Xiao Tian casually turns his head only to freeze in shock. The valley falls silent, leaving only him and Zhang Yangming standing. The once formidable warriors of the Blood Rune clan now lie motionless, reduced to lifeless corpses. Their souls faded into oblivion. Zhang Yangming fell silent for a moment, then finally spoke. "Prince, you've gone too far. You've left no one alive." Xiao Tian shook his head. "You're mistaken. It's not that I went too far. It's that they had something to hide and couldn't withstand the pressure. They were likely scheming against me, fearing I would uncover their plans." With that thought in mind, Xiao Tian stepped forward and placed his hand on Jonathan's head. Their distraction had cost them dearly, sealing their fate. With a mere flick of his wrist, Jonathan's body disintegrated into ashes. Just then, Xiao Tian's gaze caught a glimpse of a flying boat hovering in the sky. Zhang Yangming gazes upward, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "These criminals from the Blood Rune clan have truly wasted your time. You even went to the trouble of teaching them how to behave, rehearsing with them personally. Labor fees, tuition, and the emotional distress you've endured. Surely, a mere flying boat won't suffice as compensation." With that, he hands over their storage rings to Xiao Tian. "Prince, with these, I believe we can help many in the demon realm who are struggling. This isn't about war spoils. It's about charity and goodwill." Xiao Tian gazes at Zhang Yangming, a mix of surprise and admiration lighting up his face. He reaches out, grasping Zhang Yangming's hand tightly, his excitement palpable. "You finally understood," he exclaims. "I am not alone on this journey." Just moments ago, after Xiao Tian had decisively eliminated everyone from the Blood Rune clan, he exhaled softly over the valley, causing the very ground to tremble and rise. After all, maintaining the battlefield is a shared responsibility for the environment. With that done, Xiao Tian led Zhang Yangming into the captured spaceship, which turned out to be even more spacious than he had anticipated. The spaceship hummed with energy, its magic arrays glowing brightly, fueled by an array of massive spirit stones. Xiao Tian lounged in the main seat, stifling a yawn as he issued his command. "Puppy, take control of the ship's array. We're heading to Green Flame Mountain to fetch a Green Flame pig. Then we'll return to the prince's palace." "Yes, master," Puppy replied obediently, his tail wagging with enthusiasm. Xiao Tian then turned to Zhang Yangming, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "You've worked hard before. I appreciate it. Go fetch a green flame pig later. Cook it for me to replenish my strength, the prince commanded. Zhang Yang Ming offered an awkward smile. He was easily swayed by even the slightest word, yet he nodded obediently. All right, prince, no problem. I'll have it ready soon. As the spaceship sped through the sky, the two set out to catch a pig, returning triumphantly above the prince's palace. Puppy informed Xiao Tian, Master, we have arrived. Xiao Tian rose and stretched, a determined look in his eyes. I'll have someone modify the spaceship later. It could serve as an excellent means of transportation. We need to track down the Blood Rune clan and make them compensate us for our losses. Just then, Puppy interrupted. Master, Bai Qing is approaching. Xiao Tian had been indifferent, thinking, so what if she's approaching? What does it matter? But in an instant, a deafening roar of thunder echoed around them. Suddenly, the spaceship's floor shattered, and in a spectacular display, the white-haired little dragon lady burst through, her head leading the charge. Both Xiao Tian and Zhang Yangming were left in stunned disbelief. Is this girl also starting to make dramatic entrances? Before either of them could react, Bai Qing burst through the top of the spaceship once more, soaring out through a gaping hole, leaving only the flickering light of thunder in her wake. After flying several dozen meters, she finally came to a halt, her expression a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. Had she really flown so fast that she misinterpreted what she saw? How could Xiao Tian and Zhang Yangming be aboard that spaceship? She felt a surge of uncertainty. For a moment, she contemplated going back to investigate, but the vessel was already on the brink of collapse. The hole she had created began to disintegrate. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship split into two jagged halves. Amidst the shimmering gold and flickering electric light, Xiahou Tian seized Bai Jing and swiftly retreated. Just moments later, the spaceship, still suspended in the air after being split in two, erupted into a massive fireball before it even touched the ground. Clutching a green flame pig, Xiao Tian stood there, momentarily dazed, gazing at his unexpected prize. My spaceship, my money, my compensation all reduced to mere fireworks. They both turned to face each other, a wave of unspoken emotion passing between them. Finally, Bai Qing averted her gaze, unable to meet Xiao Tian's eyes. Deep down, she longed to insist that none of this was her fault. Soon after, within the prince's palace, two figures stood face to face, one tall and the other short. Bai Qing wore an apologetic expression, clearly remorseful. For some reason, the sight of the warship, particularly the Blood Rune clan's insignia, stirred something within her, compelling her to act. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang quietly pulled the green flame pig toward the kitchen. Xiao Tian, his face devoid of emotion, spoke slowly, pausing between each word. You owe me, Xiao Tian stated, his gaze piercing through Bai Qing. Bai Qing responded earnestly. I don't have anything of value on me at the moment, and with my amnesia, it's hard to offer compensation. But I can repay you with my service. You can give me tasks as a form of repayment. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation and the clueless girl before him. Bai Qing furrowed her brow, feeling a sense of helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, she clenched her fists resolutely. Next time you face those two empresses, if they try to bully you, I'll be there to protect you. Xiao Tian coughed awkwardly, shaking his head. No, you can't get involved in that. Bai Qing let out a sigh, her frustration palpable. So, what should we do then? You took me in, and I ended up ruining your things, Xiao Tian said, a hint of regret in his voice. He paused, as if a realization struck him. You mentioned acting impulsively when you saw the mark on that warship. That implies they were targeting you, or rather, using you as an excuse to get to me. Bai Qing nodded, her expression serious. Possibly. Perhaps my crashing into you was meant to be, Xiao Tian mused, lost in thought. Now all you need to do is regain your memory and find your way home. Then you can repay me for the spaceship. Two birds, one stone. Bai Jing quickly nodded, determination in her eyes. Yes, I'll do anything you ask. Xiao Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had heard that physical activity could stimulate the brain, and there were conventional solutions for amnesia. Later, the two empresses arrived at Xiao Tian's prince palace, each determined to spend the night alone with him. However, as they approached the palace, Shi Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan were taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Did something happen? They hurriedly tapped into their powers and raced toward the palace. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. What on earth is going on? There lay Xiao Tian, lounging comfortably on a recliner, expertly adjusted to the perfect height. Before him, Bai Qing hung suspended in midair, swinging back and forth like a pendulum. Each time she swung toward Xiao Tian, their heads collided, causing her to bounce back. They both stood there, momentarily stunned. How could he sleep so soundly through this? The rhythm was oddly consistent. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan's excitement surged, her body trembling slightly. This was just too intriguing. What are they doing? Is this some sort of special training? Shi Ruoyuan exclaimed, her eyes fixed on Luo Fengyuan, who appeared to be lost in her own world once again. Have you lost your mind? How can you find this amusing? We need to rescue them now. With that, Shi Ruoyan rushed forward, extending her hand to catch the spiritual energy that was holding Bai Qing aloft. Just in time, she managed to grasp her as she began to fall. Xiao Tian, stirred by the commotion, groggily opened his eyes. Spotting Shi Ruoyan and Luo Fengyuan, he stretched and yawned. "You're back," he murmured. Luo Fengyuan quickly approached, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Brother Xiao, were you all practicing? Then, can you hang me up and do the same?" Xiao Tian asked, his hands wordlessly reaching out to squeeze both of Luo Fengyuan's cheeks together. "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of training involves hanging people up and swinging them around?" Luo Fengyuan retorted, his expression a mix of confusion and annoyance. He then pointed defiantly at Bai Qing. "Isn't that what you were just doing?" After gently setting Bai Qing down, Shi Ruoyan examined her closely. When she found no signs of distress, a wave of relief washed over her. Thank goodness she's all right. Turning to Xiao Tian, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. "You didn't actually think this would help her regain her memory, did you?" "Why not?" Xiao Tian replied, a confident grin spreading across his face. He felt a surge of anticipation as he looked at Bai Qing, hoping she had recalled something. Bai Qing touched her forehead in contemplation before finally speaking. "Other than Xiao Tian," she began, letting out a long sigh. "How is that possible? I remember hearing that a good hit on the head could restore lost memories." Shi Ruoyan was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre idea was that? Where had he even heard of such a method? Scratching his head awkwardly, Xiao Tian replied, "I picked it up back in my hometown during my free time." As he mentioned his hometown, a spark ignited in Xiao Tian's eyes, and another idea began to flood his mind. Speaking of which, getting shocked by electricity might actually work. Xiao Tian suggested. "Bai Qing, since you can control lightning, could you strike yourself?" Bai Qing extended her hand, feeling the crackling energy of her controlled lightning. "I could give it a try," she replied, a hint of determination in her voice. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden chill crept up his spine. He turned to find Shi Ruoyan glaring at him with fury, prompting him to quickly change his tone. "Let's have dinner right away," Xiao Tian suggested, his voice a bit more hurried. "Is my pork ready?" "Almost there, Prince," Zhou Nianming replied. Hearing this, Xiao Tian swallowed hard, a knot forming in his stomach. An angry wife can be truly terrifying. That night, everyone gathered for a hot pot dinner. When the specially prepared green flame broth was ready, Shi Ruoyan divided it in two halves for Bai Qing and half for Luo Fengyuan. With a hint of annoyance, she instructed them both, "Eat this to nourish your brains." Then she turned to Bai Qing, her expression tinged with resignation. "It's one thing for Brother Xiao to fool around, but why are you joining in?" Bai Qing asked, picking up the pit brain from her bowl and popping it into her mouth. She chewed thoughtfully before adding, "If there's even a slight chance, I'm willing to try." Luo Fengyuan immediately chimed in. "Exactly. You're being too serious, see?" As she spoke, she attempted to pour more pit brain into Bai Qing's bowl, eager to keep the fun going. Shi Ruoyan was far from pleased. The saying goes, "You are what you eat," and she certainly didn't want to think about handing over her pitiful state to Bai Qing. Sensing the tension, Luo Fengyuan quickly grabbed her hand to steer the conversation away. "So, what should you eat to get back to normal?" he asked, trying to lighten the mood. Shi Ruoyan clenched her fist, her anger simmering just below the surface. "Say that again," she challenged, her eyes narrowing. Luo Fengyuan stood tall, puffing out his chest. "I dare you. What do you want to do?" The two locked eyes, tension crackling between them as they ground their molars audibly. Bai Qing, unfazed, picked up the pit brain with her chopsticks, popped it into her mouth, and declared, "I think I've actually remembered something." At her words, all three turned to her, even Sha Tian pausing mid-motion with his chopsticks. Bai Qing fixed her gaze intently on Luo Fengyuan. "You are important, Empress Luo. All hope rests on you." After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Fengyuan leaned forward, her eyes shining with eagerness. "Is there more? What else have you remembered?" Bai Qing shook her head, a hint of frustration in her voice. "I can't recall anything else. Let me check my dragon spirit." In an instant, a majestic dragon spirit surged forth, filling the air with its powerful presence. Despite the magical pattern still shimmering on the surface, cracks had begun to mar its beauty. Seeing this, Xiao Tian couldn't contain his excitement. He slapped the table and leaped to his feet. "It really works! How about we go in?" But before he could finish, a fierce glare from Shi Ruoyan silenced him instantly. With a sigh, he could only grumble inwardly, Why does Shi Ruoyan always disagree with my ideas? Just then, the ever-curious Luo Fengyuan chimed in. Brother Zhao's method sounds great. Why not let him give it a try? Noticing Xiao Tian hanging his head in disappointment, Luo Fengyuan quickly turned to Shi Ruoyan. Come on, let Brother Xiao have a chance. Shi Ruoyan extended her little hand and made an okay gesture, signaling that she understood. Without hesitation, the two launched into a heated argument. I don't agree with you, one shouted. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? The other retorted. So what if I am? Xiao Tian stood there, dumbfounded. What on earth had gotten into these two? In the blink of an eye, they both swung their arms, and a multitude of wine jars materialized in the courtyard. Each grabbed a jar, their eyes gleaming with mischief. Come on, who's afraid of who? They taunted, ready for a showdown. Without further ado, they both tilted their heads back and began chugging. Xiao Tian watched in awe, thinking, my kidneys won't survive this. A wave of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to grab a plate of stir-fried kidneys and start eating furiously. Bai Qing, who had been quietly enjoying her meal, was utterly taken aback by the spectacle unfolding before her. Did they truly love alcohol that much? Little did she know, what they were consuming was not liquor, but rather the bitter taste of loneliness. Unfortunately, the toll of their revelry fell squarely on Xiao Tian, leaving him utterly exhausted. It wasn't long before the two empresses succumbed to their intoxication and collapsed. Xiao Tian gazed at the two fallen women with a resigned sigh, thinking to himself, I'll have to ask Zhong Yangming to prepare a nourishing meal for me tomorrow. As Bai Jing prepared to assist the two empresses to their room, she suddenly tapped Xiao Tian on the shoulder and asked, Need a hand? Xiao Tian quickly nodded in agreement. Together, they carefully lifted the two empresses and carried them to their room. Once they gently placed them on the bed, the empresses instinctively cuddled together. With a look of regret, Xiao Tian turned to Bai Qing and said, I'm sorry for the trouble. Bai Qing analyzed the situation thoughtfully. It's not a bother at all. Holding Her Majesty's eye is much easier, but Her Majesty Luo, she's quite a handful too large to manage comfortably. He paused, reflecting on the comparison. While Her Majesty Z has her challenges, she's certainly more manageable. Unbeknownst to him, Ziruan had clenched her fist tightly, a storm of emotions brewing beneath her calm exterior. Luo Fengyuan whispered, Don't move. She's telling the truth. Just endure it for the sake of sleeping next to Brother Xiao. At her words, Zaruan's grip on Luo Fengyan tightened in frustration, while Luo Fengyan appeared oddly exhilarated. Press harder. Don't hold back on me, she urged. Bai Qing, observing this subtle shift, felt a flicker of confusion. Did Her Majesty Z and Luo just leave? Xiao Tian asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. I arranged a place for you to stay. Why haven't you gone yet? Bai Qing lightly touched her lips with her index finger, her expression thoughtful. I'm sorry to trouble you again, but could you knock me out like you did yesterday? I felt so relaxed when I woke up. Xiao Tian let out a resigned sigh before pulling out a mattress and laying it on the ground. Guess I'll sleep here, he muttered. Bai Qing crawled into the blanket he had offered, her voice soft as she said, Thank you. Good night. With a swift motion, Xiao Tian knocked her out once more. As she fell back, her head met the soft pillow, and she slipped into a deep, peaceful slumber. Xiao Tian crouched low, one hand resting on his knee as he silently observed her. The silver-haired dragon lady before him exuded an aura of unease, as if she herself feared the embrace of sleep. Even in her unconscious state, her body remained tense, a reflex born from some past trauma. What kind of environment had she endured? Just as Xiao Tian pondered this, his attention was drawn to a sleek black tail that suddenly appeared before him. Brother Xiao, it's time to go to sleep. Xiao Tian chuckled softly as he glanced at the two women. Sometimes life unfolds in unexpected ways. When resistance is futile, all that's left is to embrace and enjoy what you have. With that thought in mind, Xiao Tian returned to his plumbing work, finding solace in the task at hand. After a night spent clearing out the drains, he awoke the next day feeling surprisingly refreshed. As he stirred, Bai Qing slowly opened her eyes and sat up, only to realize that the bed was missing. Just then, Xiao Tian approached, cradling a large cup of tea. Are you awake? He asked. Yes, she replied with a smile. I slept well last night. Thank you for your help. Did you all get into another fight last night? And what are you drinking? It smells wonderful. Xiao Tian handed her a cup of tea. Did you get hurt in the fight? Is this medicinal tea for healing? With a wave of his hand, Xiao Tian conjured a new bed. This is 6-flavor Raiminia tea that I've prepared. It's remarkably effective for restoring vitality, Bai Yixing said as she handed the tea back to Xiao Dian. You need to replenish your strength. I can sense you've been quite weak these past few days. It seems you've suffered some internal injuries. Do you need my help to heal? Xiao Tian's curiosity piqued. You can heal? I seem to recall something about dragon saliva being good for wounds from my memories. I don't think I've ever done this before, he said hesitantly. But you're a good person. I could try licking your wound. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in alarm as he sputtered, spraying tea everywhere. Stop! Stop! I've asked Long Zhou Dao about this, and it's nonsense. Besides, my injuries can't be healed by ordinary means. Seeing Xiao Tian's reluctance, Bai Jing had no choice but to relent. All right, let's try the electric shock therapy you mentioned yesterday. Xiao Tian looked puzzled. Why the rush? You're safe now. You should take some time to rest. Bai Jing replied earnestly. I want to recover my memories as quickly as possible so I can make up for any losses I've caused. Xiao Tian fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Is that your only reason? Bai Qing's expression turned serious. I've already caused you enough trouble. Besides, I made a promise. I need to act quickly. Suddenly, a smile broke across Xiao Tian's face. Very well, let's go. But I have an even better method in mind, aside from the electric shock. Really? That's wonderful, Luo Fengyuan exclaimed. Xiao, brother, hurry up and go mooch a meal at Prime Minister Zhong's house. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuxiang stood on a flying boat, his gaze fixed on the holy demon realm. Worry etched across his face. He struggled to maintain an air of calm. However, his lieutenant Zhang Zhuo couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, it's been 3 days. Zhana Shen and the others have been gone for so long, and there's still no news. Could something have happened? Zhang Wuxiang, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied, Haven't you figured out why I sent the 10th team in the first place? Zhang Zhuo scratched his head awkwardly, realizing the weight of his superior's words. Isn't it because Team 10 is the weakest? What else could it be? As these words hung in the air, Zhang Wuxiang turned his head, disappointment flickering across his face. Can't you think more long-term like I do? I've mentioned it before, observe the talents among the younger generations. I have great confidence in Zhana Shen. He remained calm and composed, the perfect candidate for gathering information. It seemed he had intentionally disabled the communication array on the flying boat to evade detection. Zhang Zhuo raised an eyebrow, surprised. How did you know? Boss, I just checked, and it really is turned off, came the reply. At this, Zhang Wuxiang felt a surge of confidence in his instincts. That's why you need to mature a bit, he said. There are valuable lessons to be learned from Team 10. Let's give them a few more days to respond. Perhaps they'll come back and report in person. Zhang Zhuo chuckled awkwardly. Boss, you truly are the boss, always thinking ahead. I have so much to learn, but it feels like another 10 days have slipped by. Boss, we still haven't heard from Zhana Shen. Could something have happened to him? Zhang Wuxiang turned to him, his expression dripping with disdain. What did I tell you before? Young people need to be steady. He still has a blood crystal. What's there to worry about? If something had truly gone wrong, we would have seen an explosion by now. Zhang Zhuo scratched his bald head, frustration etched on his face. It had been far too long without any news. Zhang Wuxiang turned to him, his expression serious. You've been by my side for a long time, Zhang Zhuo. From the siege of the Sacred Dragon to the breakout of the Holy Demon Clan, I must speak frankly. Zhana Shen has ventured deep into enemy territory, facing unknown dangers. And yet, as one of the clan's elder members, you can't even extend him a measure of trust. How many times have I told you to stay calm, steady, and relaxed? Zhang Zhuo sighed in frustration. It had been 10 long days without any news. Surely, Zhang Wuxiang should have reported something by now. The silence was unsettling. Yet, despite his worries, Zhang Wuxiang remained dismissive. You need to learn to be calm. Don't make a fool of yourself. You should take a lesson from Zhana Shen, Zhang Wuxiang said, his tone serious. Do you know what it signifies when there's been no news for 10 days? Zhang Zhuo looked taken aback. What does it mean? Waving his hand dramatically, Zhang Wuxiang raised his voice for emphasis. It means the dangers below are far more complicated than we ever imagined. Zhana Shen must be carefully laying a solid foundation for us. What we need to do now is believe in him wholeheartedly and wait patiently for his good news. Trust me, Zhana Shen will succeed. He may have already infiltrated the enemy base and is on the verge of uncovering the core secrets of the Holy Demon Emperor. Zhang Zhuo gazed into his boss's eyes, filled with anticipation, and couldn't help but think, Zhana Shen, you're on the brink of something monumental. A month slipped by in silence, and doubts began to creep into Zhang Wuxiang's mind. Cautiously, Zhang Zuo asked, "Boss, do you think this kid might have defected? It's been quite a while." At this, Zhang Wuxiang's anger flared. "Absolutely impossible," he snapped. Yet, Zhang Zuo pressed on. "But it's been a month, boss." A chill ran down Zhang Wuxiang's spine as the weight of uncertainty settled over him. "No, this can't be," Zhang Zuo said, patting Zhang Wuxiang's shoulder. "Boss, we're not a clan of fools. Even if Zhana Shen is steady, he's still one of us in the Bloodrun clan. Either he's gone, or he's become someone else's lackey. There's no other explanation." As the weight of those words sank in, Zhang Wuxiang reluctantly accepted the harsh reality. How he wished Zhana Shen belonged to a clan of fools. He had misplaced his trust. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wuxiang issued an order. "Take the 2nd and 5th teams and investigate the situation. Be cautious, do not act recklessly." Zhang Zuo clenched his fists, a determined look in his eyes. "Understood, boss. I'm no greenhorn. We will complete the mission. You can count on us," Zhang Wuxiang said, nodding slightly. "Go on. I have faith in you." Moments later, 7 or 8 flying boats surged into the Holy Demon Realm. Meanwhile, on Green Flame Mountain, 2 flying boats from the Bloodrune clan lay hidden, cloaked by a powerful spell. "We will complete the mission. You can count on us," Zhang Wuxiang said, nodding slightly. "Go on. I have faith in you." Moments later, 7 or 8 flying boats surged into the Holy Demon Realm. Meanwhile, on Green Flame Mountain, 2 flying boats from the Bloodrune clan lay hidden, cloaked by a powerful spell. Zhang Zuo issued his commands with authority. "The 2nd team is our strongest. Begin by scouting the surroundings. Report any unusual activity immediately." He turned to the 5th team. "Establish a perimeter and scan the environment. We need to understand what's happening here." With his instructions complete, he gestured, drawing both flying boats into his spatial artifact. Once this was accomplished, he turned to the teams behind him and issued a clear instruction. "Be discreet. Engage only if absolutely necessary." The crowd responded in unison. "Understood." Moments later, Zhang Zuo, the captain of the 5th team, began arranging the formation. He carefully positioned a special spiritual tool designed to scan the realm's environment and gather crucial intelligence. "Spiritual energy detection array, activate!" he shouted, and a complex formation materialized in the air. But then, Zhang Zuo froze, staring at the curtain of spiritual energy that had formed before him. "What is this data? Why does it look like this?" he exclaimed, surprise lacing his voice. Hearing his words, Zhang Zuo rushed over, eager to uncover what was happening. Zhang Jiji gestured toward the fluctuations of the spiritual energy. The Holy Demon Realm is classified as a mid-level realm, yet its spatial stability rivals that of higher realms. The levels of spiritual energy and the laws of heaven and earth are steadily increasing. Zhang Zuo furrowed his brow in confusion. "Isn't that just stating the obvious? Realms naturally ascend unless they're in decline." Zhang Jiji patiently elaborated, emphasizing that his insights were drawn from long-term observations. The elevation of the Holy Demon Realm was evident to the naked eye. Something must be anchoring this place, causing its spiritual energy to surge at a rate of 1 day here, equivalent to a year in other mid-level realms. As he listened, Zhang Zuo's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. It appears that this is the secret behind the formidable strength of the Holy Demon Emperor, Luo Taoyin. Perhaps Zhang Jiji has gone off the radar to claim all the credit for himself. Once again, Zhang Jiji deftly manipulated the spiritual tool array. After a brief scan, he identified a specific direction. The fluctuations in spiritual energy emanating from that area seemed to originate from a very distant era. "Perhaps we'll discover something valuable there," Zhang Zuo said, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Well done, young man. Let's head in that direction. Seek out this ancient treasure and unveil the secrets of the Holy Demon Emperor." Unbeknownst to them, their path was leading straight to the palace of Prince Xiao Tian. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was deep in standing meditation alongside Zhongyang Ming and the others when he suddenly sneezed violently. Rubbing his nose in confusion, he pondered, who could be thinking about me all of a sudden? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Right now, his main focus was on enhancing the spiritual power in the Holy Demon Realm. Turning to his companion, he asked, "Puppy, how are things progressing?" The puppy's voice chimed in reassuringly. "Master, rest assured, after your recent exercises, the realm has improved dramatically. According to the data, if this progress continues, the livestock and crops on Green Flame Mountain will taste about 70% better next time. The flavors will be even more enticing." A smile spread across Xiao Tian's face. Well done! The improvement in the food's taste, combined with Zhong Yangming's growing culinary skills, promises to be heavenly. Just then, Xiao Tian spotted Bai Xing at the entrance of the courtyard. Why are you back? Shouldn't you be with Luo Fengyuan today? Bai Jing scratched her head, looking a bit awkward. Today, she met with the two empresses, both of whom offered her money to join in their sparring sessions. Luo Fengyuan, brimming with confidence, declared, "Come on, everyone. It's more fun for me to fight." Shi Ruyuan, equally assured, chimed in. "Both of you can attack. It'll be great practice for me, especially since I've hit a wall and recovering my memory, and still owe money to Prince Xiao." I couldn't help but agree. Later, Empress Luo was called away by Empress Shi for official duties, prompting me to return early. As I did, she looked up and asked, "Are you training your body again?" Xiao Tian, perched on a pillar, replied, "Sort of. Would you like to give it a try?" Bai Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly nodded and pushed off the ground. In an instant, she soared upward and landed gracefully on a pillar. Xiao Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, you're quite talented." Bai Qing smiled and handed him a bag of money. "Here, this is for you, for today." Xiao Tian's gaze fixed intently on the spirit stone in her hand. "I truly appreciate young people like you who are honest and pay their debts on time." He gave her a thumbs up as he spoke. Nearby, Zhong Ling couldn't help but interject. Why is another woman giving money to the prince, especially with funds earned from the two empresses? Lu Yin, unfazed, calmly sipped his tea and replied, "The name might be off, but the title is spot on. The prince truly is the supreme benevolent sugar baby deity." In the imperial study of the palace, Luo Fengyuan lay sprawled across her desk, her mind wandering amidst a sea of petitions. She absent-mindedly slapped her tail against the floor, a rhythmic distraction. Meanwhile, Zirua Yan was hard at work, meticulously reviewing documents. Curiosity piqued. Luo Fengyuan turned her head and asked, "I don't understand. How can you be so busy all the time and still manage to improve your strength so quickly? You've advanced to the 14th level in such a short time. That's impressive," Luo Fengyuan remarked, her voice filled with awe. Noticing Zero Yan's silence, she pondered to herself, "Is this the remarkable power of the human empress bloodline? Just be a good empress. Govern your subjects well, and your strength will naturally grow." After some time, Ziru Yan completed her review of the petitions and stated, "Regular cultivation is essential. Besides, I'm simply making better use of the time you're wasting with your complaints." As she spoke, she playfully tapped Luo Fengyuan on the head with a stack of papers. "It's not just me. Even Bai Qing, despite her amnesia, manages to find time to cultivate diligently." Luo Fengyuan pouted. "What's the point then?" But she quickly added, "If Brother Xiao keeps scolding me like this, I'll definitely be motivated to cultivate." As she dreamily imagined the scenario, she seemed completely lost in her own world. Zero Yan shook her head, speechless. "Your bad habits leave me at a loss for words. Besides, Lord Xiao has been getting gentler lately. It'll be tough to provoke him." Luo Fengyuan, a picture of regret, slumped over the desk. "True, but you have to remember Brother Xiao was furious when he thought I was going to steal a pig," she lamented. Suddenly, she slapped the table, sprang to her feet, and exclaimed, "I've got it!" Her excitement was palpable, even if her writing had gone crooked in the process. Turning to Luo Fengyuan, she asked, "What are you planning now?" Luo Fengyuan smiled wistfully, as if contemplating her next move. "Oh, nothing much," she replied, a hint of mischief in her eyes. "I just thought of a way to provoke Brother Xiao. I'll be back shortly," Luo Fengyuan called out as she hurried away. "Be careful. Don't do anything reckless," Zirua Yan shouted after her, concern lacing her voice. "Don't worry. I'm just going to steal a pig," Luo Fengyuan replied, a mischievous grin on her face. Zirua Yan blinked in confusion. "Steal a pig? What kind of plan is that?" After leaving the palace, Luo Fengyuan made her way directly to the Green Flame Mountain Livestock Farm, a place that was essentially Xiao Tian's private property and off-limits to the public. The green flame pigs were plump and content, basking in the sun while indulging in their endless feasts. As Luo Fengyuan hovered above the farm, his eyes locked onto a particular pig. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he thought, "If I swipe Brother Xiao's prized 5-ed grade number 998 pig, he'll be absolutely furious." He. Soon, a crowd gathered to witness Luo Fengyuan joyfully parading through the streets, tugging along Xiao Tian's beloved pig. A bright smile lit up her face as she mused, "I wonder how Brother Xiao'll punish me. He'll probably give me a good whack on the head." Just then, a strange surge of spiritual energy, accompanied by the fierce aura of burning flames, surged toward her from a distance. Luo Fengyuan was taken aback already. The pig, equally astonished, thought, looks like I'm about to be roasted. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, Luo Fengyuan was knocked back, and the green flame pig was sent flying as well. Demonic energy surged within her, and in an instant, her black, form-fitting leather attire transformed, enveloping her in a suit of black armor. A massive black scythe materialized in her hand as Luo Fengyuan's aura surged, purple demonic flames flickering to life around her. She fixed her gaze on the armored bald man standing across from her and demanded, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The man was none other than Zhang Zhua, the second team captain of the Blood Rune clan. Clenching his fist, his blood runes ignited like wildfire, ready for confrontation. With a powerful punch aimed directly at Luo Fengyuan, he shouted, "Never mind who I am. Take this!" The moment his fist connected with Luo Fengyuan's black scythe, a resounding clang echoed through the air. Sparks erupted as their weapons clashed, the sheer force of the impact forcing them apart. Luo Fengyuan was propelled backward, skidding across the ground until she finally came to a halt. As she touched down, a sudden thought struck her. "Damn it, where's my pig?" she exclaimed, panic rising in her chest. If it was missing, Xiao Tian would be devastated. Luo Fengyuan scanned her surroundings anxiously. Relief washed over her when she spotted the green flame pig lying peacefully not far behind her, serene and motionless. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Luo Fengyuan glanced up, only to find herself encircled by a dozen bald men. At the forefront stood Zhang Zor, his expression grave as he addressed her. "Woman of the demon clan," he began, his voice steady. "Given the aura surrounding you, are you the current demon empress of the holy demon domain? What is your connection to holy demon emperor Luo Taoqian?" As he spoke, he suddenly paused, sensing a chilling wave of killing intent. Luo Fengyuan's demonic flames flickered violently, as if boiling with fury. She glared at the men before her, her eyes ablaze with rage. "You filthy vermin!" she spat. "That's my man's favorite ingredient. You disgusting lowlifes, prepare to die." With that, Luo Fengyuan's aura surged to its peak as she charged at the Blood Rune clan members, her scythe slicing through the air. Meanwhile, Zeruian, initially engrossed in her administrative duties, felt the weight of the entire dynasty resting on her shoulders as her pen danced across the parchment, golden light of destiny illuminating her path. Suddenly, her hand froze, the pen hovering in midair. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanated from Green Flame Mountain just outside the palace, catching her attention. Amidst the chaos over a stolen pig, a sudden realization struck Zeruian. She sprang to her feet, her white armor adorned with golden patterns enveloping her in an instant. With a brilliant flash of golden light, she soared out of her study, racing toward Green Flame Mountain. It's hard to believe that Luo Fengyuan could create such chaos over a mere pig theft. Something must be amiss. Meanwhile, surrounded by the members of the Blood Rune clan, Luo Fengyuan wielded her scythe like a whirling windmill. Each swing sent the numerous bald men of the clan staggering back. Suddenly, she tightened her grip on the scythe and shouted, "Demonic flames, sky high!" In an instant, a more intense surge of purple demonic flames erupted. As she swung her arm, the flames rolled like tidal waves, consuming everything in their path. The Blood Rune clan members who had been holding their offensive stance quickly crossed their arms in a desperate attempt to shield themselves. In that moment, a chilling wave of murderous intent washed over them, overwhelming those with weaker powers, leaving them unable to withstand the onslaught. Their armor lay in tatters and their screams echoed in agony. Realizing the dire situation, Zhang Zuo swiftly commanded a retreat. His veins throbbed as fiery red energy enveloped him, coalescing into a towering Blood Rune flame figure. With a fierce shout, he summoned the ignited spiritual energy from the very fabric of heaven and earth, manifesting a colossal fire giant that soared to a height of 100 meters. The giant moved in perfect harmony with Zhang Zhua, its massive fist raised and aimed squarely at Luo Fengyuan. She smirked, a glint of disdain in her eyes. In an instant, she vanished just before the giant's fist could connect, only to reappear above its head. Her demonic energy surged, igniting purple flames that coalesced into a massive fiery scythe. Luo Fengyuan swung the colossal weapon with growing force and speed. Suddenly, a thunderous clash echoed as their powers collided. The ground quaked beneath them, creating a deep pit encircled by flickering flames. The sheer force of the impact sent Zhang Jue hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Zhang Jizi swiftly moved to steady him, his eyes widening in surprise. The member of the Holy Demon clan was far more formidable than the intelligence reports had suggested. She was at least his equal, a 16th level fighter. Suddenly, the air around them grew noticeably colder. Zhang Jiji glanced around, confusion etched on his face. Vice Commander, why does it feel colder? Just then, a pair of feet touched the ground softly, bringing with them an intense chill. Ice crystals cascaded from the figure, revealing Zirui An. She held Luo Fengyan in a princess carry, a smirk playing on her lips. Your plan sure made quite the splash, didn't it? Luo Fengyuan clenched her fists, her expression fierce as she shot back an accusation. These unwelcome pests, filthy and vile, have destroyed the number 998 that Brother Xiao had prepared for our New Year's feast. Number 998, Zeruian was momentarily taken aback. So, these are the Blood Room clan that Lord Xiahou and Prime Minister Zhang spoke of? The bald members of the Blood Room clan regarded the two women before them with grim expressions. Zirui An offered a faint smile. I was planning to track you down, but here you are, right on my doorstep. How convenient. Luo Fengyuan stepped out of Zero An's embrace and retrieved her black scythe. Be careful, she warned. They are body cultivators with the ability to perform regular cultivation. They're not easy to handle. Zirion remained unfazed, a golden aura radiating from her as she wielded a massive golden sword. With a light smile, she instructed, just beat them half to death and capture them. Zhang Zhuo regarded the scene with a mocking expression. Interesting, he mused. A woman from the Holy Demon clan, and you bring along a 14th level helper who just happens to be human. Before he could finish his thought, the ground trembled violently beneath them. Above the vast expanse of the Great Flame Dynasty, the national fate shimmered like a golden river stretching for miles. This energy transformed into Imperial Dragon power, flowing directly into Zirui An. Zhang Jiqi gasped. What the hell is this, the human emperor? Even Zhang Zhuo was taken aback. In an instant, Zirui ascended to the 16th level. Simultaneously, the Imperial energy within Luo Fengyuan erupted with equal intensity. She quickly regained her strength, radiating an alluring yet formidable presence. Above them, a golden dragon exuded an intense chill, while a black dragon twisted around it. To everyone's astonishment, the two dragons responded to one another and merged into a single, awe-inspiring entity. A terrifying imperial pressure swept across the land, shaking it to its core. Zhang Zhuo watched in disbelief, his bald head quickly drenched in cold sweat. What's happening? Weren't they supposed to be like water and fire, completely incompatible? Yet here they are, putting on a dazzling display of water and fire merging right before our eyes. Where's the referee? This feels like cheating. Ignoring her inner turmoil, Luo Fengyuan lunged forward, her black scythe trailing behind her. A sudden burst of purple holy demon flames jolted Zhang Zhuo back to reality. Zhang Zhuo swiftly activated the power of the blood rune, his body swelling with energy as his fists ignited in scorching flames. Yet inside, he was screaming, "Damn, I'm running out of stamina. I need to finish this quickly." Luo Fengyuan pressed the attack, swinging her scythe down once more, taunting him. "Your power seems to be weakening." Zhang Zhuo's expression tightened as he raised his arms to block her relentless strikes, gritting his teeth in determination. I refuse to accept that my power will fade before I can find a way to break through her defenses. Damn this holy demon flame. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyuan grew more frenzied with each clash, her scythe swinging faster, her excitement palpable. Keep fighting, you worthless insect. Is retreating all you're good for? Zhang Zhuo found himself increasingly overwhelmed and finally issued orders to the nearby members of the Blood Rune clan. Surround her, let's wear her down and drain her demonic energy and stamina. The crowd swiftly complied. With a smirk, Zhang Zhuo turned to Luo Fengyuan, taunting. You think just because you're getting more excited, I can't handle you? Let's see whose demonic energy and stamina give out first. With that, Zhang Zhuo seized the moment to retreat swiftly. Meanwhile, the other members of the Blood Rune clan closed in around him. Luo Fengyuan attempted to strike, but Zhang Zhuo vanished, slipping behind his comrades. Coldly, he glared at Luo Fengyuan amidst the throng and shouted, "Everyone, attack!" In an instant, a swarm of bald Blood Rune clan members surged toward her, intent on bringing her down. At that moment, Ziruan, who had been observing the battle, suddenly called out to Luo Fengyuan, exhaling a chilling breath. Luo Fengyuan glanced at the Blood Rune clan warriors, now frozen into ice sculptures, and instantly understood the message. The other peripheral warriors, feeling the abrupt drop in temperature, were left both puzzled and terrified. What's happening? Why did it suddenly become so cold? Luo Fengyuan didn't give them a moment to react. With a swift motion, she extended her long legs and delivered a spinning windmill kick, incapacitating several opponents in an instant. Zhang Zhuo, witnessing his forces being decimated, let out a desperate roar. But before he could gather himself, Zirui had already raised her sword above his head. You should be more concerned about yourself, she warned. Zhang Zuo turned his head in horror, but it was too late. He was struck with a devastating blow, his internal screams echoing with disbelief as his armor's protective barrier shattered in an instant. In a cruel twist of fate, he was flung against a boulder, which crumbled upon impact. Ziru Yuan slowly descended in front of him, struggling to sit up. Zhang Zuo's body trembled from exhaustion, yet his eyes were filled with concern for his subordinates. Without his strength to hold the line, those with lower cultivation levels stood little chance against their foes. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyan was fiercely cutting through the enemy ranks, her excitement palpable. However, their numerical advantage soon overwhelmed her once more, leaving her surrounded again. Ziru Yuan swiftly devised their strategy. Luo Fengyuan initiated flanking maneuvers, concentrating on attrition. "Leave the other team members to me," he instructed confidently. Meanwhile, a teammate seized the moment to assist Zhang Zuo to her feet. "Vice Commander, she possesses the legitimate imperial bloodline of the human race. This is her domain. We can't win." In that moment, Zhang Zuo understood the truth. She possesses the legitimate imperial bloodline. "We must retreat." As the order echoed through the air, the members of the Blood Rune clan wasted no time. They fled with all their might. Luo Fengyuan, who had been lost in the thrill of battle, felt her expression shift dramatically as she watched them scatter. "Don't go. Stay and play." With those words, Luo Fengyuan spread her wings, poised to chase after the two warships soaring above her. But just as she took a step forward, Ziru Yuan grabbed her tail. "Don't chase them. Their speed is too much for us." "We won't catch up," she urged, concern etched on her face. Reluctantly, Luo Fengyuan halted, glancing back at Ziru Yuan with a look of disappointment. "What should we do next?" she asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Ziru Yuan paused for a moment deep in thought. "Let's return for now and see what the Dragon Mound Elder has to say." With Bai Xing's arrival, the Blood Rune clan has emerged. It must be connected to her. "Agreed," Luo Fengyuan replied. In an instant, they transformed into two streaks of light, one golden and the other purple, and vanished from sight, racing back to Great Flame Imperial City to find her. After they departed, the two warships that had vanished slowly re-emerged right where they had been. It's true what they say. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Later that day, when he and his daughter Xiao Yu returned to the palace, she spotted the communication jade token on the table, vibrating and glowing softly. "Daddy, it looks like you have a message on your communication jade," she said, her eyes bright with curiosity. She quickly informed Sha Tian, who, puzzled, picked up the jade token and read the message from the mayor of Green Flame Town. "Prince, pig number 988 is missing. I have failed you." Enraged, Xiao Tian stormed out of the courtyard and shouted at Zhong Yanming and a few others who were preparing to leave. "Both of you, come with me right now." Zhang Yangming and Wang Chodao turned in surprise, but before they could utter a word, Xiao Tian seized their clothes and soared into the sky. As he ascended, he called back to Bai Jing, "Stay here and hold down the fort. Don't wander off. Guard my treasure and I'll deduct 10,000 spirit stones from your debt." Bai Qing clenched her small fists and nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, I will complete the task." With that, Xia Tian surged into the sky, his heart racing. He felt his emotions spiraling out of control. "How dare they steal my pig today? Tomorrow, they might come for my people. Are my gentle and delicate Empress wives just up for grabs?" Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos. It seemed that the deranged woman from the Holy Demon Clan was woefully uninformed about the Blood Rune Clan and Luo Taoyan's dealings. A surge of nameless rage filled Sha Tian. It was that damned Blood Rune Clan again. "I must eradicate every last one of you to avenge pig number 998. Meanwhile, Zhang Zuo surveyed the tumultuous battlefield, noting that the two empresses had already departed. It was a stroke of genius to conceal the real warship within a formation, projecting an illusion of it departing. Zhang Zuo approached, his expression steady. "Vice Commander, the formation is all set up." Zhang Zuo nodded in acknowledgement. "Then let's begin." In an instant, a low hum filled the air as a massive formation enveloped the area, effectively masking the presence of the Blood Rune clan members. Zhang Zuo turned to his subordinate, his gaze intense as he surveyed the remnants of the battle. "Can you estimate the strength of those two empresses?" he asked. "When we clashed, I sensed that the Holy Demon Empress possesses an imperial aura even more formidable than that of Luo Taoyan, the Holy Demon Emperor." His subordinate's eyes lit up with excitement. "Not only that," he added, "we've also uncovered the orthodox imperial bloodline of the human race." If our calculations are correct, this could earn us significant merit, Zhang Zuo remarked, scratching his bald head thoughtfully. Unfortunately, we haven't found any trace of the Dragon Empress. I can't help but wonder if we've stirred up a hornet's nest. That makes 3 Empresses now quite intriguing. With that, he stepped forward, his gaze falling upon the clansmen who had perished in the battle. Noticing Zhang Zhuo's low spirits, Zhang Jiji quickly stepped in to offer some comfort. Vice Commander, there's no need to dwell on sadness. The Blood Rune clan will always remember their glory. After this battle, why don't we all take a well-deserved rest? This pig smells amazing. Let's feast and replenish our strength. Zhang Zuo glanced at the pig roasting in the pit, the delicious aroma wafting through the air. An enticing aroma of roasted meat filled the air, causing him to swallow involuntarily. "You're right. Let's feast," Zhang Zhuo exclaimed. He pulled the pig from the pit and sprinkled cumin over it, anticipation building as he prepared to carve it with knife and fork. Just then, a subordinate shouted, "Vice Commander, that Empress from the Holy Demon Clan is suppressing our Blood Rune clan's combat power by about 50%. The restraint strength is amplified by up to 3 times. Additionally, the human Empress enhances the abilities of the Holy Demon Clan's Empress. Their powers not only align and fuse seamlessly, but also amplify each other. The estimated boost reaches an impressive 200%. Even more astonishing, when we factor in the Dragon Empress's power, the total increase skyrockets to a staggering 300%. Zhang Zhuo felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He dropped the knife he was holding, realizing that if they reached the battlefield, the entire Blood Rune clan could be wiped out. Urgently, he addressed everyone. "We need to find a way to capture them. If we don't, the Blood Rune clan is in grave danger." Squad leader Zhang Jiji furrowed his brow in thought. "We can't confront them directly, and our position has already been compromised. They will undoubtedly bolster their defenses. A sneak attack is out of the question," one soldier suggested. "Vice Commander, perhaps we should return and report to the commander?" "No way," Zhang Zuo interrupted sharply. "The boss instructed us to be cautious and prudent when we left. It hasn't even been a day, and we've already made such a mess of things. Do you want to be scolded mercilessly?" Suddenly, Zhang Zuo's gaze fell upon roasted pig number 998 beside him. Memories flooded back of Luo Fengyuan personally capturing the pig, calling out for Brother Xiao in the process. An idea sparked in his mind. The true weakness wasn't the man mentioned by that deranged demon clan woman. This Holy Demon Clan's Empress had flown in carrying a pig just for her beloved, and her fury when the pig met its end was unmistakable. It's clear she dotes on him. All we need to do is find and capture this pretty boy. Manipulating an inept empress like her who cares more for beauty than her empire will be a breeze. Zhang Zhuo said this with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Zhang Jiji, unable to contain her enthusiasm, gave him a thumbs up. "You're a genius, Commander." In the midst of the chaos, Zhang Zhuo found the way out, a smug smile playing on his lips. "Be cautious," he warned. "It's Vice Commander," he continued, acknowledging the effort that had gone into monitoring the fluctuations in spiritual energy and gathering vital intelligence. As he spoke, he retrieved the kidney from pig number 998 and handed it directly to Zhang Jiji. "Grilled kidney, the best part," Zhang Jiji declared, presenting the dish with a flourish. "You're too modest, Commander," he added with a grin. "We're the main of Vice. You're still the commander." They exchanged knowing smiles, a bond of camaraderie evident between them. Zhang Zuo then called out to the gathered clan members. "Once you've eaten and drunk your fill, it's time to prepare for work. This time, I, Zhang Zhuo, vow to guide you toward great achievements. Then we can return and savor a life of comfort, no more risking our lives." Just as the crowd erupted in cheers, the concealment formation they had set up was suddenly torn apart, as if it were mere fabric. The one responsible for this disruption was none other than Xiao Tian, who had rushed in alongside Zhong Yangming and Wang Jiodao. Xiao Tian was utterly devastated, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. "My 998 is gone," he exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Zhang Jiji glanced around, confusion swirling in her mind. What happened? How was the formation torn apart? Nervously, Zhang Zhuo chimed in. "Could there have been a mistake when you set up the formation?" "It's impossible," Xiao Tian replied, his voice steady despite the chaos. "To prevent any unexpected situations, I intentionally increased the formation strength this time, using more than double the usual amount of spirit stones." Zhang Jiji responded, and upon hearing this, Zhang Zhuo clenched his teeth. Anxiety etched on his face. Everyone, listen closely. Whoever is approaching doesn't have good intentions, and they're likely not weak either. Meanwhile, high above, Xiao Tian let out a deep sigh, gesturing toward the Bloodrune clan. Do you still believe my concerns were unfounded? He questioned, his tone laced with a mix of frustration and urgency. The Bloodrune clan is clearly after me. They stole my pig the moment they arrived, deliberately left traces behind, and even had the mayor of Green Flame Town deliver the message personally. It's all a ploy to draw me in. Yet Zhang Yangming remained somewhat skeptical. Could there be a misunderstanding? After all, he had no grievances with the Bloodrune clan. Why would they target you? Xiao Tian asked, shaking his head in confusion. I don't know, he replied, but there's definitely an unknown truth lurking beneath the surface. The evidence that they are after me, it's the number 998 pig. Why do you say that, Prince? Xiao Tian wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with delight. The green flame pig was cooked to perfection, truly the most authentic dish I've ever tasted. One of my favorite cooking methods is charcoal grilled whole pig. They not only know which pig is my favorite, but they also understand my taste preferences. It's a little unsettling how advanced their intelligence system is. The aroma wafting through the air is absolutely mouthwatering, and it seems they've used seasonings I've never even heard of. But no, this isn't the time to indulge. Xiao Tian forcefully shook his head, trying to dispel the tempting aroma that filled the air. Damn it! They knew I was coming and had deliberately used food to distract me. If they weren't targeting me, why would they gather all this information? Why? All I want is to do good deeds every day and be a kind-hearted, carefree prince. Why is it that people are always trying to harm me? Xiao Tian lamented, his distress palpable. Zhang Yangming and Wang Qiudao exchanged glances, their expressions heavy with concern. This Bloodrune clan is truly terrifying, Zhang Yangming said, anger simmering beneath the surface. Their intentions are nothing short of malicious. Wang Qiudao nodded in agreement, determination hardening his features. We can't let them get away with this. As the three of them floated in the Sky Garden, the Bloodrune clan's gaze immediately fell upon Wang Qiudao, who stood resolutely in the center. See that old man? Shangzhuo gestured to his followers. He looks like he's from the Sacred Dragon clan. Xiang Jiji followed his gaze and nodded. It does seem like he's from the Sacred Dragon clan, but something feels off. He doesn't appear to have a physical body, just a form made of spiritual energy. Shangzhuo felt a heavy weight settle on his mind. Are you certain? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Xiang Jiji, his bald head glistening with sweat, nodded firmly. Yes, I'm sure. The Sacred Dragon clan's emergence in the Holy Demon realm is no coincidence. It's likely a dragon spirit from a bygone era, one with a powerful soul capable of manifesting such a formidable body. However, a pure dragon spirit body lacks true power. It can be managed. Xiang Ji said, pulling out a formation disc. I'll modify the formation to seal it off, ensuring our battle doesn't alert the departing Empress. This will also boost our fighting strength, but be warned, the spirit stones will be consumed at an accelerated rate. We need to make this quick, Xiang Ji urged, pressing his hand onto the formation disc. In an instant, the previously torn formation sealed shut, enveloping the three of them. Xiao Tian glanced at them knowingly. See, even the formation was prepared in advance. The moment they spot us, they'll be ready to act. It was as if deal with Xiao Tian was emblazoned on their foreheads. Zhang Yangming and Wang Qiudao exchanged knowing glances. It was clear they were targeting the prince. Let's do this. We'll take them down, they resolved. But just then, Xiao Tian stunned them with his next words. You guys, let's unleash our ultimate move, the combined attack technique we've been practicing. Both felt a tension coursing through them as they turned to Xiao Tian. Prince, we need to discuss the move and the slogan. Maybe we should slow down? Absolutely not. Xiao Tian replied, his voice resolute. There's no time for discussion. We must shout it out loud and clear to let those villains know that justice is here, right now. With a dramatic flourish, he spread his arms and shouted down at the bald men below. Reluctantly, Zhang Yangming gritted his teeth, vowing to make them regret this later. Wang Qiudao, equally unwilling, reassured him, don't worry, I'll support you as much as I can. With that, Zhang Yangming began to gather his power, though a storm of frustration still churned within him. This is all the fault of those Blood Moon clan beasts, Zhang Yangming thought, frustration boiling within him. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have to fight, and the prince wouldn't be asking us to use the combined attack technique. Thankfully, there weren't many outsiders around to witness the chaos. With determination, he clashed his fists together, unleashing a surge of energy that rippled through the air. In an instant, his clothes were torn to shreds. Combined secret technique, he shouted, his voice echoing with resolve. I will form the body, Wang Qiudao declared as he transformed into his true form. Combined secret technique, I will form the armor. With that, he dove into Zhong Yangming's body. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and an armored giant emerged, striking a classic Bruce Lee pose. The bald men from the Blood Moon clan stood frozen in shock. Only Xiao Tian was ecstatic. This is amazing! With these two together, the title of Supreme Benevolent Sugar Baby Deity suddenly sounds so much more impressive. Everything is relative after all. Who cares about losing face? That's their issue, not mine, right? Meanwhile, Zhong Yangming felt a twinge of embarrassment, but his pride wouldn't allow him to become the butt of anyone's jokes. He unleashed his aura in an instant, readying himself for an attack. The expressions on the faces of the bald members of the Blood Moon clan shifted dramatically. Deputy Commander Zhang Zuo swiftly commanded them to disperse. As Zhong Yangming's strike descended with a thunderous roar, they narrowly evaded it. Observing their movements, Zhang Zuo raised his hand and shouted, "Attack!" Zhong Yangming swiftly turned to confront him. "So, you're the ringleader," he said, his voice laced with fury. Merged with Zhong Yangming, Wang Qiudao felt a surge of rage as well, shouting, "Smash him!" As Zhong Yangming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, Zhang Zuo's blood runes glowed fiercely, summoning a towering giant made of flames. But before the fiery behemoth could fully take shape, Zhong Yangming's foot connected with its face in a brutal kick, shattering the illusion before it could even begin to threaten him. With a thunderous boom, the fiery giant erupted, and Zhang Zuo, unable to evade the attack, took the full force of the kick. He was launched into the ground like a cannonball. 2 minutes later, as Zhang Zuo struggled to crawl out of the crater, his expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror at the sight of Zhong Yangming lifting both legs before crashing down with his full weight. As Zhang Zuo was sent back into the abyss, the other bald members of the Bloodroom clan, fueled by reckless bravado, unleashed their energy attacks on Zhong Yangming. With effortless ease, Zhong Yangming brushed aside their assaults, extinguishing their lives in an instant. "A bunch of pig-stealing thieves," he scoffed, his disdain palpable. "As the Prime Minister, I am busy serving the people. Do you truly believe you can make a mockery of me?" With that, he lifted his foot and brought it down hard on Zhang Zuo. Zhang Zuo stood there, tearless, pondering what terrible karma had led him to cross paths with such a monster. Meanwhile, as Zhong Yangming continued his rampage, Xia Tian gazed sorrowfully at pig number 998. "You really met a tragic end, didn't you, 998? I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you or present you at the dinner table in your finest form. But rest assured, these people will get their comeuppance." As he spoke, Xia Tian tore off a pig's hoof and took a hearty bite, relishing the flavor. It felt as if pig number 998 was whispering to him, "My deliciousness is unparalleled and belongs only to you." Xia Tian gazed thoughtfully at the pig's hoof, lost in the moment. "Don't worry, I will fully enjoy your body. Rest in peace, my 998. Just as Zhong Yangming prepared to stomp down again, Zhang Zuo suddenly emerged from the hole, brandishing the Bloodroom clan's ultimate weapon, a blood crystal. In an instant, his aura transformed. "We are noble warriors of the Bloodroom clan, and we never surrender. Our fate is to die honorably in battle, not to be humiliated by your pitiful human race." Bolstered by the Sacred Dragon Clan's spirit, behind Zhang Zuo, other bald warriors stood ready, their blood crystals swirling in their hands, radiating an ominous energy. "Yes, we, the Bloodroom clan, are warriors destined for the battlefield, not for sorrow and death." Zhang Zuo's expression shifted to one of seriousness. He had never anticipated facing such a formidable opponent in the Holy Demon domain. It was no wonder Zhang Yexing had chosen to remain hidden. Then, a grin spread across his face. It was time for the Bloodroom clan's trump card to shine in this mid-level domain. With determination, Zhang Zuo turned his gaze toward the void, where the main force of the Bloodroom clan awaited. "Boss, you need to be careful. Even if you try to stop it now, it's already too late." Zhang Yangming stood with his arms crossed, silently observing Zhang Zuo. His demeanor exuded a quiet confidence, almost bordering on disdain. An unsettling feeling crept over Zhang Zuo. Could it be that they weren't afraid of dying? Just then, a warrior shouted, "Look, what is that human doing?" Before Zhang Zuo could react, the blood crystal in his hand was snatched away. Xiao Tian examined the crystal, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "So, you have one of these intriguing treasures too. I've been craving it ever since I last had one." Zhang Zuo's anxiety surged as he opened his mouth to protest, but before he could speak, Xiao Tian took a large bite, a look of pure bliss spreading across his face. This is incredible. Do you have more? As he spoke, Xiao Tian effortlessly juggled the blood crystal in the air. A chill ran down Zhang Zhuo's spine. He had planned to detonate the blood crystal like a true warrior of the Blood Rune clan, embracing death with honor and courage, in a blaze of glory. How could this worthless human not only suppress the blood crystal but even dare to take a bite? Do you have any idea how damaging that is to our Blood Rune clan? Zhongzhu thought, his face twisted in resentment. The blood crystal should be on the verge of exploding by now, right? He glared at Xiao Tian, who appeared unfazed. Without a second thought, Xiao Tian tossed the remaining blood crystal into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Almost immediately, a deep rumble echoed from his stomach. Xiao Tian let out a satisfied belch, a contented grin spreading across his face. Ah, that familiar feeling so good. Meanwhile, Zhang Jizi felt as though he had aged backward from sheer terror. He had witnessed Xiao Tian consume an entire blood crystal, which had exploded in his stomach. And yet, here he was, perfectly fine and even feeling great. Was this guy even human? Then it struck him, hadn't Xiao Tian mentioned eating another blood crystal before? Upon this realization, Zhang Jiji asked, "Did John Nissen die at your hands?" Xiao Tian replied coolly, "John Nissen? Are you referring to that member of the Blood Rune clan? Don't put the blame on me. I didn't kill him. He met his end due to his own moral decay, refusing to change or seek redemption. His soul simply crumbled. The rest of the Blood Rune clan members chose to end their own lives." Never underestimate a good person. The warriors of the Blood Rune clan were seething with rage. This man wasn't human. He was a demon. What unspeakable torment must our mentally resilient Blood Rune warriors have endured before their souls shattered? In the aftermath, Xiao Tian and his group swiftly bound all the members of the Blood Rune clan, leaving them helpless. Long Chu Dao's expression darkened. "Master Xiao is far too lenient with you all, merely crippling your cultivation. If it were up to me, I'd reduce you to ashes. You've cost me so much face, you bunch of fools." Zhang Zhuo, the deputy commander of the Blood Rune clan, exchanged a knowing glance with his comrades. "We, the warriors of the Blood Rune clan, never bow down." Everyone glared at Xiao Tian with palpable hatred. Meanwhile, he nonchalantly began roasting a pig over the fire. As the mouth-watering aroma filled the air, the stomachs of the weary Blood Rune clan warriors rumbled uncontrollably, their hunger overwhelming them. With a smirk, Xiao Tian declared, "This meat is absolutely delicious, especially with the seasoning on that crispy golden-brown skin." He even wafted the enticing aroma toward the Blood Rune clan, making their mouths water. Zhang Zhuo furrowed his brow, reminding himself that while a soldier can be killed, he must never be humiliated. After all, it was just roasted pig. Yet his body betrayed him, his stomach growled audibly, and it seemed everyone around him was on the brink of losing their composure. Suddenly, Xiao Tian inched closer, a bone in hand, unable to resist the temptation to take a lick and savor the flavor. Zhang Zhuo, momentarily disoriented, snapped back to reality, his teeth grinding in frustration as he fantasized about sinking his teeth into Xiao Tian. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "If you have the guts, go ahead! Kill me now!" Xiao Tian merely laughed, turning to the others with a smirk. "Look at him," he said. "He's losing it. He can't even handle this minor temptation. No wonder he resorted to stealing a pig." Shaking his head, he continued, "It seems the moral integrity and education of the Blood Rune clan are sorely lacking. You call yourselves noble warriors, more like hooligans on the battlefield. I can't bear to watch this any longer. They must make amends for their mistakes. Take them to Green Flame Mountain." Zhong Yangming and Long Jiaodao exchanged glances, both letting out a resigned sigh. "You could have provoked anyone else, but you had to mess with Master Xiao. Now you'll learn what it truly means to wish for death." Before long, they arrived at the pig farm in Green Flame Town. Xiao Tian pointed at pig number 997. "Kneel and apologize," he commanded. Zhang Zhuo stood frozen, his disbelief mirrored in the faces of his companions. "You want us, the esteemed warriors of the Blood Rune clan, to kneel and apologize to a pig?" he exclaimed incredulously. In a swift motion, Xiao Tian slapped Zhang Zhuo, spinning him around. With a reluctant thud, Zhang Zhuo found himself kneeling before pig number 997. "And just so you know," Xiao Tian added, with a hint of indignation, "number 997 is a mother. Originally, I envisioned number 998, witnessing the birth of its children, then joyfully joining the family at the dinner table for a New Year's reunion. But your greedy and selfish actions have shattered that happiness. This is a grave sin. You must apologize whether you want to or not." Zhang Zhuo stood on the brink of tears, feeling the weight of injustice. It was all so unfair. I didn't steal the pig, Zhang Zuo exclaimed, his voice filled with desperation. This moment felt like the greatest humiliation of his life. This man, he's not even human. As he finally broke down in tears, Xiao Tian couldn't help but smile. Are those tears of regret? It seems you're not beyond redemption after all. After all this time, I finally met someone who was truly remorseful. Suddenly, the mayor of Green Flame Town burst onto the scene, shouting in a panic. Xiao Tian! The livestock seemed to be acting strangely. Seizing the moment, Xiao Tian replied, "You've arrived just in time. Take a looker. These the ones who stole the pig?" The mayor quickly grasped the situation, his finger jabbing toward the group as he exclaimed, "Yes, it's them!" Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Zhuo's frustration bubbled to the surface. "You're talking nonsense." "We didn't do anything," he snapped. It was clear to him that the culprit was a deranged woman from the Holy Demon Clan. Zhong Yangming and Wang Chodao exchanged knowing glances. Their thoughts aligned. Who else could it be but Luo Fengjuan from the Holy Demon Clan? She was precisely the type to commit such a reckless act. Xiao Tian brushed them aside, striding forward to deliver 2 swift kicks to Zhang Zuo. "Enough with the nonsense. She's mine." Then, he paused, his tone shifting. "She's a good empress who looks out for ordinary people like me. How could she ever steal my pig? I just praised you, and yet you forget yourself and start slandering someone so virtuous." Ideological reform is urgently needed. Xiao Tian turned to Wang Tudao, placing the mark of servitude upon him and granting control authority to the mayor. Once Wang Tudao complied, Xiao Tian addressed the mayor, saying, "From now on, these Blood Rune Clan criminals are under your command. Feel free to assign them any hard labor, whether it's shoveling manure or tending to the pigs, cows, and sheep of Green Flame." After all, they possess grand ambitions and formidable strength. The mayor couldn't suppress his smile. "Prince, you're truly remarkable. Just a few days ago, I mentioned we were short-handed, and now you've resolved it all in one fell swoop." The bald heads around him were left in stunned disbelief. "Our fate as warriors of the Blood Rune Clan lies on the battlefield, where we forge brilliant lives through blood and fire, not in the muck." Suddenly, the mayor recalled his original purpose. "Prince, what I meant to say was about the livestock's mood issues." Before he could continue, Xiao Tian patted him on the shoulder, interrupting him. "Don't worry, I have a plan." He then turned to Wang Tudao, his expression turning serious. "Put this bald guy into that yo-yo over there." Wang Chudao was taken aback. Is this really acceptable? He was a warrior after all. Xiao Tian sighed, interpreting Wang Chudao's hesitation as a question of why he didn't simply end it. It wasn't ideal. He felt he was showing too much mercy. Yet seeing the tears of remorse in Wang Chudao's eyes, he decided to offer him a chance. Wang Chudao sighed again, choosing to remain silent. He slowly conjured a spherical formation with his hands, enveloping Zhang Zuo within it. Confusion washed over Zhang Zuo. What was happening? Wang Chudao, with a hint of sympathy, explained, "This is a toy that the prince prepared for the livestock. Here, green flame pigs, green flame cows, green flame sheep, and more. Your task is to keep them entertained by playing with them." The nearby green flame pigs appeared restless, eager to begin. Zhang Zuo stood in shock. "A toy? Am I really meant to be a plaything for a herd of livestock?" Panic surged within him, mingling with the urge to cry. Shouldn't I be treated like a person? Meanwhile, the deputy commander of the Blood Rune Clan found himself trapped within a sphere created by Xiao Tian, poised to become yet another plaything for the animals. Witnessing this, Zhang Zuo's demeanor shifted dramatically. The warriors of the Blood Rune Clan exchanged knowing glances. "Deputy Commander, have you finally reached your breaking point? Are you really going to take this lowly human down with you?" But in an unexpected turn, Zhang Zuo suddenly knelt, a bright smile spreading across his face as he looked up at Xiao Tian. "Sir, I can provide detailed information from 10 different angles and types. Which would you like to hear first?" The other warriors were taken aback, stunned by their deputy commander's unexpected confidence. Xiao Tian fixed him with a cold stare. "Then spill everything you know." Zhang Zuo offered a bitter smile, realizing the weight of the moment. "Sir, my soul has been bound," he confessed, a hint of desperation in his voice. "There are many things I cannot say, but I will share whatever I can." Long Zhou Dao scrutinized him closely, then nodded in confirmation. "Prince, he indeed bears a restriction." Xiao Tian sighed, his resolve hardening. "Very well then, tell us everything you can." The man took a deep breath, revealing, "The Blood Rune Clan is part of the martial spirit army. From the moment of their birth, they have fought relentlessly in the Meteor Flame battlefield against humans, the Demon Clan, and the Sacred Dragon Clan. For them, life's sole purpose is to invade and seize territories from other races. Just as they were on the verge of capturing the Meteor Flame battlefield, the Demon Clan army emerged to aid the humans. Among their ranks, the Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taoyuan wielded a demonic energy that completely countered the Bloodroom Clan. His wife's illusions had the power to ensnare even the Bloodroom Clan in a fabricated reality. This was why Zhang Zuo and the others had come here to uncover the Holy Demon Emperor's formidable secret and sever his escape routes. Zhang Yangming grasped the situation instantly. Ah, that makes sense. It also sheds light on the internal strife within the Demon Clan back then. But what could possibly motivate them to take such drastic measures? Is this for training soldiers? Long Chudao pressed on, curiosity evident in his voice. Zhang Zuo's eyes widened in surprise. Are you talking about Qing? Isn't she the Dragon Empress? Before the Holy Demon Emperor arrived on the battlefield, she was the supreme commander of the humans, the Demon Clan, and the Sacred Dragon Clan. During our mission, we crossed paths with a member of the Bloodgrudge clan, who appeared to be tracking the Dragon Empress. Zhang Zuo swallowed hard, his words caught in his throat, bound by the restrictions on his soul. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian muttered the title of Dragon Empress, a hint of envy in his voice. Why does her name sound so much cooler than mine? That's really unfair, he muttered, shaking his head in disappointment. Zhang Yangming and Long Chudao exchanged a knowing glance, both grasping the unspoken message. Another empress. It all made sense now. Sensing the tension, Xiao Tian turned to them, his brow furrowing. What are you two looking at? Why the strange expressions? Zhang Yangming cleared his throat, breaking the uncomfortable silence. If I remember correctly, Prince, you received money from the Dragon Empress, didn't you? Xiao Tian opened his mouth to argue that it was merely compensation, but the other two were already dismissing him. They both bowed slightly in acknowledgement, their expressions indicating that only Xiao had the power to command the Dragon Empress's attention. The Holy Demon Empress and the Human Empress both decided to cover his expenses simultaneously. At that moment, Shatian found them incredibly annoying. The two of them were grinning, clearly enjoying the moment. We're definitely not getting back at you for that earlier embarrassment, they said, their smiles wide. Xiao Tian turned away, muttering to himself, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. He vented his frustration on Zhang Zuo. You know, he began, I initially planned to rotate this Toyojil stuffing job among you and your team. But since you so readily admitted your mistakes, I've decided to place this heavy responsibility solely on your shoulders. How does that make you feel? Surprised? Zhang Zuo felt on the brink of a mental breakdown. Why was this happening? Why? Suddenly the green flame pig, once lost and thought to be gone, charged at him. The crowd watched in amusement as Zhang Zuo was tossed into the air repeatedly, only to crash back down. A sense of secret satisfaction washed over them. They couldn't help but think he deserved every moment of it. Zhang Zhuo cursed under his breath. Human prince, I'll make you pay for this. But Xiao Tian remained unfazed. Just make sure to do with more force. I'll thank you on behalf of my adoptive father. He then turned to the village chief, his tone shifting to one of authority. Keep a close watch on their condition. When they finally break down and can't function anymore, let me know. I'll send professionals to interrogate them, Long Chowdao declared. The village chief looked puzzled. Didn't that guy already confess? Long Chowdao merely shrugged. At their level, a mental breakdown can deeply affect their souls. They might reveal more than expected. Zhang Yangming nodded in agreement. Exactly. If their statements deviate significantly from what they were instructed to say, it could be revealing. It means he is lying, the village chief declared, immediately praising. Prince, you are indeed wise. Meanwhile, in the royal study, Luo Fenyuan ground her teeth in frustration. Her fists clenched tightly. Damn it. They managed to escape before I could even enjoy the fight. What cowards? Ji Ruoyuan, listening to her complaints, couldn't resist playfully poking her in the head. You should be grateful they didn't have reinforcements or traps. You're actually quite lucky rather than lamenting the lack of a good fight. At this, Luo Fengyuan fell silent, his tail swishing thoughtfully. Ji Ruoyan felt an urge to reach out and grab it but managed to restrain herself. With a serious tone, she warned him again. Knowing the enemy is strong, why would you act so recklessly and put yourself at a disadvantage? Why not just unleash your demonic energy and let me assist? Luo Fengyuan shot back without hesitation. Those scoundrels had murdered 998 who was Xiao Brothers' beloved. All he could think about was crushing them, not fleeing. The plan had been flawless. How could fate be so cruel? Jit Ruoyan nearly laughed in frustration. Your plan was flawed from the start, he said, his tone steady. Now, we need to allocate some manpower to track down the Blood Moon clan. They pose a significant threat. Luo Fengyuan nodded in agreement. Yes, we must find them. Just then, a guard burst in, breathless. Your Majesty, the Prince and the Prime Minister are on their way to the royal study. Panic flickered in Luo Fengyuan's eyes. Why did Xia Brothers suddenly arrive? Did he discover the truth about 998? Zhe Ruyan could only offer some comfort. He's probably just here to rest. You know how he is. But Lo Fengyan wasn't paying attention. Instead, he began to pace anxiously, muttering to himself, Xia Brother must be really angry. He's definitely going to scold me. As she spoke, an expression of eager anticipation lit up her face. Zhe Ruyan was left speechless. This girl was truly beyond help, absolutely beyond help. Moments later, the incense in the royal study was lit. Xiao Tian leaned back in the chair and gave Zhe Ruyan a thumbs up. So comfortable, he sighed. The scent of this incense is simply unforgettable. Luo Fengyan curiously inhaled the fragrance. Was it truly that remarkable? Xiao Tian tapped his head and explained, Many things in this world are fascinating. Scents have the power to evoke memories. Whenever I catch a whiff of this incense, I'm reminded of your Majesty's diligent and benevolent governance. This is truly your Majesty's scent. With that, Xiao Tian winked at Zhe Ruyan, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. She shyly turned away, mumbling, Nonsense. Where would I get a scent like that? Always charming, never serious. Watching their interaction, Luo Fengyuan felt a wave of unease wash over her. No, Xia Brothers' attention should be focused solely on me. I just need to confess about stealing the pig, and everything will be fine. Xiao Tian was the first to speak up. Who said there's nothing serious going on? There actually is. The Blood Room clan we mentioned earlier has resurfaced in force. From their confession, it seems they had other missions, but I can't shake the feeling they have sinister intentions toward me. They know me all too well. They even stole 998 and roasted it whole over charcoal. Absolutely infuriated, Zhe Ruyan turned her head in surprise. I had no idea Lord Xiao had an encounter with the ones who fled. What happened? How did you meet them? Xiao Tian shook his head. Didn't the village chief say 998 was stolen? I rushed over with Zhong Yangming and Wang Chadao, only to find that the Bloodroom clan had just roasted 998 and got caught by me. Luo Fengyuan felt a surge of anxiety as she watched her hard work being claimed by someone else. That's not how it is, Xiao Brother. I'm the one who stole 998. But before she could finish, Xiao Tian cut her off with a teasing grin. You little mischief maker, trying to take credit for this just to get a rise out of me? Not a chance. The notorious criminal gang is currently undergoing reformation at Green Flame Farm. Don't try to fool me, you little rascal, Xiao Tian said, playfully giving Luo Fengyuan a pat on the head. Zhe Ruyan stood by speechless, wondering if it could actually be her this time. Meanwhile, Luo Fengyuan was left dumbfounded, realizing the truth. It really was her who had done it. Why? Does the Bloodroom clan have issues? They fled and then returned to take the blame? What does this mean? Luo Fengyuan began to cry, lamenting, my perfect plan just gone like that. However, Zhong Yangming quickly informed the two empresses that the Bloodroom clan had also revealed crucial information about the Holy Demon clan. They learned that the Holy Demon Emperor and his wives had all appeared on the Meteor Flame battlefield. Both were momentarily stunned. Luo Fengyuan shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My father and mother fought endlessly in the past, clashing fiercely until they perished together. That was when the primordial demon kingdom began to descend into chaos. My so-called siblings were merciless. Years ago, after my awakening, I had personally pierced their bodies with a holy demon scythe. Zhe Ruyan, intrigued, asked, so why did your father and mother argue and fight to the death in the first place? How did they end up dying together? Luo Fengyuan's annoyance grew. Ji Bun, what's wrong with you? Can't you understand? I explained it clearly. They argued and then died together. Zhe Ruyan's temper flared. You stubborn fool! Just answer my question. Why did they argue and how did they die? Luo Fengyuan, taken aback, shot back. Why are you yelling at me? I already told you, she began, her voice growing softer. They fought to the point of no reconciliation and died together. As Luo Fengyuan continued, she noticed the three of them staring intently, a hint of unease creeping in. Suddenly, she covered her mouth in astonishment. Have I been repeating myself? Why is that? It all felt so real back then. Those parents never cared for me, and my brothers and sisters were so cruel. But how did they neglect me? How did they bully me? Why can't I remember any of the details? Luo Fengyuan struggled to recall, but it was as if her brain had short-circuited. Xiao Tian and Zhe Ruyan exchanged glances, staring at Luo Fengyuan, whose head seemed to be smoking from the effort. This woman is truly bizarre, they thought. Yet, Luo Fengyuan struggled to accept it. This can't be fate. I killed those detestable siblings with my own hands, especially the 18th royal brother. He was deeply involved in the Southern Wilderness Realm plan. Xiao Tian and Ji Ruoyong exchanged glances and spoke in unison. It's a clone, Luo Fengyuan murmured, confusion washing over him. Are these two trying to trick me? Ji Ruyan let out a sigh. When you entered the Southern Wilderness Realm, didn't you leave a clone in the primordial demon kingdom? Understanding dawned on Luo Fengyuan. Oh, that. It's a unique ability of our holy demon clan. By harnessing the demonic energy of our lineage, the clone not only possesses combat skills, but can also mislead others. Luo Fengyuan's eyes widened as a realization struck her. Could it be that my 18th royal brother also used a clone? Ji Ruyan gently took her hand, offering comfort to her startled heart. It's not confirmed yet, she reassured, but since the Blood Ruin clan mentioned it, we must head to the Meteor Flame battlefield to uncover the truth. Your 18th royal brother's involvement in the Southern Wilderness Realm plan could be a significant factor. The true nature of this revelation may only come to light when you reunite with your family, who, against all odds, should not even be alive. As these words sank in, Luo Fengyuan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. In a sudden rush of emotion, she threw herself into Xiao Tian's arms, tears streaming down her face. Brother Xiao, I'm so frustrated. I feel like my mind is unraveling. Nearby, Ji Ruoyan cleared her throat twice, gently tugging at Luo Fengyuan's clothes to bring her back to reality. Wait, Lord Xiao is still recovering. He must have had a confrontation with the Blood Ruin clan earlier. Don't wear him out, she cautioned. Ji Ruoyan, growing impatient, tugged her away. Are you serious? Your horns are poking everyone. Honestly, you didn't inherit Bai Qing's diligence, but you certainly mastered her talent for clinging on. Cao Tian observed his two Empress wives bickering, a familiar sight that oddly brought him a sense of joy. There was something delightful about their spirited exchanges. It had been 7 days since Zhang Zhuo and his followers were captured, and now Xiao Tian and his Empresses were relishing a feast of roast whole pig. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu floated gracefully in midair, engrossed in the information gathered from Zhang Zhuo and his companions over the past week. According to their confessions, their primary plan was to capture the descendants of the Holy Demon Emperor, Luo Taotian, and obtain their blood to activate a spatial array that would open the war gate. Xiao Yue turned to Ji Ruyan, who then advised Luo Fengyuan. In that case, let's not act recklessly on our own from now on. We should stick together as much as possible to cover for each other if anything goes wrong. Luo Fengyuan waved her hand dismissively. I get it, you've been rambling on. Suddenly, Xiao Yu recalled something. By the way, where's old Dragon Mound? I haven't seen him in a while. Xiao Tian, his eyes fixed on the roast pig, replied, he's off taking care of some matters. He should be back soon. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the starry universe, a battleship drifted silently through the cosmos. Aboard, Commander Zhang Wuxuan of the Blood Ruin clan clutched a transmission jade, his brow furrowed in confusion. It's been 7 days, he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. Why? I'm going bald over here. Why hasn't there been any response? Zhang Wuxing quickly stepped forward, seeking to offer some comfort to his commander. Boss, you really should eat something. This special blood meal, if left untouched, could weigh heavily on your body. We're in a unique situation, and we need to stay in peak condition. Zhang Wuxuan clenched his teeth in frustration. There's something I don't understand. I only asked for a simple task, just a bit of scouting, a little probing. Zhang Wuxuan furrowed his brow in frustration. I didn't make an excessive request. Why has there been no movement? No matter how hard he tried to understand, the situation eluded him. Meanwhile, his third team captain, Zhang Wuxin, wore a bitter smile. How the hell would I know? My foolish cousin from the 10th team has vanished without a trace. And there's still no word from Zhang Zhuo, the deputy commander, one of the men reported. Boss, stay calm. No news means they're being careful and prudent. Zhang Wuxuan's anger erupted as he slammed his fist on the table, sending it toppling over. Careful, my ass. Prudent, my ass. We are the Blood Ruin clan, the bravest and most noble warriors, not a bunch of cowards. Zhang Wuxuan was consumed by fury, nearly reaching the brink of hysteria. I can give them everything, but not women. Why haven't they returned? Then a sudden realization struck him. The women of the demon clan were renowned for their breathtaking beauty and alluring curves. Those traitorous dogs must have been seduced by earthly pleasures and defected, he concluded, convinced that this was the only explanation. Zhang Wuxin, beads of sweat forming on his brow, hesitantly suggested, "Boss, could it be that they encountered danger down their end? Were wiped out?" Zhang Wuxuan pointed to himself, his expression mirroring Wuxin's concern. "I considered that possibility as well, but why haven't we seen any signs of a blood crystal explosion?" Wuqin's face grew serious as a new thought crossed his mind. "Boss, could it be that the blood crystal didn't explode because it was stopped?" "Didn't explode?" Zhang Wuxuan echoed, disbelief etched on his face. "Even I would only have the option to flee when confronted with a blood crystal. Who could possibly be strong enough to stop it? If someone managed to suppress it, there should have been some indication of an impending explosion. Could it have been consumed? It seems I'll have to investigate this myself. I want to see just how well these bastards are living it up," Zhang Wuxuan declared with a steely resolve. "Prepare on your end. Notify the first team to assemble. After our meeting with the superior, I'll personally head to the Holy Demon Realm." As Zhang Wuxin nodded in agreement, both men suddenly caught sight of a bright light in the distance. When did this fragment of the world drift by? It hardly matters, as there are countless similar fragments scattered throughout the void. What they didn't realize was that this particular fragment was crafted by Long Zhou Dao himself. Lord Shao was correct. The Bloodrune clan's battleship is indeed lurking just outside the boundary world. They've concealed themselves cleverly, using the turbulence and dense debris of the void as their shield. After a lengthy search, I finally found them. That night, Zerua Yuan, Luo Feng Yuan, and Bai Qing gathered for dinner. Zerua Yuan appeared calm, relieved that everyone could finally unwind after a period of hard work. Meanwhile, Bai Qing was enthusiastically devouring roast pork, believing that wasting food was a disgrace. Noticing Luo Feng Yuan's worried expression, Yuru Yuan quickly stepped in to offer him some comfort. "Once we gather information about the Meteor Flame battlefield, you can leave your clone in the Primordial Demon Kingdom and go search for your parents to gain some clarity." Luo Fengyuan responds, "Of course I will. This matter has been nagging at me like a ticking time bomb." She takes a sip from her drink and glances at Zhiru Yuan. "You seem to miss your parents, don't you?" Zero Yuan's eyes glimmer with nostalgia. "I do miss them," she admits softly. Luo Fengyuan responds, "Well then, why not go find them?" Zero Yuan's expression shifts, a hint of resolve in her gaze. "I am the Great Flame Empress. I can't just leave. The countless citizens here depend on me. If my parents knew the current state of Great Flame, they would undoubtedly support my decision." Luo Fengyuan lets out a soft sigh, stretching her arm to pull Zhiru Yuan into a warm embrace. "I support you too, but should we hurry to the void battlefield? What if my parents are in danger?" Zhiru Yuan quickly reassures her. "What are you thinking? If your parents were so easily killed, why would the Bloodrune clan go to such great lengths to sneak into the Holy Demon Realm?" Tears well in the corners of Luo Fengyuan's eyes. But then she realizes your parents are also in a perilous situation. Just as she begins to voice her thoughts, Zhiru Yuan interrupts, pressing a flask to her lips. "If you can't say anything helpful, then just be quiet. No one said you were mute." Luo Fengyuan sputters as he chokes on his drink, quickly shoving the flask back toward Zhiru Yuan's face. "What do you know?" he exclaims. "This is called preparing for the worst." Bai Qing, observing the scene, slides a flask of wine closer. "Drink up! More, more!" he urges with a grin. "You all drink, and I'll take care of the food. It's the perfect arrangement." With a playful nudge, Bai Qing pushes the dining table a little further forward, ready to indulge in the feast. This distance should keep all the food on the table safe. The familiar scene unfolds once more. Who will emerge victorious in tonight's battle remains to be seen. Poor Zhang Yangming will find himself preparing another nutritious soup tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the other end, Zhang Wushang steps into a spacious hall. He bows to the deputy general seated in the chair. "Sir," Qi Chuan says, raising an eyebrow. "Zhang Wuxiang, where is your hair?" Zhang Wuxiang instinctively touches his bald head, grappling with how to respond. Should he admit that stress drove him to this? Would that be too embarrassing? Never mind. It's not worth dwelling on. Qi Chuan dismisses the matter as unimportant, yet he can't help but feel a bit distracted by it. "I heard from your subordinates that we're currently in the void above the Holy Demon Realm," he remarks. Zhang Wushang nods eagerly. "Exactly, sir." Qi Chuan chuckles at the coincidence. "How fortunate! I have some lingering effects from using the blood curse technique and was hoping to recover on your warship. I also wanted to locate the Dragon Empress, and to my surprise, I sensed her presence in the Holy Demon Realm. Ha ha, this is truly effortless." Old Minister Zhang Yangming watched the exchange, amused by how the Emperor seemed to act like a carefree 20-year-old when bickering with Luo. Suddenly, he turned to the young prince, Shao Tian, and asked, "What about your parents?" Xiao Tian casually slurps his soup and replies, "They were killed by my adoptive father." Zhong Yangming shifts uncomfortably, his expression turning serious. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." Meanwhile, Xiao Tian is lost in thought, savoring the incredible flavors of the soup. The chef is truly talented. Noticing Zhong's apology, Xiao Tian simply smiles. "It's all right, I didn't find out until later. I once believed I was simply chosen from somewhere." Zhong Yangming winced at the discomfort of the memory. How could the young prince discuss such painful topics with a smile? "It seems you've endured your share of hardships as well. What have you faced?" Xiao Tian lifted his soup bowl, his expression turning serious. "In the past, my so-called adoptive father raised us like hunting dogs for his assassin organization, and I was the organization's ace. My life has been a bit easier than most." Zhong Yangming looks taken aback. "I never imagined you were a top assassin in your original realm." Xiao Tian's expression shifts, growing serious. "You're mistaken. I'm the ace among aces, but I'm not an ace assassin." Zhong Yangming furrows his brow. "What's the difference?" Xiao Tian replies, "I rank first on the strongman list, but I'm at the bottom of the assassin list. They even claim my assassination methods are unorthodox. How utterly shameless," he mused. "I may be the organization's ace, but I'm no ace assassin." Zhong Yangming looked puzzled and immediately bowed. "May I ask, young prince, what is your assassination method like?" Xiao Tian gestured for Zhong Yangming to come closer, then leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Let me ask you, what does it take for a successful assassination? Isn't the goal to eliminate the target without revealing your identity and leaving no traces?" Zhong Yangming nodded in agreement. "So what if I just take out everyone and destroy the place? There would be no information leaks and no traces left behind, right?" He swallowed hard. "Well, when you put it that way, it does make a certain kind of sense." Xiao Tian's smile widens. "See, you agree with me, don't you? When I took down the entire Blood Cloud Tower, you couldn't find a single lead, could you?" Zhong Yangming shifts uncomfortably but nods in reluctant acknowledgement. "True, I can't argue with that." Suddenly, a loud thud interrupts their conversation. They turn to see Shi Ruoyan and Luolfeng Goyan, both clearly intoxicated, leaning against each other on the ground. Xiao Tian senses it's time to take action. He gives Zhong Yangming a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Reflect on what I've said and done. Think it over." Just then, both of their communication tokens buzz with an incoming video call. It's Long Qiu Dao, announcing that he has located the lair of the Bloodroom clan. Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming share a meaningful glance, their resolve strengthening. He gently lifts both empresses and carries them into the room. Once he lays them on the bed and observes their peaceful slumber, a warm smile spreads across Xiao Tian's face. "You both have been working so hard lately. It's time to rest," he murmurs. "Get some sleep and let the world fade away." Leaning down, he places tender kisses on Shi Ruyuan and Luo Fenyuan's foreheads, a silent promise of care and protection. Turning back, he notices Xiao Yu covering her eyes. "What's the point of that?" Bai Qing takes her usual stance and says, "Please, go ahead." Xiao Qian then delivers a gentle pat and instructs Xiao Yu, "Be a good girl and keep an eye on your two moms. Daddy has to take care of some business." Xiao Yu stands with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression a mix of concern and curiosity. "Got it. But Dad, what are you planning to do? Did you find out someone wants to harm you again?" Xiao Tian gently flicks her forehead. "These are adult matters, Xiao Yu Tie. Kids shouldn't pry." Annoyed, she rubs her forehead, watching as Xiao Tian and Zhong Yangming slowly walk away, leaving her with a lingering sense of unease. Observing the situation, Xiao Yu quickly establishes a defensive array within the room, ensuring their safety. With that in place, she can finally get some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, Qi Chun of the Blood Grudge clan appears deep in thought. "Based on the information you shared, it seems the secret of the Holy Demon Emperor truly lies in his hometown," he muses. Zhang Wushuang, scratching his bald head in contemplation, nods in agreement. "Is the Holy Demon Realm truly that enigmatic?" "Absolutely. Despite being influenced by my blood curse technique, Bai Qing should instinctively head to the Eastern Sea Realm. Her decision to venture into the Holy Demon Realm is puzzling. Moreover, I'm not the only one keeping tabs on her. Someone else may already be in the Holy Demon Realm, picking off your teammates to claim all the glory for themselves." Zhang Wushuang stands in disbelief. Is Bai Qing truly that significant? It's understandable that those at this level might not grasp the full picture. After all, she grew up alongside that woman as a playmate. The revelation leaves Zhang Wushuang stunned. That woman? Yes, the one from the Sacred Alliance 4 years ago. Who could have imagined that a mere 16-year-old fox demon would ascend to such heights, becoming a figure of immense power? Bai Qing is not just a confidant, she's also a cherished playmate. Capturing her would yield significant advantages. Furthermore, your mission to locate the descendants of the Holy Demon Emperor and unlock the War Gate could be accomplished in the process. I need your full support for this operation. Rest assured, you won't miss out on the rewards. The Martial Spirit Army is known for its generosity when it comes to compensation. At that moment, Zhang Wushuang's face drains of color as he points at Zhu Jun's head, unable to speak. Confused, Jun asks, "Why are you pointing at me?" Before he can receive an answer, a hand suddenly descends from above, crashing him into the ground. Xiao Tian looked up in horror at the man who had just appeared, forcing a smile. "We were just discussing how generous the rewards are. I'm quite curious. Could you explain it to me?" Meanwhile, sweat trickled down Zhizhun's forehead as he faced the sudden appearance of the three men. He had no idea when they had arrived, and their presence was unsettling. He couldn't sense their aura at all. The man at the forefront possesses an exceptionally strong soul. Not only can he fend off Zhizhun's mental invasion, but he can also shatter his will. His power is genuinely formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu resolves to strike first. In an instant, he clasps his hands together, and intricate patterns ripple across his body. The black lotus on his forehead begins to glow with an ominous brilliance. Seizing the opportunity of Xiao Tian's brief distraction, Zhizhun shouts, "Seal!" and swiftly performs a series of hand signs. In an instant, chains materialize from thin air, ensnaring Xiao Tian tightly. With a fierce roar, Zhu commands, "Attack!" At this command, Zhang Wushang surges with energy, his form expanding dramatically until he resembles a bald giant. With a thunderous crash, he slams his fist into the ground, unleashing a powerful explosion. The room fills with debris and smoke as Zhu Jin and Zhang Wushang swiftly retreat, their eyes locked on Xiao Tian. Jiyun raises both palms, channeling his blood-grudged spiritual energy into a powerful torrent aimed directly at Xiao Tian. In a desperate bid to buy some time, you activate the blood crystal, unleashing a deafening explosion that echoes through the chaos. Without hesitation, Zhang Wushang tears open his chest and extracts a blood crystal that has been nurtured within his heart. As the crystal emerges, the blood stains dissipate, revealing its pristine clarity. He raises it high and bellows, "Kinsman, fight for honor!" With a fierce determination, he hurls the blood crystal into the thick smoke, aiming for Xiao Tian's position. Seeing this, Zhu urgently signals to everyone, "Enough, let's go!" Zhang Wushang quickly pulls out an array disc and places it on the ground, activating the teleportation array. Their figures begin to blur as they prepare to vanish. Zhizhun grits his teeth, a cruel smile creeping across his face. "Human trash," he sneers. "Prepare for the explosion of the blood crystal. We look forward to your counterattacks." After tossing the blood crystal capable of annihilating an entire world, Zhang Wushang swiftly activates the array disk, teleporting the entire warship to a secluded realm. Jiyun surveys the lush greenery surrounding them. The spiritual energy here is sparse, and the most formidable beasts barely reach the fourth tier. Zhang Wushang gazes at the array disk, a somber expression crossing his face. He laments that the emergency void transfer could only be used once and consumed an astonishing number of blood crystals, equivalent to 500 million top-grade spirit stones. Jun turns to comfort him, reassuring him not to worry. "When we return to the Meteor Flame battlefield, I'll explain everything. Trust me, if we hadn't acted decisively throwing the blood crystal and activating the array to escape, we would have surely perished." Zhang Wushang nods slightly, his expression serious. "I understand. That person seemed ordinary, yet they managed to appear silently behind you. His strength is beyond comprehension. Thanks to your swift decision, we managed to take refuge in this small fragment of the world. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences." Zhang Wushang turns to his companion, Zhang Wushen, and instructs him to mark this location with an anchor point on the warship, allowing them to teleport back here in the future. Without hesitation, Zhang Wushen agrees. Seizing the opportunity created by the time spent anchoring their position, they activated projection array to witness the moment Xiao Tian was blown apart. The Blood Rune Clan warriors, eager to understand the nature of the enemy that compelled their commander to resort to the blood crystal, gather around in anticipation. Meanwhile, in a void, Xiao Tian clears away the smoke and debris with a surge of energy, standing resolute alongside his two companions. Long Zhou Dao reveals to the group that the individual they encountered earlier hails from the Blood Grudge clan, the very one responsible for placing a blood curse technique on Bai Qing. He notes how that person swiftly ordered a retreat when faced with danger, showcasing an impressive command over the battle's rhythm. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian clutches the blood crystal tightly and adds, "That guy had black patterns all over his body and a black lotus on his forehead." Just one glance at him reveals that he's up to no good. His face is a mask of schemes, and the moment he spotted me, he bolted clearly guilty. Xiao Tian then pulls a chicken leg from his storage ring, savoring it alongside the blood crystal, clearly relishing the moment. The energy contained in this blood crystal is far more potent than the two he acquired from the Holy Demon Realm. The flavor is even more intense. Awesome. But Xu Miaoming seems bored. Does that mean our trip was for nothing? Long Zhou Dao meticulously studies the traces left in the void. From what he observes, they utilized a spatial array known as void transfer. This array necessitates an anchor point. Given the residual space fluctuations in the area, it appears they are hiding within a nearby fragment of space-time. Just as Xiao Tian is about to respond, the blood crystal he swallowed begins to erupt. A deep rumble resonates from his stomach, and suddenly he belches forth a burst of flames. Afterward, he clears his throat with satisfaction, pats his belly, and asks, "Are you certain they're hiding in a nearby space-time fragment? Could this be a clue intended to mislead us?" No. In their minds, the intense fluctuations from the explosion of that scorching crystal would completely mask any spatial disturbances. However, they fail to consider the trump card that is Lord Xiao. The blood crystal has now become a seasoning for Lord Zhao's barbecue. As Xiao Tian surveys the scene, he remarks, "There must be at least 100 fragments scattered here. Searching for the truth is going to be a real hassle." Meanwhile, the members of the Bloodroom clan watch Xiao Tian's audacious actions with disbelief. Zhang Wuxin mutters in horror, "Boss, you were actually right. The blood crystal really got eaten." Zhang Wushuang, nearly beside himself with fury, clenches his fists tightly. These humans truly are something else. "Why didn't it explode and kill you?" Ji Jun seethed, his voice laced with fury. "You bastard! My deputy commander! My troops! My blood crystals! Damn humans! You've wasted 3 of my blood crystals!" As he watched Xiao Tian swallow the blood crystal, a chill of horror washed over him. The strength of this human far exceeded anything he could have imagined. It's fortunate we retreated swiftly. He must be a 20th or 21st tier practitioner in physical cultivation. This isn't right. Encountering someone so powerful in the Holy Demon Realm or any other plane is rare. But for now, let's set those thoughts aside. Keep a close watch on him. I'm going to rest. Once this human departs, we'll make our quiet escape. Zhang Wuxin, his subordinate, couldn't shake off a sense of unease. "My lord, the blood crystal didn't explode, and there are residual spatial fluctuations. What if he finds us?" Ji Jun offered a bitter smile, a mix of resignation and reassurance. "It should be impossible. With so many small worlds out there, how long could it possibly take for him to track us down?" Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. What was that? What was this human doing? Xiao Tian reached into the void with both hands and tore it apart, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. Inside, he revealed a continental module. Long Zhou Dao leaned in for a closer look. "My lord, they are not here." Unfazed, Xiao Tian effortlessly gathers the entire landmass, shaping it into a perfect sphere before storing it in the Holy Dragon Relic. "Let's see if I can fit this into the Holy Demon Realm later," he muses. Watching this, Long Zhou Dao nearly loses his composure, whispering to himself, "Don't collapse. Don't collapse. Stay calm. This is merely routine for the Lord." With renewed enthusiasm, Xiao Tian tears open another small world, as if he's unwrapping a mystery box. After creating a gap, he turns to Long Zhou Dao and asks, "Is it in here?" Long Zhou Dao shakes his head in disbelief. Undeterred, Xiao Tian molds the remnants into a ball and tosses it to him. "Store this one as well." Meanwhile, Zhang Wuxiang watches the scene unfold to a magical formation, teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Is this even human? Tearing apart the world's barriers by hand is one thing, but stuffing them back in and rolling them into a ball to take away, it defies all reason. "You're unbelievable," Zhang Wuxian exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. "Boss, what do we do?" The question hung in the air, almost ironic in its complexity. What could he possibly do? Zhang Wuxian turned to Ji Yiquan for guidance, but before he could utter a single word, he was struck by the sight before him. Ji Yiquan's mental state had crumbled, leaving him drooling like a fool. In that tense moment, a warrior suddenly cries out, "They're gone! They're gone!" The 3 of them shudder but soon exhale in relief as they watch the figures retreat into the distance. Just as Zhang Wuxiang wipes the cold sweat from his bald head, he notices Xiao Tian abruptly turn back, his gaze fixed on their small world. Ji Yiquan's heart races, and he mentally screams, "No! It's just a 4th-tier small world. Leave it alone." Despite his wishes, a thunderous roar erupts, tearing open a spatial rift. Ji Yiquan clenches his fists tightly, but he feels utterly helpless. Peering through the rift, Sha Tian grins mischievously. Hee, found you. You hit pretty well, he taunts. The realization hits Ji Yiquan like a cold wave, and he collapses to the ground in terror, knowing he's been cornered in this fragment of a small world. Standing at the 19th tier, I face a monster capable of tearing apart world fragments with nothing but its bare hands. I feel like a mere child in comparison. Zhang Wushang gazes at Xiao Tian in awe. This man is truly extraordinary. He can shield the small world from the chaotic currents of the void. Are we really destined to meet our end in despair? I can't accept this, Zhang Wushang declared, his voice filled with defiance. We are the Bloodroom clan. How can we submit so easily? As a deputy general of the Meteor Flame Battlefield's martial spirit army and a proud warrior of the Bloodgrudge clan, he believed in a warrior's code. To die in battle is the only true way home. But just as he finished his thought, Ji Yiquan unexpectedly dropped to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground. Esteemed human powerhouse, your strength and abilities have utterly overwhelmed me, Zhang Wushang admits, astonished. He never anticipated this from his deputy. Xiao Tian looks on, equally bewildered, struggling to grasp the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yangming can only shake his head in disbelief, recognizing the cleverness of the man before him. Faced with adversity, he quickly lowers his head and pleads for mercy. Ji Yiquan lifts his head, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Esteemed sir, my name is Ji Yiquan. I serve as the Deputy General of the Meteor Flame Battlefield at the 19th tier. Additionally, I am an elder of the Bloodgrudge clan, well-versed in various curses. I pride myself on being hardworking, reliable, and exceptionally well-informed. Just as Xiao Tian opens his mouth to respond, Ji Yiquan cuts him off. Esteemed sir, you appear to be a person of high moral standing and great reputation. Surely you are a benevolent and respected figure. I deeply regret my past actions and feel a profound sense of remorse. Now fate has brought you before me, presenting a chance to switch sides and serve you. Would you be willing to allow me this opportunity? As Ji Yiquan's colorful and impassioned plea fills the air, Xia Tian, Long Tu Dao, and Zhong Yangming stand frozen in disbelief. This man truly has no shame. Noticing their silence, Ji Yiquan presses on, undeterred. You may not realize this, esteemed sir, Ji Yiquan began, a hint of pride in his voice, but we have come at great cost, not only to secure the heir of Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taoyin and to open the Gate of War, but also to connect the Gate of War of the Meteor Flame Battlefield with the Holy Demon Realm. This will allow us to deploy our troops continuously and conquer 120 realm worlds in the void. With that, Ji Yiquan couldn't help but feel a swell of satisfaction. I can't believe you think I won't stay by your side, Ji Yiquan said, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Once I'm close enough, I'll find the perfect moment to gather some crucial information. Zhang Wushuang, oblivious to Ji Yiquan's true intentions, shot back with indignation. You're shameless! Ji Yiquan rolled his eyes at the accusation. But before he could respond, Xiao Tian suddenly interjected. You're a truly terrifying person. You're scheming and morally bankrupt, and it disgusts me. I won't grant you the opportunity that the heavens have offered you. I can't stay. Ji Yiquan is left utterly bewildered. Why? I just delivered an excellent presentation. I not only surrendered but also provided valuable information. Where am I being scheming or morally low? Since you've shared your information, I'll allow you to die with some understanding. This is our first encounter, yet you seem aware of my penchant for good deeds, indicating you've done your homework on me. Now, however, you feign ignorance, likely scheming something dark and hidden. And that smirk on your face, along with your shifty eyes, tells me all I need to know. Clearly, you're up to no good, Ji Yiquan thought, puzzled. I was looking down. How could he possibly see my expression? But as he glanced up, he caught Xia Tian's slight smile. See? I knew I had you, Xia Tian teased. And you spilled all your plans without me even asking. Isn't it obvious? You want me, the future son-in-law of the Holy Demon Emperor, to take action. Moreover, your betrayal for personal gain is utterly disgraceful. If I spare you today and keep you by my side, who's to say you won't betray me again? As he speaks, Xiao Tian suddenly lunges forward, gripping Ji Yiquan by the neck. Enough! The more we talk, the more unsettling this becomes. With a resounding crash, he slams Ji Yiquan firmly into the ground. He suddenly turns his head. That's right, if he dies, Bai Qing's memory blood curses technique will be lifted. Long Qiu Dao nods in agreement. Yes, my lord. His death will naturally break the blood curse. Ji Yiquan struggles to find his voice. Boss, I have something else to say, he begins, but Xiao Tian seems oblivious, lost in his own thoughts and continuing to speak to himself. That's good. Once Bai Qin's memory returns, we can finalize the compensation for the warship I initially seized. Ji Yiquan completely breaks down, bewildered. So, you're putting me through all this just to restore Bai Qing's memory and collect on a shuttle's cost? And this shuttle was even taken from us? His confusion deepens, and it feels as if his very soul is drifting away. Esteemed sir, I can offer you more money. 100 million, even 1 billion. You are Luo Taoyuan's son-in-law. I possess valuable information about the Holy Demon Emperor. Please, spare me. I can be of use. But Xiao Tian remains unmoved by the desperate pleas. Meanwhile, Ji Yiquan can only curse silently to himself, frustration boiling within him. Damn it! I'm in deep trouble this time. This human is completely unhinged, utterly mad. The humans I've defeated before probably thought the same about me. It's karma. With that realization, Ji Yiquan's spirit finally breaks, and he dies instantly. Witnessing this, Zhang Wuxian clenches his fists. Good riddance. Long Zhou Dao casts a glance at him, a knowing look in his eyes. This member of the Blood Grudge clan had it coming. Xiao Tian then turns his attention to the remaining Blood Rune clan members. As for you, in an instant, he disappears. A series of thuds echoes through the air as the Blood Rune clan members find themselves severely injured, sprawled on the ground, trembling, their powers utterly stripped away. Xiao Tian gestures to Long Zhou Dao, instructing him to store the items in the Holy Dragon Relic for now. The Green Flame farm is expanding, and we're short on manpower, he explains. Long Zhou Dao, his expression filled with compassion, reflects on their situation. Compared to Ji Yiquan, they are fortunate to be alive, even if their lives are far from ideal. After resolving matters with Zhang Wuxian and the others, Xiao Tian boards their warship, taking in the intricate inscriptions that adorn the entire space. Long Zhou Dao informs the others that the individual who constructed this warship wields immense power. Qi Yichun, now deceased, was merely an ant in their presence. The three of them soon arrive at the formation base. Long Zhou Dao examines it closely, noting that as long as they meet the necessary conditions, the so-called war gate can be established. Long Zhou Dao informs the others that the individual who constructed this warship wields immense power. Qi Yichun, now deceased, was merely an ant in their presence. The three of them soon arrive at the formation base. Long Zhou Dao examines it closely, noting that as long as they meet the necessary conditions, the so-called war gate can be established. The ship's cabin may appear empty, but thanks to advanced spatial formation enhancements, it has the capacity to accommodate over 10,000 people. The technology behind the Wargate is well developed, and utilizing the Supreme Holy Demon's blood as a medium proves to be an excellent choice. With Lord Luo's blood, we can directly forge a Wargate, allowing them to enter our realm while also granting us access to theirs. Xiao Tianyan, feeling restless, declared, "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's open the war gate and head out. We need to be back for breakfast before dawn, especially for Zhang Yangming. Cooking takes time." Zhang Yangming rubbed his forehead awkwardly. "Prince, you didn't really have to mention that." Long Zhou Dao turns to Xiao Tian, reminding him, "We need Lord Luo's blood as a guide. Otherwise, we can't activate the formation." Xiao Tian offers a slight smile as he pulls a bottle from a spatial rift. "I've got some right here." Both Zhang Yangming and Long Zhou Dao stare in disbelief at the blood-filled bottle. "Where did this come from?" they ask in unison. "Just picked it up before we left," Shastian replies nonchalantly. "Just in case," Xiao Tian replies, exchanging a speechless glance with the prince. There's something strikingly proactive and diligent about him today. Next, Long Zhou Dao lets his blood fall onto the formation. A thunderous boom echoes as the formation springs to life, engulfing the three of them in a brilliant beam of light. Meanwhile, in a distant void battlefield, spatial fluctuations ripple ominously over a city. A single drop of blood quivers incessantly. The vigilant soldiers of the Bloodroom clan sense an unsettling disturbance and rush to inform the general. Something is amiss in the war hall. Meanwhile, within the confines of the general's mansion, a figure is ensnared in a powerful formation, surrounded by a host of soldiers. The figure strains against the bindings, on the verge of breaking free. Unfortunately, the general of the Bloodroom clan, Zhang Buqi, has returned. With a powerful strike, he slams his massive blade into the ground, instantly reinforcing the formation that binds his captive. A smug smile crosses his face as he taunts, "You're quite the formidable opponent." I step away for just a moment, and the formation nearly falters. It seems I have no choice but to keep a close watch on you. Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taochan lifts his head with a confident grin. Zhang Buqi, if you have the guts, let me go, and we'll settle this with a fight. Let's see who ends up worse for wear. Zhang Buqi merely smiles, unfazed. Taunts won't work on me. We went to great lengths to capture you. Luo Taochan spits in disdain, his voice dripping with contempt. Coward! Zhang Buqi stands unfazed, watching as the formation evolves from a single layer to an imposing 7-layered barrier. I must personally suppress you now, he declares, a hint of admiration in his voice. You truly are remarkable, Luo Taoqian. The stronger you become, the more stable your blood enhances our war gate. But I urge you to surrender your blood power willingly. There's no need to be stubborn. Luo Taochan smirks, challenging, if you want it, come and take it yourself. To his surprise, Zhang Buqi bursts into laughter. Your confidence stems from your blood power being bolstered by some external force, but that secret is about to be unraveled by us. Our superiors have invested heavily to send the Void Warship above the Holy Demon realm. From our intelligence, it seems your Holy Demon clan hasn't fully mobilized yet, have they? As Zhang Buqi finishes his words, Lu Taochan falls momentarily silent, only to erupt with a terrifying aura. He enters a frenzied state, and the 2 horns on his head appear even more menacing. Witnessing this reaction, Zhang Buqi bursts into hearty laughter. After all, if he weren't a cherished descendant, why would he have been placed in a safe zone? Unfortunately, that safe zone is anything but safe now. Perhaps your descendant has already been captured and had his blood drawn for the war gate, Zhang Buqi taunts. At this, Lu Taoqian erupts in fury. If anything happens to little Yuhan, I swear I'll wipe out your entire clan. But as the formation tightens its grip, Luo Taoqian finds himself once again brought to his knees, utterly powerless. Zhang Buqi, unfazed, continues to toy with Lu Taoqian's desperation. If you surrender your blood power and bring your entire clan to join our martial spirit army, I can call off the operation in the Holy Demon realm, and you'll be rewarded by the higher-ups, Zhang Buqi proposed. Luo Taoshan erupted into laughter. Haha, Zhang Buqi, don't be delusional. We of the Demon Clan will never bow down or scrape for our lives unless we die in battle. As you mentioned, little Yuan may face a catastrophe, but I have faith that, as the daughter of this emperor, she will not yield. Zhang Buqi grits his teeth, feeling as if he's dealing with a stubborn stone in a dung pit, hard and reeking. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoes through the city. Luo Taoqian, you really don't know when to quit, Zhang Buqi thinks, frustrated by the wasted effort. Yet, Luo Taoqian remains still, his expression one of confusion. The commotion wasn't his doing after all. If it wasn't him, then who else could be behind this? Just then, a soldier bursts in, breathless. General, something's happened. Without a word, Zhang Buqi slaps him, silencing the panic. Calm down. What's with all the fuss? The young soldier, still reeling, covers his mouth in shock. There's a man, a human, wearing a strange mask. He's hunting our people everywhere. Zhang Buqi's initial reaction is one of disbelief. The city's defenses are as solid as a rock. How could any human possibly breach them? Even Luo Taoqian, who is restrained by the formation, shares this skepticism. Are there truly humans capable of such strength on a meteor flame battlefield? Furthermore, the city's defensive formation remains unscathed, showing no signs of having been breached. Zhang Buqi raises his hand, signaling for calm. Let's uncover the truth behind this situation. No need for wild speculation over a minor disturbance. The young soldier quickly interjects. I'm not sure where this human came from, but he's wearing a sinister mask. He attacked us on sight and didn't enter the city from outside. Zhang Buqi's brow furrows in concern. A sense of unease washes over him. With a flick of his wrist, he conjures the mansion's formation in midair, eager to gauge the true strength of this human who dares to hunt. Moments later, 3 figures materialize within the formation. Clad in black robes and ghostly masks, they exude an air of mystery. Zhang Buqi stares at the trio, his surprise palpable. Not only the sacred dragon clan, but also others seem unremarkable. He turns to the soldier before him, skepticism in his voice. Is this the hunt you were so anxious about? These are merely rats that have scurried in from who knows where. Just as Zhang Buqi finishes his words, a deafening rumble shakes the air around them. The masked figure unleashes a devastating force, causing buildings to crumble in an instant. Dust billows into the air as the Blood Moon Clan soldiers flee in terror. See that? A flawless assassination technique. Xiao Tian observes. Lure out your target, then eliminate them. With that, he lightly pushes off the ground, soaring into the sky. With a few swift movements, his figure glides like a ghost, swiftly closing in on the fleeing soldiers of the Blood Moon clan. In an instant, they burst into sprays of crimson, their lives extinguished midair, while the remaining onlookers scatter in a panic, desperately seeking escape. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian strolls nonchalantly toward an intact building. He picks up a long knife, and with a casual flick of his wrist, a violent whirlwind erupts, reducing the structure before him to mere rubble. The long knife shatters under Xiao Tian's immense power, splintering into pieces. A soldier from the Blood Moon clan crouches behind the rubble, contemplating. The most dangerous place is often the safest. If I hide in the ruins we're about to destroy, he'll never find me. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian boasts to Longqiu Dao and Zhongyang Ming, "Look at this! My assassination technique is incredibly efficient. It leaves no trace behind." "I don't understand why the Assassin's Guild expelled me," Zhang Buqi muses, observing the tense atmosphere around him. He turns to the young soldier beside him and asks, "Why don't you all just leave the city?" The soldier shrugs, a look of frustration on his face. "The formation has been altered. It's completely sealed. We can't escape. Everyone's afraid of revealing your position and dares not come near. General, we need to find a way to move the Holy Demon Emperor away from Vanguard City. He will hunt us down sooner or later." Zhang Buqi mutters under his breath, frustration evident in his voice. "Damn it, why does this have to happen now?" Just as we are about to open the war gate, this human appears. His strength might even surpass my own, just a notch above level 20. The young soldier presses the general for a decision, urgency lacing his words. Time is running out. Luo Taoyan knows he must make a decision quickly. He rises slowly, not out of reluctance, but because he feels trapped. The formation binding him must be lifted for him to move, yet doing so would make it nearly impossible to suppress him again. He finds himself in a precarious situation, caught between the need for action and the weight of his constraints. He can only command his 3 deputy generals to intervene, hoping to stall Xiao Tian's advance and buy some time. Suddenly, the blood-colored patterns covering Zhang Buqi's body ignite, unleashing his level 20 aura. As his momentum surges, a blood-colored formation materializes above everyone's heads. In the next instant, the chains that had been binding Luo Taoyan begin to converge toward Zhang Buqi. Luo Taoyan is taken aback, questioning what Zhang Buqi is attempting to do. Suddenly, with a series of unsettling squelching sounds, chains pierce through Zhang Buqi's body. He clenches his fists, visibly enduring immense pain. Luo Taoyan's eyes widen in shock as he realizes that his bloodline power is being siphoned away by Zhang Buqi. As moments pass, the blood-colored flames enveloping Zhang Buqi slowly begin to shift into a radiant golden hue. A soldier from the Bloodrun clan hesitated before speaking up. "General, this could jeopardize the master's plan." Zhang Buqi shot back. "Just carry out my orders. If we don't eliminate the invading enemies now, any plans for the future will be meaningless. A temporary loss of bloodline power is acceptable. We can always find rare treasures for him to consume and recover later." As Lu Taoyan feels his power being drained, a wave of weakness washes over him, forcing him to his knees. His body trembles uncontrollably, and a sense of dread creeps in. If Zhang Buqi absorbs all of his strength, will the humans still stand a chance? With a worried gaze, he looks up at the formation, searching for the human warrior who embodies their hope. Meanwhile, Xiao Tan is engaged in a conversation with Longqiu Dao and Zhongyang Ming, explaining, "The essence of my assassination technique lies in feigning weakness. Don't rush to reveal all your battle power. Take it one step at a time. Control the strength you display with precision. Make the big fish believe you're nearly on their level, then provoke and challenge them. Lure those big fish into taking the bait, enticing them to come out and teach you a lesson." Both of them appear helpless, nodding as if to say, "You're amazing. We'll follow your lead." But in the next moment, soldiers from the 319th level Bloodrun clan land behind Xiao Tian with heavy thuds. They are the elite forces under General Zhang Buqi. The leading deputy general, brandishing a long spear, shouts, "Human, this way is blocked." Xiao Tian's eyes gleam with excitement as he points at the 3 figures. "Look, Longqiu Dao and Zhongyang Ming," he says, a grin spreading across his face. "The big fish have finally arrived." Judging by their actions and the way they're blocking our path, it seems the biggest fish must be up ahead. The 2 are puzzled. Why is it that when the prince commands the targets to reveal themselves, they simply comply? The prince is putting on a display of arrogance and destruction to lure in the big fish, and suddenly, 3 massive figures descend from the sky. What is happening? Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Buqi stretches his body, relishing the surge of power coursing through him. He can't help but exclaim, truly worthy of the holy demon emperor. Just a small fraction of absorbed power has granted him an incredible strength he's never experienced before. Unfortunately, this surge will only last for an hour. Luo Taochin, appearing weak, lifts his head, anxiety etched across his face. Can a mere human truly withstand the might of Zhang Buqi? Sensing his concern, Zhang Buqi chuckles, a hint of amusement in his voice. Next on the agenda is dealing with that human. Just as he finishes speaking, the wall before him shatters, sending dust swirling through the air. Zhang Buqi can't help but wonder how they arrived so quickly. Did they simply bide their time waiting for the big fish to appear? What happened to the 3 deputy generals he had stationed? Suddenly, another explosion echoes through the chaos. Debris swirled around as both Luo Taochen and Zhang Buqi stared in shock at the figure emerging from the chaos. When had a level 20 ever taken down 3 level 19s? Xiao Tian stepped forward, wielding a blood-red spear, while behind him lay the 3 level 19 deputy generals, now motionless like defeated hounds. Zhang Buqi, still reeling from the sight, took a deep breath and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Xiao Tian slams his spear into the ground, sending the 3 lifeless deputy generals crashing down. "My father calls me the supreme benevolent king of hell," he declares, adjusting his mask as his aura surges, filling the air with an oppressive energy. At these words, Zhang Buqi feels a rush of power as blood runes ignite across his body, ablaze with a fierce purple-red flame. "I am Zhang Buqi, the station general of the Meteor Flame Battlefield's Martial Spirit Army," he declared. "But who is this supreme benevolent king of hell deity? I've never heard of him before." Xiao Tian glanced back at Luo Taochen, who stood behind him. It seemed that the only one capable of spreading this message was right here. With a subtle gesture, Xiao Tian indicated towards him. "Come on!" Zhang Buqi suddenly laughs, realizing the guards aren't entirely oblivious to the battlefield. They can sense the presence of such a formidable reinforcement and unexpected twist. Xiao Tian, growing impatient, waves his hand dismissively. "Enough talk. If you want to fight, let's fight. Only the weak waste their breath." Zhang Buqi's agitation begins to rise. "If it's death you seek, then I shall grant it," Zhang Buqi growls, his irritation boiling over. "The more I look at you, the more annoying you become." With a surge of power, he reignites his aura, transforming into a towering giant 5 meters tall. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Buqi unleashes the Crimson Flame Sky Slash. Luo Taochen watches intently, urgency creeping into his voice as he warns Xiao Tian, "Be careful. He's unleashing his strongest move. It can bypass your defenses and directly consume your spiritual energy, leaving you vulnerable." But it's too late. As the attack hurtles toward them, a deafening roar fills the sky, accompanied by a surge of towering flames. Zhang Buqi smirks with satisfaction, reveling in his triumph. "The game is set. Stripped of all your spiritual energy by my holy demon flame, what can you possibly counter my dual blades with? Haha, pathetic human." But as the dust and smoke begin to settle, his laughter suddenly falters. Xiao Tian has somehow slipped behind him, gripping his dual blades with unwavering resolve. With a swift squeeze, the blades shatter into 2 pieces. Before Zhang Buqi can react, a flash of silver darts by, and a chilling sensation grips his wrist. Blood spurts from the severed tendons as Xiao Tian makes his next move, his spiritual power enveloping the broken blade as it slices past Zhang Buqi's knees. A sharp pain shoots through him, followed by an overwhelming weakness that forces him to kneel before Xiao Tian. Before the shock on his face could fade, Xiao Tian said lightly, "No need for such formalities if you know you're wrong." General Zhang Buqi lay helplessly before him as Xiao Tian casually tossed the broken blade to the ground. The blade bounced off the surface, narrowly brushing past Luo Taoxian's face. For a fleeting moment, it felt as if he had glimpsed his ancestors. In an instant, a cracking sound echoes through the air, and Luo Taochen feels all his restraints dissolve, the array chains that bound him disintegrating into nothingness. Unable to resist the sudden freedom, he glances at Xiao Tian, who stands before him, radiating immense strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Buqi finds himself held by the chin, disbelief etched across his face. The realization hits him. "I've absorbed Luo Taochen's power. Why was I so easily defeated?" Xiao Tian muses, a smile playing on his lips. "Weaklings from foreign races, remember my name." Zhang Buqi, drenched in sweat, feels a chill run down his spine. What is this human planning? With a mere flick of his wrist, a sharp crack echoes through the air. The once mighty Zhang Buqi meets his end, his mind swirling with confusion. Shouldn't he have been captured and interrogated for valuable intelligence? Could it have been a trade for resources or hostages? Why did he just snap my neck? Luo Taoshan stares at the lifeless body of Zhang Buqi. Is he really dead? This all feels so surreal. Xiao Tian quickly hoists Lu Taoqian over his shoulder, urgency in his movements. We shouldn't linger here, he says, also grabbing Zhang Buqi's corpse. With a powerful leap, they soar through the air, covering a significant distance before Xiao Tian finally lands. This seems like a safe spot. Luo Taoqian scratches his head in confusion. Not only is this human remarkably strong in combat, but he's also incredibly fast. Where could his weakness possibly lie? Lost in thought, Lu Taoshan offers a slight bow. Thank you for saving me. I am eternally grateful, the captive says, his voice filled with sincerity. Xiao Tian waves it off. It's nothing. The captive furrows his brow. You seem powerful, yet you were captured alone. If you return by yourself, your comrades might suspect you've been compromised. Let me help you all the way. He gestures toward the foreigner. This man holds a high status. You can take him back as proof. Luo Taoyan finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just as he prepares to disclose his true identity as the Holy Demon Emperor, Xiao Tian interjects. No need for thanks, he says with a confident smile. When you return, recount every detail of what transpired. Make it clear that it was I, the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell deity Xiao Tian, who saved you. If anything happens, just blame me. I am the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell deity after all. Understood? At that moment, Lu Taoyan suddenly grasped Xiao Tian's hand, his gaze earnest. I've always enjoyed making friends with heroes from all walks of life. Brother Xiao, why don't we become sworn brothers right here and now? Xiao Tian studied Luo Taoqian's eager expression, contemplating the offer. From the way you carry yourself, you certainly strike me as a bold and carefree individual. Why not become sworn brothers? Having a brother only enhances one's reputation. With that thought in mind, Xiao Tian firmly grasped Lu Taoqian's hand. You seem older than me, so you should be the elder brother. From now on, I'll call you Big Brother. Luo Taoqian is filled with joy as he shares a heartfelt moment with his little brother, reveling in the warmth of their newfound friendship. Suddenly, Xiao Tian receives an urgent message. The gate of war is about to close. His expression shifts, concern creeping in. This isn't good. Big brother, we have a problem, he says, urgency lacing his voice. My wife is unwell at home, and I must return before dawn. Let's part ways for now and reunite later. With that, Xiao Tian swiftly departed, vanishing from Luo Taoxian's sight in an instant. As he watched him go, Luo Taoxian reflected, this strong little brother of mine is quite impulsive. He didn't even give me a chance to introduce myself. Yet, with such strength and a deep care for his family, his siblings are truly fortunate. Far away, Luo Fingyuan suddenly sneezes, a nagging feeling that something is amiss creeping into his mind. Meanwhile, Luo Taoyun reflects inwardly, sensing his strength steadily returning. Purple flames blaze around him, purifying his body with their fierce intensity. His once dark purple hair cascades down his back, unmistakably showcasing the majesty of the Holy Demon Emperor. Just then, Xiao Qian swiftly rejoins them, ready to face whatever lies ahead. As soon as he lands, he asks urgently, how did it go? Is everything settled? Lang Zhou Dao looks weary, the weight of the situation evident on his face. The members of the Blood Rune clan, lurking in the shadows, have completed their donations and moved all their resources out of the city. Upon hearing this, Jia Tian nods decisively. Then let's go. We need to hurry back before the gate of war collapses. As they spoke, the trio cast anxious glances at the array platform behind them. Lang Zhou Dao gestured toward the gate of war, its instability evident. The blood on their side of the array, along with Empress Luo's blood on the other, was insufficient. If only there had been more, the gate of war might have endured much longer. With a swift motion, the three pass through the gate of war. In an instant, the scenery shifts, and they find themselves back inside the cabin of their void warship. Just moments after their arrival, the gate of war behind them erupts with a thunderous bang, scattering into the cosmos. Xiao Tian exhales a relieved sigh. That was too close. Who knows how long it would have taken us to return otherwise? Suddenly, Xiao Tian asks, by the way, how did the fundraising go? How much did we raise? Zhong Yangming pauses for a moment, then chuckles as he spreads his hands. It's too much to count quickly, but we can be certain that these resources will significantly elevate the overall level of the Holy Demon Realm. Xiao Tian removes his mask, revealing a sense of relief as he observes the Blood Rune clan acknowledging their past mistakes. It's reassuring to see them genuinely expressing their goodwill. He then inquires, did you inform the Blood Rune clan that after you modified the array, there will be an explosion once we leave Vanguard Battle City? Lang Zhou Dao's expression tightens and he blinks in surprise. I should have mentioned it, Xiao Tian admits, taking a deep breath and appearing somewhat awkward. What do you mean by maybe? Zhang Yangming finally realizes the gravity of the situation, his eyes widening as he turns to Long Zhou Dao in astonishment. The array will explode after you've modified it, he warns. Long Zhou Dao furrows his brow in confusion. Wasn't it Xiao Tian who insisted we need to eliminate all traces after the assassination? Xiao Tian falls silent for a long moment, contemplating the situation. They should leave after making the donation, shouldn't they? Surely they wouldn't believe they were safe just because of a simple act of charity. The Bloodroom clan can't be that naive, can they? Zhang Yangming and Long Zhou Dao wear serious expressions, confirming that they are certainly not foolish. They should have all left by now. The cabin falls into a heavy silence, lingering for what feels like an eternity. Finally, Xiao Tian breaks the stillness. I'm sure it's fine. Let's hurry home. Breakfast is almost ready. Meanwhile, at the Meteor Flame battlefield, a group of Bloodroom clan warriors has gathered, their presence a stark contrast to the quiet cabin. Sitting on the ground, they struggled to calm their racing hearts. Suddenly, one of them patted his chest and turned to his companion. Why do I feel so uneasy? Shouldn't we hurry and leave this troublesome place? The other man scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. What's there to worry about? We saw that masked monster leave through the gate of war. Are you still afraid? Yeah, let's take a good rest, then clean up the entire city. This is the perfect spot for setting up the Gate of War. Once the higher-ups send reinforcements, we can earn merit for holding our ground and not retreating. Suddenly, a squad leader lost in thought interjects, "That's strange. Why has it suddenly become so bright?" Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky. In that instant, all the members of the Bloodroom clan were confronted with their fate. Just moments ago, Lu Taoyan had been rescued, and now he sprinted away, carrying the lifeless body of Zhang Buqi. Almost immediately, a violent explosion echoed from behind them. As flames shot up into the sky, Luo Taoyan couldn't help but murmur, "It's really not safe to stay here for long." Brother Xiao wasn't lying to me. Just then, a group of men and women from the demon clan emerged, swiftly closing in on Lu Taoyan. Wu Xingqiu's eyes widened in surprise. "Luo Taoyan," he exclaimed. Confusion filled the air as everyone, some calling him brother and others father, began to bombard him with questions. Luo Taoyan carelessly tossed Zhang Buqi's lifeless body aside. "What are you all doing here?" he demanded. Wu Xingqiu rushed into his arms, her voice trembling with urgency. "We were planning to rescue you from Pioneer Battle City, but then we heard a loud explosion. As we stepped outside, the sight of Pioneer Battle City reduced to ruins took our breath away. We rushed over to assess the situation." She glanced to the side, her expression shifting. "Is that Zhang Buqi? How did he meet his end?" Luo Taoyan averted her gaze, urgency in her voice. "We should return for now. This isn't the place for a discussion." Wu Jingqiu brushed her hair back, nodding in agreement. "You're right." The atmosphere was tense, filled with the chaos of the moment. "There's too much commotion here," Lu Daoyan warned. "We may have already alerted other troops at the station. It's best to retreat to our defensive lines to avoid being pursued." The members of the demon clan exchanged quick glances, their resolve solidifying. Without hesitation, they nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way back to camp. Once there, Lu Taoyan gathered everyone around and began to address the group. "My fellow comrades, the Bloodroom clan general Zhang Buqi has fallen. Pioneer Battle City has been taken." He cast a glance at Zhang Buqi, gruesomely nailed to the wall. "Remember this, everyone. The one who killed Zhang Buqi is a formidable human known as the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell, the deity named Xiao Tan." The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The heavens had finally opened their eyes. The Bloodroom general had received his just deserts. But who was the supreme benevolent king of hell, Xiao Tian? In truth, it hardly mattered. If he could take down Zhang Buqi, he was undeniably the ultimate powerhouse. It seemed the human race had gained a significant boost in prestige. Curious glances were exchanged among the crowd, each person silently asking the same question. Who is Xiao Tian? Is he even human? None of them had heard of him until now. Suddenly, Luo Taochen turned to Wu Xinqiu and asked, "Have there been any anomalies with little Yuhan's bloodline lamp?" Wu Xinqiu nodded gravely. "There has indeed been an anomaly, and it's significant." At this revelation, Luo Taochen's excitement surged. "What? We must hurry back to the hall where the bloodline lamps are kept. Little Yuan's bloodline lamp must not go out." With urgency in his voice, Luo Taoshen dashed off in a specific direction. As he flung open the door, a blinding light burst forth, momentarily stunning him. Why is it still lit? He wondered, bewildered. Goodness, when you mention an anomaly, you really meant it became too bright, Wu Xinshu exclaimed, his expression a mix of helplessness and concern after your capture. I came here to check on you, hoping to observe your condition, but as soon as I entered, I was taken aback to see that little Yuhan's bloodline lamp has transformed into this. Right now, in the center of the Grand Hall, there's an enormous fireball floating ominously. The lamps of those below glimmered like tiny suns, no larger than fists. Luo Taoshan muttered to himself. Is this what they call a firefly daring to compete with the sun and moon? This is far too grand. Wu Xinshu's voice broke the silence. The real issue is that little Yuhan's lamp is still expanding. This small hall can barely contain it anymore. Luo Taoshan paused for a moment before suggesting, let's move it to the main hall. Such a grand lamp shouldn't go to waste. We can use it for illumination. Wu Xinshu chuckled. You really are something, Luo. Are you jealous of your own daughter? Isn't this a good thing? It was precisely because her bloodline was the weakest that we left her in the holy demon realm. Now she has surpassed us all. She has transformed from the last flicker of the holy demon clan into a blazing sun. Luo Taoshan's eyes glistened with a hint of red. How could I feel jealous? Wu Xinshu, sensing the tension, couldn't resist a playful jab. Look at your temper! The other princes and princesses quickly joined in, their laughter echoing around them. We're all feeling a bit jealous, you know, Wu Xinshu remarked suddenly. But by the way, you still haven't explained what happened at the Pioneer battlefield. Luo Taiyan hesitated for a moment before responding. Well, I ended up making a new brother. He's called the Supreme Benevolent King of Hell, deity Xiao Tian. You should have seen him. Brother Xiao is truly remarkable. At this moment, Xiao Tian had just returned from the destruction of Pioneer Battle City. Eyeing the captured battleships, he inquired, can these be modified? Long Qudao pondered for a moment before responding. It shouldn't be too difficult. We've gathered quite a haul this time. Reforging 10 of these void battleships should be more than sufficient. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian patted Long Qudao on the shoulder. Your level of awareness leaves much to be desired. While they may be our enemies, these resources were offered out of genuine repentance and goodwill. How can you refer to them as spoils of war? Long Qudao shifted uncomfortably. Ah, yes, I see now. I was mistaken. Thank you for the enlightenment, Xiao Tian said, crossing his arms and nodding thoughtfully. It's never too late to recognize your mistakes. And remember, we need a large bathhouse and a spacious kitchen added to this battleship. Long Qudao hastily bowed in response. Don't worry, Lord Xiao. I'll make sure the renovations of this void battleship prioritize comfort. Suddenly, Xiao Tian recalled another important matter. There was still one more task at hand. The members of the Blood Room clan who had been imprisoned in the Holy Dragon Relic. He decided they should be sent to work at the Green Flame Farm, which was currently short-handed due to its expansion. It would be a fitting way for them to atone for their sins through hard labor. Let sweat cleanse their souls. Long Qudao continued to bow, assuring, understood. Rest assured, Lord Xiaoho. Yet, a troubling thought lingered in his mind. With such treatment, they might as well meet the same fate as Zhu Yuan from the Blood Grudge clan. Better to end it swiftly. All right, go about your tasks, Lord Xiao commanded. Zhong Yangming, come help me make breakfast. Everyone, let's get moving. Zhong Yangming and Long Qudao struck a pose in unison. Good, go for it. Heavy Holy Dragon Cavalry, Xiao Tian shouted enthusiastically. Both men felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, but they couldn't express it. Lord, there's really no need to announce the title so loudly, they thought. We still want to save face. Not long after, Xiao Tian made his way back to the royal residence. As soon as he stepped inside, his wife and children stood in his way at the door. Xiao Yue floated in the air, legs crossed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Daddy, you're back, she chirped. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan wore a frown, clearly displeased. Where were you yesterday? Under the weight of his two formidable Empress wives' gazes, Xiao Tian scratched his head, searching for the right words to explain himself. Something unexpected arose at the last minute. A new group from the Blood Room clan had arrived. Now that my injuries have healed somewhat, I joined Long Qudao to address the situation. We also dealt with those who had employed the blood curse technique from the Blood Grudge clan. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan spoke up. It seems my instincts were correct. With a gesture, she directed his attention. Look over there. Xiao Tian followed her gaze, his eyes widening in shock as he spotted a pure white dragon spirit circling gracefully above Qing. The remnants of the blood curse technique were gradually fading away. Ji Yuan frowned, concern etched on his face. Even though you're back, you must still take care of your body. Don't push yourself if your injuries aren't fully healed, Xiao Tian said, stepping forward to gently rub her shoulders. Fortunately, you didn't get hurt this time. Don't worry, she replied with a reassuring smile. I've been recovering quickly lately and even gained a bit of strength. It's just that using too much force left me a little drained. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan's expression shifted to one of concern. He quickly grasped Xiao Tian's hand, examining it closely. As expected, he felt the meridians pulsing rhythmically, almost like a melody playing beneath the surface. But why was there such an unusual rhythm all of a sudden? You must have gotten hurt, he thought, a flicker of anger igniting within him. I just told you. How could you be so careless? Luo Fengyuan exclaimed, rushing over. Brother Xiao has depleted his energy. What are we going to do? Zhi Yuan paused, her cheeks slightly flushed as she considered their options. The only solution for now is to use mutual supplementation tonight while we sleep. It should help replenish his energy. Luo Fengyuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, that's a possibility. Last time, when Brother Xiao was dozing off with that book, I caught a glimpse of it while tidying up. We can use the method of harmonizing yin and yang to bridge the energy gap. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up with hope. It's all my fault. I promise I'll cooperate tonight. In that moment, as Bai Qing's dragon spirit broke free with a powerful roar, it swiftly returned to her body. The once sleeping Bai Qing suddenly opened her eyes. Under the watchful gaze of everyone present, she rose gracefully and addressed the crowd with a calm demeanor. Let's get reacquainted. My name is Bai Qing, Dragon Empress of the Sacred Dragon lineage, and one of the commanders on the Meteor Flame battlefield, appointed by the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. Luo Fengyuan and Ji Yuan exchanged puzzled glances. United Alliance of 100 Tribes, battlefield commander? They thought. It sounded impressive, but they couldn't quite grasp its significance. A competitive spark ignited within. Could they hold their own against her in a fight? Suddenly, Bai Jing turned to them, her expression shifting to playful seriousness. She pointed to her own face and said, "While I wouldn't mind a little cuddling for comfort, could you both be a bit more considerate? Lord Xiao wasn't here last night. Cuddling with me is one thing, but why, while you were snuggled up, did one of you try to bite my face while the other attempted to lick it?" At this, both of them fell silent, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Xiao Tian interjected, "Wait a minute, weren't you knocked out by me? How could you possibly know what happened?" Bai Qing pointed to a tuft of purple and yellow fur on the blanket. The evidence was undeniable. "It's clear what happened here," he said, his tone laced with a hint of accusation. "You both let loose after a night of drinking, venting your emotions and relieving stress. I witnessed quite a bit of that during my amnesia." He paused, his gaze shifting to Xiao Tian. "Of course, I also had my own struggles with self-control back then. In the midst of my amnesia, I find myself apologizing for the irrational actions I've taken toward the irresistibly tempting Lord Xiao." Zhu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. "Tempting?" he echoed, while Luo Fengyuan appeared as if she were confronting a formidable adversary. "What do you mean by Bai Qing?" she demanded, her voice steady. Unfazed, I turned my gaze toward Xiao Qian. Haven't you noticed? His mere presence seems to invite mistakes from those around him. The aura he radiates is akin to the most exquisite delicacies in the world. Just being near Lord Xiao accelerates my healing. My injuries mend swiftly, and even my internal energy begins to cultivate on its own. My sacred dragon lineage is continuously growing stronger. This led me, someone who had lost my memory and struggled with self-control, to engage in uncontrollable licking behavior. Zhi Yuan was in disbelief. What a joke! How was that even possible? Luo Fengyuan, too, remained oblivious. You're right. How could it be so mystical? We've tried it countless times and nothing has happened. Upon hearing her slip of the tongue, Zhu Yan felt a twinge of disappointment. "Could you be a bit more reserved in front of others?" she asked. Luo Fengyuan simply shrugged. "Reserved about what? We're just discussing the issue at hand." Zhu Yan struggled to maintain her composure. "Luo Chao, you've really crossed the line." As their conversation unfolded, Bai Qing couldn't help but start to question everything. "No effect? That can't be right," Bai Jing pondered, her brow furrowing in concern. Could it be that this effect only activates when one is severely injured? With that thought, she moved closer to Xiao Tian. "No, I can definitely feel my cultivation speed increasing. Don't you all notice anything unusual compared to before?" She placed her hand on Xiao Tian, hoping to share the sensation. "Listen," Luo Fengyuan said, leaning closer to Zhu Yan, his voice barely above a whisper. "After physical contact, the amplification effect is especially pronounced. Remember that one night? The results were even more alarming." A wave of concern washed over Zhu Yuan. "Do you think we might have inadvertently taken something from Lord Chao?" Both of them quickly inquired. "Lord Cao, will this have any impact on you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Is something wrong?" Xiao Tian shrugged casually. "I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Ever since the first time we met, I've only gotten better. Being summoned by you has made me feel comfortable and happy every moment." Don't worry, I'm in excellent health, Zhi Yuan reassured, a radiant smile lighting up his face. If you believe I've sacrificed something to allow you to experience these changes, it must be love. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, a powerful wave of affection enveloped them both, solidifying the bond they shared. Summoning each other here had been the best decision he'd ever made. All was conveyed without a single word. Luo Fengyuan watched from the sidelines, jealousy simmering within him. So what has she arrived before me? What's so special about that? Sensing his turmoil, Bai Qing calmly responded, in a way, it makes sense that the one who arrives first gets priority in situations like this. Don't let it bother you too much. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan had a bold idea. If you feel so at ease by Xiao brother's side, why not just stay with him? Bai Qing stared at him, bewildered. What are you talking about? Do you even realize what you're saying? Luo Fengyuan gently patted her on the head. Once you join us, the three of us can team up against Jiyuan. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Bai Qing said, turning her head in resignation. Uncle Luo and Aunt Wu mentioned you've been off ever since you were born. It seems they were right. Luo Fengyuan's eyes brightened. So, you do know about my royal father and mother? I do, she replied. They were concerned that if they fell in battle one day, you would be heartbroken and utterly lost. That's why they tried to keep it from you, she said, glancing at Luo Fengyuan. But it appears you're doing much better than anyone anticipated. Your soul is becoming increasingly stable. It seems they no longer have to worry about you. Luo Fengyuan looked somewhat puzzled. Is that so? But in the next moment, she licked her lips, a hint of intrigue flickering in her eyes. So, about that proposal of mine, do you accept or not? Bai Qing found herself at a loss for words, a headache beginning to form. Hadn't she just changed the subject? How could he bring it back so directly? Meanwhile, Luo Fengyuan pondered. Bai Qing is an empress in her own right, and she has ties to my parents. She's on my side. If we ever have to face Shibun, wouldn't that guarantee our victory? With this thought in mind, Luo Fengyuan suddenly stepped forward and scooped up Bai Qing. Caught off guard, Bai Qing found herself soaring through the air as Luo Fengyuan tossed her toward Shachin. Xiao, brother, catch! Xiao Tian, engrossed in conversation with Shi Ruyan, heard the shout and instinctively turned his head just in time. Just as Bai Jing was about to collide with him, Shi Ruyan swiftly stepped in front of Xiao Tian and caught her. Bai Qing stared blankly, murmuring her thanks, but Shi Ruyan was having none of it. Luo Dari Chao, what are you doing? She scolded before tossing Bai Qing back. Luo Fengyuan didn't hold back either, resigning Bai Qing to her fate. As she was treated like a sandbag, she couldn't help but wonder if her days of lost memory had made her reaction sluggish. Had she grown too comfortable? I can't take this anymore. In an instant, white lightning surged around Bai Qing, compelling Shi Ruyan and Luo Fengyuan to step back. Shi Ruyan brushed the sparks from her hand, a smirk forming on her lips. Ah, this little girl is becoming quite intriguing. Luo Fengyuan chuckled, his eyes gleaming with interest. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative. Bai Qing was momentarily speechless as lightning crackled around her once more, igniting a fierce melee among the three. Xiao Tian observed the chaos, reflecting on how memorable this day had become. The first battle of the three emperors had begun. I wonder how Zhong Yanming's breakfast is coming along, he mused. Meanwhile, at the Green Flame Farm, Jan Jiji, who had been captured earlier, suddenly shouted, "What is our slogan?" In unison, the crowd shouted, "Let us work off our sins through labor. May our sweat cleanse our souls." They rallied together asking, "What is our spirit?" Following Master Shao's teachings, they vowed to adorn themselves with kindness, decorate their lives with benevolence, and correct their ways with justice. As the morning light broke, they knew they could rest before breakfast. But what should they do instead? Work hard, study hard, reform ourselves. The energy was palpable, and everyone felt invigorated. "Let's go," Master Xiao declared. Our current battlefield was the Green Flame Farm. Not long after, as everyone was diligently shoveling manure, the mayor's voice echoed through the air. "Team leader, we have newcomers." Zhang Jiji turned to see a group of Bloodroom clan warriors standing behind the mayor, their expressions blank as they stared at him. The mayor cheerfully introduced them to Zhang Jiji. "Team leader, these are the newcomers." A wave of disbelief washed over the group. "We're not going to have to do these chores too, are we? If so, I'd rather die." Just then, the commander pointed at an alarm. "Is that the deputy commander?" The squad leader's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Wuxiang felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Zhuo is being tossed around like a ball by those pigs? My deputy commander. How could he endure such humiliation? But what struck him even more was the unsettling fact that Zhang Zhuo seemed to be enjoying it. Zhang Jiji leaned in, a hint of amusement in his voice. No need to be so shocked. Zhang Zhuo brought this upon himself. He provided Master Xiao with information about our Bloodroom clan. The commander trembled with fury, realizing too late that he had been foolish to believe loyalty was his greatest asset. Fueled by rage, he prepared to charge at Zhang Zhuo. However, Zhang Jiji swiftly intervened, commanding his men to restrain the commander. In an instant, the commander was pinned to the ground. Zhang Jiji turned to Zhang Wuxiang, his voice sharp and commanding. Zhang Wuxiang, know your place. You are now a labor reform prisoner at Green Flame Farm. What will you do if your shouting frightens the pigs? You must forget your past. Our battlefield is here at Green Flame Farm. Do you understand? Zhang Wuxiang stood frozen, shock washing over him as tears filled his eyes. Has Zhang Jiji lost his mind? Zhang Jiji then shifted his gaze to the mayor. Mayor, may I request a delayed breakfast? Zhang Jiji asked earnestly. I need to conduct ideological education for these newcomers until they come to their senses. I won't allow them to eat a single grain of Master Xiao's rice or drink a drop of his water. The mayor nodded, patting Zhang Jiji on the shoulder. Sure, no problem at all. Zhang Jiji regarded Zhang Wuxiang with a sense of satisfaction. I trust your judgment, he said, his tone steady. Don't worry. I'll ensure you grasp the weight of your past crimes. Meanwhile, Zhong Yangming had set the table for dinner, and the three empresses were already seated. Just then, Long Zhao Dao arrived, slightly late, and immediately sensed that something was amiss. The fluctuations of the empress's spiritual energy were unusually intense. It was as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. How peculiar. Just in time for dinner, everyone settled down and began to eat. Suddenly, Shi Ruyan turned to Bai Qing and asked, Bai Qing, Lord Xia risked his own health to ally with Long Zhao Dao in order to eliminate the one who cast the blood curse technique on you. Don't you think you should know the reason behind it? Why won't you share the information we need? Shi Ruyan asked, her gaze fixed intently on her. For a moment, the other woman seemed taken aback. Luo Fengzhouan chimed in, don't they serve meals where you fight? Bai Qing, her mouth full and chopsticks flying, mumbled in between bites. Of course they serve meals, but the taste is nowhere near as good. We can eat and talk at the same time. Let's not waste Prime Minister Zhang's hard work, Shi Ruyan said, casting a disapproving glance at Luo Fengzhou. Let's set aside these trivial matters for now and focus on what's important. Shall we begin with the first topic? Bai Qing nodded in agreement. Go ahead. What's the situation with Luo Fengyuan's parents? Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected Shi Ruyan to inquire about her parents. Noticing her surprise, Shi Ruyan offered a calm explanation. Haven't you been troubled by this for quite some time? Instead of letting you dwell on it alone, I thought it would be better to just ask. With that, Luo Fengyuan leaned in closer and whispered, Can you be considerate tonight? I want to be with Xiao, brother, she said, her voice soft yet firm. Shut up! You don't really mean that, came the dismissive reply. But Luo Fengyuan's clenched fists betrayed her true feelings. I really want to, she insisted. As they took a break from eating, Bai Qing spoke up. Uncle Luo and Aunt Wu often mention you. What specifically would you like to know? Luo Fengyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. I want to know everything, Luo Fengyan said, his voice trembling. In my memory, they died fighting among themselves, and I became the demon emperor by killing my own brothers and sisters. Why? Why did they do that? Bai Qing slowly set down her chopsticks, her expression thoughtful. Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu mentioned that among their 19 children, you were considered the weakest in bloodline, but possessed the greatest potential. You have a strong soul, but it often succumbs to rage. They always indulged you, fearing that your emotions might lead to your body breaking down. Years ago, the Meteor Flame battlefield faced a dire crisis, prompting us to seek assistance from the Holy Demon Royal family. I proposed bloodline inheritance as a condition, and your father agreed to go to war. This so-called bloodline inheritance method involves sacrificing a part of one's own bloodline to pass it on to future generations. Your parents, brothers, and sisters all possessed the unwavering resolve to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield for your sake. They willingly offered their bloodlines, creating avatars to serve as your foes within the illusion your mother crafted. These avatars became the villains you faced on your journey to the throne. It was only after you defeated them that you inherited the bloodline they had bestowed upon you. Even the cosmic gifts bestowed upon you, when the 18th prince's legitimate human imperial bloodline fully merged with the national fate, were meant to strengthen your body and eliminate the risk of collapse. Tears welled in Luo Fengyuan's eyes as the truth sank in. Mother is so ruthless, he thought, recalling the misery he endured in her illusion. The happier I am in my real memories, the more I realize how much has changed. She glanced at Xiao Tian beside her. It used to be so painful. It felt like my head could explode at any moment. But ever since I met you, those moments have become rare. Is that why you think I'm not smart? Shi Ruyan paused, considering her words. As for that, my opinion hasn't changed. The nourishment went to the wrong place. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengyan couldn't help but laugh. My parents, brothers, and sisters sacrificed so much. Do you really think they're not smart or just foolish? Xiao Tian gently wiped the tears from her eyes. They're not foolish. They love you deeply. Cherish that affection. After all, you are cherished by your family. Suddenly, Xiao Yue approached, her affection evident. Xiao, brother, you're part of my family too, Luo Fengyuan exclaimed as he leaped forward in excitement. Shi Ruyan felt a strong urge to join them but restrained herself, watching the joyful scene unfold. Everyone was smiling, basking in the warmth of the moment. Everyone, that is, except for Bai Qing, who was caught up in a whirlwind of activity. As Luo Fengyuan cradled Xiao Tian, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What about my parents? Would the loss of that part of their bloodline affect them? Bai Qing, lost in her meal, replied thoughtfully. The impact won't be significant. However, the martial spirit army has been making frequent moves. We're outnumbered and have already faced several ambushes. Luo Fengyuan's anxiety deepened. What about my parents? The situation was already tense, but then a mysterious and powerful individual intervened, averting a major crisis. At that moment, the martial spirit army had gathered, bearing down on their forces. Just as they braced for a desperate battle, the sky above the meteor flame battlefield shattered. A massive spatial turbulence erupted above the heads of the martial spirit army, tearing apart tens of thousands of elite warriors in an instant. It appeared that a powerful, unknown entity was engaged in a fierce battle within the layers of space itself. As the losing combatant faced his demise, his curses reverberated across the entire battlefield, a haunting echo of his final moments. Everyone's curiosity piqued. What had he cursed? Bai Qing mimicked the tone, saying, "You damn thing. You'll die a terrible death." At that moment, Xiao Tian, who was sipping water, suddenly choked. Xiao Yue quickly rushed to his side, asking, "Daddy, are you all right? Did I hug you too tightly?" Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No, I just choked." When he looked up, Xiao Tian noticed Bai Qing staring at him with an unusual expression. Embarrassed, he quickly closed his eyes. He reached out to Long Chu Dao for clarity. Could this be related to our encounter with the corpse heart demon? Long Chu Dao lifted his cup, concealing his own reaction. Mr. Xiao, that's quite likely. The location of the Holy Dragon relic is where the spatial layers converge. They never would have imagined that the so-called unknown powerful individual was sitting right among them. Bai Qing continued. After the crisis was averted, I intended to seek assistance from the United Alliance of 100 tribes. Unfortunately, I was ambushed. Uncle Luo saved me, but he was captured in the process. At this revelation, Luo Fengyuan's agitation was palpable. My father has been captured. They are after the secret that Uncle Luo possesses. Members of both the Blood Grudge clan and the Bloodroom clan are involved. They want to uncover why Uncle Luo never seems to run out of demonic energy and why he grows stronger with each battle. For now, though, Uncle Luo remains safe. Suddenly, Xiao Tian shouted urgently. Wait a minute, Xiao Tian said, his eyes widening. You mean the one who was captured as her father? The Holy Demon Emperor Lu Daoqian? Bai Qing nodded solemnly. Yes, and it was the Bloodroom clan's general, Zhang Buqi, who led the attack. Is there a problem? Xiao Tian forced an awkward smile. No problem at all, but inside he was cursing up a storm. No problem, my foot. The man I saved on the Meteor Flame battlefield, my sworn brother, turns out to be my second father-in-law. Xiao Tian felt a lump in his throat. He had shared the story of his life-saving sworn brother with Long Zhou Dao and Zhong Yangming on the warship. Was it too late to silence them now? Meanwhile, Long Zhou Dao and Zhong Yangming struggled to suppress their laughter. They knew that if they laughed, it would be the end for them. Yet, the thought of Xiao Tian introducing Luo Taoqian to Luo Fengyuan as, "This is my big brother," sent them teetering on the edge of hilarity. At that moment, Shi Ruoyan turned to Luo Fengyuan and said, "The illusion your mother created for you has finally been lifted." Do you have any insights from your memories about the secret behind your ever-increasing battle power? Shi Ruwan asked, her tone earnest. Luo Fengyuan shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't you hear, Bai Qing? I've been abnormal since childhood. How would I know anything? But Shi Ruyan was undeterred. Think carefully. Understanding the enemy's objective could help us prepare more effectively. Luo Fengyuan set aside her thoughts and clenched her fist. You all say my brain isn't good. How could I possibly figure this out? Why not just go save my father? Shi Ruyan regarded her with disdain. Right. You also carry the Holy Demon Emperor's bloodline. Going there would be like walking straight into their trap. Luo Fengyuan was puzzled by her words and mumbled, delivering ourselves to wipe them out? What's the problem? Zeruian felt her anger rising, nearly boiling over. She had to remind herself not to lose her temper after all. Luo Feng had always been a bit slow on the uptake. Don't take her seriously, she thought. Just then, Bai Qing chimed in. Let's not act too impulsively. Why not wait until I contact the United Alliance of 100 tribes and plan after the reinforcements arrive? Long Zhou Dao, standing beside them, muttered about the importance of growing stronger with each battle. Suddenly, a realization struck him. I think I understand why the Holy Demon Clan becomes more powerful with every fight and never seems to run out of demonic energy. This technique is known as the Earthly Sovereign Technique, one of the Emperor's unique skills that harnesses the power of the land itself. It allows the user to amplify their own strength. Based on what you've described, it seems the Holy Demon Emperor utilizes the entire Holy Demon realm as his foundation. This means the demonic energy of the Holy Demon Clan is virtually limitless. Furthermore, the Holy Demon Emperor has intertwined his essence with the primordial demon kingdom through this very technique. As the primordial demon kingdom grows in strength, so too does the Holy Demon Clan, naturally becoming more formidable through their battles. This revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Shi Ruyan was the first to break the tension, asking, is the Earthly Sovereign Technique truly that remarkable? Surely it must come with a price. After all, the primordial demon kingdom and the Holy Demon Emperor are already inextricably linked. They rise and fall together. The likelihood of the primordial demon kingdom facing destruction is slim, especially with such an extraordinary figure in their midst. The Holy Demon realm is destined to grow stronger and stronger. Shi Ruyan finally grasped the situation. So, that's how it is. But the Holy Demon Emperor truly has courage, entrusting the primordial demon kingdom to you. If I hadn't been here, the war at the Meteor Flame battlefield would likely still be raging, and this Elder's realm would have already descended into chaos. Luo Fengyuan slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. You're speaking nonsense, he exclaimed. Shi Ruyan, unyielding, shot back. You know whether I'm telling the truth or not. With your brutal methods, it's a miracle the primordial demon kingdom is still standing. And for the love of all that's sacred, could you please take your studies seriously? I can't believe I have to sift through memorials that involve your chaotic kingdom. Are you trying to work me to death? Luo Fengyuan exclaimed, bewildered by Shi Ruyan's tirade. Had he mismanaged the situation? Shi Ruyan shook her head, her expression serious. It's not just a simple mistake. Your subjects in the primordial demon kingdom are seeking help from the officials of the Great Flame Dynasty, hoping I will make decisions on their behalf. Luo Fengyuan found herself at a loss for words. This wasn't her fault. She had no idea they were scheming behind her back to save their own skins. After all, they were family, helping each other should be a given. But as she faced Shi Ruyan's piercing glare, she reconsidered. Fine. For the sake of her father's combat power, she would take the blame. Suddenly, Zhong Yangming broke the silence. There's one last question about the national fate-plundering plant in the southern wilderness realm. What role does the primordial demon kingdom play in this? Both of them turned their gaze to Bai Qing, awaiting her response. Did the Holy Demon Emperor mention anything about it? Bai Qing surveyed the room, her expression weighed down by the gravity of the situation. When asked about it, she began to speak slowly. The Holy Demon Emperor holds goodwill towards the emperor lineage of the southern wilderness realm. Zhong Yangming furrowed his brow, puzzled. If that's the case, then why did Lord Luo initially come to the southern wilderness realm with plans to plunder the national fate for himself? Bai Qing shook her head firmly. That's simply not possible. The Holy Demon Clan naturally feels a kinship with the descendants of the true human emperor lineage, fostering friendships and even partnerships. The information left by Uncle Luo was intended to help the Great Flame Dynasty solidify its national destiny and share in the blessings of heaven and earth. Why would he permit her to exploit it? As Bai Jing spoke, she continued to eat without missing a beat. Shi Ruyang chuckled helplessly. If I'm not mistaken, given her personality, she would interpret any information as a license to plunder the national fate, wouldn't she? Luo Fengyuan shifted uncomfortably. It does seem that way. I may have misunderstood. Zhang Yangming then inquired. But why would Empress Luo be so closely aligned with Empress Shi? Isn't that a bit presumptuous? Before Bai Qing could respond, Long Chao Dao began to explain that he and the esteemed Purple Emperor of the human descendants were sworn brothers. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian erupted into a fit of coughing. Goodness! So, my second father-in-law is sworn brothers with my grandfather-in-law. That means I'm now sworn brothers with my grandfather-in-law. My second father-in-law really knows how to connect with people from all walks of life. Just then, Stunzi Ruwang and Luo Fenyuan spoke in unison. My father and her father are sworn brothers? Since when? Bai Qing pondered, biting her chopsticks in disbelief. The old celestial master who once oversaw the national fate of the Great Flame Dynasty was none other than Uncle Luo. Zhang Yangming's mind raced as the realization struck him, so it was him. Uncle Lu had vanished when the Celestial Observatory was disbanded just 3 years after the nation was founded. Had he returned to the primordial demon kingdom? And did the former emperor already uncover the truth about the Southern Wilderness Realm? After Uncle Luo uncovered the Southern Wilderness Realm's scheme to seize fate, he proposed a bold counter-strategy. He suggested harnessing the resources and efforts of the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion to bolster the esteemed Emperor's power. Once the national fate was firmly established, the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion would inevitably be overshadowed by the true human imperial bloodline. At that moment, relocating the Great Flame Dynasty to their territories seemed like the logical choice. Zhang Yangming shook his head in resignation. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. If it hadn't been for Prince Zhao's timely intervention, Empress Shi and Empress Luo would likely have already met their demise. The citizens of the Great Flame Dynasty, the Eastern Flame Kingdom, and the Astral Pavilion would have been reduced to mere ingredients, consumed without a second thought. Bai Qing's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean?" she asked, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was revealed that once the national fate was secured, the Eastern Flame Kingdom and Astral Pavilion intended to use the Furnace of War to transform the people of the Great Flame Dynasty into medicine, with Empress Shi and Empress Luo acting as catalysts in this dark scheme. Bai Qing could hardly believe what she was hearing. How is that possible? Uncle Luo had dispatched a group of demons to the Southern Wilderness Realm for protection 4 years ago, including the Crown Prince and the Second Prince of the Great Flame Dynasty. Suddenly, Xiao Tian interjected. It's Ziqianlian, the Holy Demon Emperor's backup plan. She must have dealt with them. At this revelation, Luo Fengyuan couldn't contain his excitement and playfully slapped Ziruyan's tailbone. It's no surprise that when I sneaked into the Southern Wilderness Realm, she detected me so easily. She was already aware of my father's backup plan and suspected I would come. Her scheme was to ensnare us all in one trap. This woman truly has a devious mind. Zero Yan swiftly delivered a chop to Luo Fengyuan's forehead. "Why did you slap me?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "If you must slap someone, slap your own leg." Luo Fenyuan chuckled to himself, feeling a mix of amusement and mischief. "It's a pity the one hitting me isn't Brother Xiao, but Ziborn will suffice. I'm not picky." Meanwhile, Zhang Yangming pressed on with his questions. If the former emperor was already aware of the truth, why did he initially turn hostile? What prompted him to force the hidden Empress Dowager, Zhuo Yuan, to intervene? That decision ultimately alerted the Shui family, leading them to forcibly cross space to kidnap people. Bai Qing, chewing her food, replied, "I can't say for sure, but I've heard Uncle Luo grumble about his sworn brother. He seems like a decent guy, except for his penchant for drinking and the need to brawl to settle down afterward. It seems the two empresses inherited that behavior, though I don't recall Uncle Luo ever enjoying drunken brawls himself." "Birds of a feather flock together," Luo Fengyuan mused, chuckling to himself. But perhaps it doesn't matter much. He decided to lighten the mood. "Let's not overthink things. We can tackle all our issues once we're full and satisfied." However, his laughter quickly faded as he realized something shocking. Wait, where did all the food that Zhang Yangming prepared go? More than 20 kinds of snacks. How could they just vanish? As Bai Qing continued to chew, Luo Fenyuan seized her by the neck in frustration. "Damn it, spit it out!" Bai Qing blinked in astonishment. "But didn't you all eat just now?" Luo Fengyuan's anger flared. "We were discussing serious matters. How could we have eaten?" On the Meteor Flame battlefield, we must eat quickly, always ready for an enemy attack at any moment. After all, multitasking eating while talking shouldn't be too difficult. But at those words, Luo Fingyan froze, her body tensing as her movements came to a halt. She released her grip and stared blankly at the frail girl before her. Yes, they have been on the front lines of a war we knew nothing about, defending against enemies and safeguarding our rear. Lost in thought, Luo Fengyuan turned her head away. Missing one meal won't make a difference, she reassured herself. Then, Bai Qing glanced at Zhong Yangming. Thank you for the meal. It was delicious. Zhang Yangming paused, shaking his head earnestly. The ones who truly deserve our gratitude are you all. You've been tirelessly defending against enemies, ensuring our rear is secure, all without us even realizing it. Reflecting on it now, it's infuriating to think that people like Eastern Gao Xian and Zhou Zhiqian have been wreaking havoc behind our lines. They truly deserve to be cut to pieces. Xi Wuyan listened to the chatter around her, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over her. This family would surely fall apart without her guidance. How had the conversation veered so far off course? With urgency, she interjected, reminding everyone that the priority was to assist Bai Qing in sending a message to the United Alliance of 100 Tribes for reinforcements. Bai Qing nodded in agreement, grateful for her focus. Yes, I still need your help, Xiao Tian said, urgency in his voice. We're too far from the core area of the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. We need to construct a magical formation base to amplify the spiritual energy fluctuations of the communication jade. This is the only way to send our message out. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yongming and Wang Qidao exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of concern and determination as they turned to face Xiao Tian. No need to send for reinforcements. Our Lord Xiaoyou can take on an army all by himself, Xiao Qian declared with unwavering confidence. He shot a serious glance at them, warning, if you dare to expose me, I won't hesitate to kill you. The tension hung in the air as both turned away, feeling the weight of his words. Just then, Shi Ruyan broke the silence, asking, does anyone here know how to construct the magical formation base? The three paused in unison, their gazes shifting to the two empresses, who appeared somewhat helpless. Xiao Tian let out a deep sigh. Noticing this, Wang Qidao stepped forward. The materials needed for the magical formation base are quite common, he said, but inscribing the formation itself is a bit more challenging. I can give it a try, Shi Ruyuan said, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Dragon Mound. Wang Qidao shook his head dismissively. It's no big deal, just a simple task. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Tian. My lord, are you really not going to take action? Xiao Tian's anger flared as he clenched his fists, his excitement palpable. I must rely on others until the very end, Zeruan thought, observing the two as their expressions shifted in a way that left him puzzled. What could they possibly be discussing? Shaking off his curiosity, he turned his attention back to Mr. Dragon Mound. What materials do we need to construct the base? I'll have someone gather them. Long Qudao sighed and offered a slight bow to Zeruyan. Then I must trouble your highness Shi. After their discussions last night, he had now completed the construction of the magical formation base within the prince's mansion. Beside him, Bai Qing was preparing to reach out to the battlefield leader, a dragon spirit gradually materializing behind her. Bai Qing gently urged the dragon spirit forward. In an instant, a surge of energy enveloped her. The magical formation base hummed with power as a phantom materialized, bridging the two realms. She turned to Long Qudao beside her, admiration shining in her eyes. You're incredible. You succeeded on the first try. Just then, a soft voice resonated from the other side of the formation. Is this little Bai Jing? Bai Jing quickly replied. Leader Su, can you hear me clearly? Very clear. What happened? You're actually contacting me like this. Luo Feng Yuan listened to the voice on the other end, muttering dreamily. This leader sounds like a really nice woman. Zeruyan shot her a glance. You could tell just by her voice. Luo Fengyuan shrugged. But don't you think it sounds really gentle? At that moment, Leader Su's voice continued. Is the patrol envoy on your side giving you trouble? Have they mistreated you? It's unfortunate that I can't be there with you, but you can send those who are causing issues to the Blood Void. That way, they can die in battle with honor. This isn't just for your sake. Since they have the time to make your life difficult, let's send them to a more intense battlefield, where they can truly showcase their abilities. As these ruthless words flowed from his lips in the gentlest of tones, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Luo Fengyuan instinctively sought refuge behind Xiao Tian, feeling the weight of the moment. I take back what I said earlier. This woman is genuinely intimidating. Her cold words delivered in such a gentle tone are truly unsettling. Zurian, refusing to be overshadowed, clutched Xiao Tian's arm tightly. As the leader of the United Alliance of 100 tribes, she certainly isn't just a simple, kind-hearted person. Bai Qing continued her report. 3 months prior, Envoy Lu, responsible for supplies on the Meteor Flame battlefield, deliberately withheld resources. Holy Demon Emperor Luo Taotian, unconvinced by Lu's actions, challenged him to a bet on who could slay more enemies. Tragically, Envoy Lu fell into an ambush and lost his life, while the supplies in his storage ring were captured by the enemy. The Lu family must compensate for these resources. That's the situation we're in. It appears we'll need to demand an explanation from them. It's a shame about Envoy Lu, who gave his life on the Meteor Flame battlefield. As Zeruan listened to their conversation, she cast a helpless glance at Luo Fengyuan. It seems your father isn't exactly a saint either. Luo Fengyuan spoke with pride, but at that moment, Bai Qing's expression shifted as a realization dawned on her. Right, she said, recalling the main point of the message. We need reinforcements at the Meteor Flame battlefield. The Blood Demon clan and the Blood Grudge clan have managed to infiltrate in large numbers, overwhelming our forces. Leader Su's gentle voice broke through the silence. Forcing our way through the void barrier comes at a great cost. I didn't expect the other side to be willing to pay it. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Little Bai Qing, the reinforcements may be a bit unruly. You should be aware of that. Bai Qing nodded in understanding. Don't worry, I'm not alone here. Sister Z and Sister Luo are good people. With their help, we can get things done. At this, Leader Su's voice took on a melancholic tone. No wonder you used to call me Sister Su, but now it's Leader Su. It seems you found new sisters? Bai Qing felt a twinge of guilt as she swiftly disconnected the communication array, casting an awkward glance at her companions. Now, all we have to do is wait for reinforcements before heading to the Meteor Flame battlefield, she said, her voice steady despite the tension. In the meantime, we must remain vigilant to avoid any surprises. Zeruayan and Luo Fengyuan exchanged slight blushes, surprisingly cooperative this time, and nodded in agreement, refraining from their usual teasing. Suddenly, Luo Fengyuan clenched her fists, a surge of anticipation coursing through her. I can't wait to see my parents and my siblings, she thought, her heart racing with mixed emotions. But then, her expression shifted, turning fierce. When that time comes, I'll make sure to confront each of them. How dare they deceive me like this? Zurian sighed, feeling a mix of disbelief and frustration. The nerve, she muttered, grappling with emotions she couldn't quite comprehend. Meanwhile, in the dark void, a warship surged forward, cutting through the emptiness. On board was Zeruan's father, the esteemed Purple Emperor, and her mother, Sharuan. Accompanying them were another couple who bore a striking resemblance to Shuaroi and her grandparents, Shuafuge and Lu Guixiang. Lu Guixiang scolded with a hint of frustration. All right, enough sulking. What's so special about staying there? I've grown tired of your Schweth family's old patriarch for quite some time. The esteemed Purple Emperor chimed in, offering reassurance to his in-laws. Mother-in-law is right. We've escaped a life of hardship, and we should be celebrating our newfound freedom. Shuafuge rubbed his head, hoping for our family to remain intact. Naturally, that was a good thing. However, it was the business we left behind in the Ring Mountain realm that weighed on my mind. Just as Shuafuge was about to elaborate, Lu Guixiang interjected. What's there to miss about things you can't take with you when you're born or when you die? Have you already moved so many things? Lu Guixiang asked, wrapping her arms around her husband. If it weren't for saving you and the damage to my foundation, I would have reached the 20th stage long ago. Escaping from the Shuo family would have taken mere minutes. Shuafuge's expression turned serious. Lu Guixiang, I'm just worried about our old colleagues. They followed us for their livelihoods, and I fear they might struggle. I'm starting to wonder if we took too much when we left, Lu Guixiang said, glancing at the pile of rings adorning her hand. Those were yours to begin with, Shuafuge replied, a hint of disbelief in his voice. What do you mean by taking too much? Why leave anything for that bunch of layabouts? Lu Guixiang sighed, her expression turning serious. Shuafuge, I'm just not sure if we'll ever be able to make a comeback. Lu Guixiang gently patted her husband's head. In my heart, you've always been the best and most capable. Believe in yourself. You can definitely do this, and I'll be right by your side. They exchanged a loving gaze, understanding each other without the need for words. Watching her parents' affectionate display, Shuarian turned to the esteemed Purple Emperor and remarked, My parents have always been so loving. You'll get used to it, the esteemed Purple Emperor said with a smile. Speaking of which, we've been quite fortunate. I had initially planned to consult my in-laws about how to escape the Shui family, but unexpectedly, they suffered significant losses. The tracking contracts on you and your father have vanished, which means we can finally search for Zeruan. I wonder what happened to the Schwuff family, Shururian grumbled. Let them worry about their own problems. Right now, all I want is to return to the southern wilderness realm as quickly as possible, to find our daughter and uncover the truth behind our son's deaths. If it weren't for your grandfather's obsession with my bloodline, forcing the patriarch to bring us back from the southern wilderness realm, we wouldn't have lost so much precious time with our children. But what truly concerns me is the possibility that Zeruan has been captured. Do you recall when you used the sacred spirit fox to divine Zeruan's fate? That very fox was annihilated. Shurian mocked me as if I had compelled the sacred spirit fox against its will. In truth, it was the fox that resisted during the divination, and its arrogance led to its own destruction. Yes, that's what weighs heavily on my mind. I'm afraid Zeruan's secret has been uncovered, and she's been captured by a formidable being, Shurian said, her voice laced with concern as she patted her chest reassuringly. That won't happen. Zeruan's luck can't be that bad. Shwefuge chimed in with a comforting smile. Our sweet granddaughter will be just fine. You two shouldn't worry too much. And, good son-in-law, didn't you mention that you have a sworn brother in the Holy Demon Clan? Will he take care of our granddaughter? My dear daughter, you mentioned that you asked Zixenlian to help manage things. Let's just wait and see how it unfolds. There's no need to worry too much. The thought of Zixenlian brought a sense of relief to Shurion, who hummed in anticipation. Half a month later, the battleship finally reached the southern wilderness realm. As Shurelian gazed upon the desolation of the southern wilderness realm, she was instantly taken aback. What on earth happened here? She exclaimed, her shock palpable. The other three quickly gathered around her. A wary Purple Emperor steadied his wife, while the sight before them revealed a realm even more shattered and devastated than they had imagined. Lu Guixiang's expression was grave, reflecting the severity of the situation. It seems the discussions aboard the battleship were spot on. A formidable being has not only taken our granddaughter, but has also stripped away your empire in the process. Shu Fugui took a deep breath, his expression heavy with concern. If it weren't for you, Shuruin, and your spiritual power activating the tracking contract within you, how could the patriarch of the Shu family ever hope to locate you? Yet, considering his level of strength, he couldn't even conquer the entire southern wilderness realm. Whoever had taken their granddaughter must possess unimaginable power. For a moment, the four of them fell into a heavy silence. Finally, the esteemed Purple Emperor broke the stillness. Let's go down and take a look. The battleship descended into the southern wilderness realm, slowly hovering over the ravaged landscape below. Suddenly, the esteemed Purple Emperor's gaze sharpened as he spotted something in the distance, instantly lifting his spirits. What could it be? In an exhilarating burst of energy, he commanded the battleship to accelerate dramatically, racing forward with purpose. Moments later, the vessel came to a halt in mid-air, and the four of them descended onto the ground below. As they surveyed their surroundings, they were met with a grim sight. Bodies lay strewn about haphazardly, a stark reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Esteemed Purple Emperor instantly recognized them as members of the Barbarian Kingdom. Shuruyan, too, made the connection. Aren't those people from the Barbarian Kingdom, captured from the Eastern Flame Kingdom to hasten the rise of the Great Flame Dynasty? Esteemed Purple Emperor sighed in agreement. Exactly, look over there. That man is Jaya Su, an old acquaintance of mine. He gazed up at the sky, his heart pierced by an icicle formed from fresh blood. Shuruyan found this unsettling. The method mirrored the ambush of esteemed Purple Emperor he had witnessed in the southern wilderness realm. The Emperor, looking grave, surveyed the scene. It was clear that the attacker had not only wounded the victim, but had also siphoned their soul force. Jayasu appeared as if his soul had been drained while he was still alive. As he spoke, esteemed Purple Emperor gently reached out to close Jasu's eyes. Lu Guixiang approached, asking, "Is the perpetrator the same mysterious and powerful individual you encountered before?" Shuruyan turned to respond, "Yes. Originally, his sworn brother, the Holy Demon Emperor, had assisted us in cultivating some formidable subordinates. But these individuals were assassinated overnight, their souls drained. During our investigation, we confronted the powerful figure responsible for the attacks on the Eastern Flame Kingdom and the Astral Pavilion. We joined the fray, but our opponent's techniques were unlike anything we had encountered before. A single injury could result in the draining of one's very soul." I could see the fear in Shurian's eyes. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Shu family patriarch, who pulled both us and the enemy apart from a distance, we might have faced a dire fate. we would likely be dead by now. However, the enemy struggled so violently during his passage that he was ejected from the spatial channel. I fear he has returned. Shu Fugui paused, contemplating the situation. Can you still identify him? Did you notice anything unusual about the enemy? A steamed purple emperor recalled. I didn't get a good look at his face, but I could see the golden horns peeking out from under his hood. Meanwhile, Juru Yan, having recently idled while waiting for reinforcements, spent her days diligently reviewing memorandums. Behind her, Luo Fengyuan was immersed in his studies. Suddenly, Juru Yan clenched her fists in frustration and shouted, Luo Fengyuan! Luo Fengyan was taken aback. What's wrong? Ziruyan, exasperated, smacked her on the forehead and exclaimed, when will I no longer have to review your primordial demon kingdom's memorandums for you? Can't you learn from Bai Cheng and take your responsibilities seriously? Next to Bai Cheng stood two towering piles of memorandums, each as tall as half a person. She was swiftly sifting through them, reviewing one after another with astonishing speed. Luo Fengyuan was taken aback. Incredible! She's even quicker than Zebun when it comes to reviewing memorandums. Just then, a report echoed from outside the Empress's chamber. A group had arrived at the prince's palace, claiming to be reinforcements sent by His Majesty of Dragon Mound. Yet, something felt amiss about these newcomers. Xiao Tian, who had been dozing nearby, stirred awake and stretched. Could it be that these people were here to cause trouble? No, Prince, he reassured. They seem more like refugees than soldiers. But Bai Qing, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, her anger crackling like lightning around her. This is outrageous! The individuals tasked with sending reinforcements have become brazen, openly defying Leader Su's orders by sending refugees as a ruse to mislead me. Bai Qing clenched her fists, lightning crackling around her, and stormed out in a fury. Luo Fanyuan quickly turned to Zirua Yuan. Shall we go take a look as well? He asked. Zirua Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, Of course! We're meant to head to the Meteor Flame battlefield with these reinforcements. As challenges emerged even before their journey began, the uncertainty of seeing their families loomed large. Without hesitation, the two clasped hands ready to step outside. Luo Fengyuan paused for a moment, turning back to flash a reassuring smile at Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao, you should join us. Meanwhile, just outside the city, several flying boats had landed, their presence marking the arrival of the so-called reinforcements. Aside from a handful of dwarven soldiers, the rest of the group consisted mainly of the elderly, women, and children, so frail they seemed as if they might crumble in the wind. Xiao Tian surveyed the scene, bewildered. What in the world? Are these the sick and elderly meant to serve as reinforcements, or are they here to offer themselves up? His gaze then shifted to a lavishly dressed individual who appeared to be the leader of this motley assembly. The man standing before them was none other than Xiao Benfu, the guardian of the second line at the enigmatic Wealth Mountain Range. His brow furrowed as he shouted, What's the holdup? I brought the people you rushed me for, and now you're dragging your feet? This is unacceptable. Moments later, as Bai Qing finally arrived, Xiao Benfu couldn't help but voice his frustration once more. The Dragon Mom commander of the Meteor Flame battlefield, and this is how you keep me waiting? You've taken your sweet time, haven't you? She remarked, her tone laced with irritation. But never mind that. I brought the reinforcements you requested, so I should be on my way. Just as Xiao Benfu turned to leave, a bolt of lightning suddenly arced toward him. Wait a minute, Bai Qing shouted, pointing angrily at the sky, her expression a storm of fury. Delays and supply shortages are typically manageable, but this careless handling of the reinforcements is simply unacceptable. As if to punctuate his frustration, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, causing Xiao Benfu to jump and shudder. He hurried back to Bai Qing's side. Dragon Mom Commander, what is the meaning of this? He asked, concern etched on his face. Bai Qing, still seething with anger, shot back. These people have no combat skills at all. Is this your idea of support? Xiao Benfu waved his hand, a smile on his face. The troops before you are the best we can muster, Dragon Mom Commander. You can't expect the impossible. Bai Qing's anger flared at his words. When we were on the front lines, risking our lives to protect you, many of our comrades perished. And now, when we ask for your help, this is how you repay us? Do you think this is fair to those who sacrifice their lives? Xiahou Benfu's indifference was palpable. It's not like I asked you to go to the front lines and fight. What does your death have to do with us? From the very beginning, we agreed to strengthen ourselves in the rear, while you face the enemies at the front. Why should we concern ourselves with whether you live or die? If you're not satisfied, take it up with the United Alliance of 100 Tribes. Understand, Xiao Benfu's grin turned malicious. And if you think complaining isn't enough, feel free to take action against me. You could even kill me. After all, you're Leader Su's childhood friend and a trusted confidant. I have no doubt that even if you did, the people of the United Alliance wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Byaking clenched her fists, reminding herself to resist the urge to act on impulse. Striking now would not only cost her the moral high ground, but could also implicate Leader Su. Yet, Lo Fenyuan, standing nearby, could no longer contain herself. Her hands ignited with purple-red flames. "I can't take this any longer," she declared, stepping forward to teach Xiao Benfu a lesson. Fortunately, Shi Ruyan caught her just in time. "What are you trying to do?" she asked, her frustration evident. "I want to take this scoundrel down a notch," Shi Ruyan replied patiently. "He's deliberately trying to provoke Baiqing. If you act now, you'll only be playing into his hands." Luo Fengyuan turned her gaze to Xiao Benfu, her brow furrowing. "So we're just supposed to stand here and do nothing?" Shi Ruyan gently patted her shoulder. "We have to trust Baiqing. If she's holding back, it means the situation is more complicated than it appears. Otherwise, she would have acted by now." Reluctantly, Luo Fenyuan, despite her annoyance, extinguished the flames flickering in her hand. Baiqing continued, her voice sharp. "You parasites are just trying to use me to manipulate Leader Su. "Quite the scheme you have there," Xiao Benfu said with a shameless grin. "Thank you for the compliment. Now, I entrust the Meteor Flame battlefield and its reinforcements to you, Dragon Mound Commander. I trust you won't disappoint us." With that, Xiao Benfu leaped into the air, heading toward the flying boat above, his hearty laughter echoing in the air behind him. Luo Fengyuan finally turned to Baiqing, his voice laced with frustration. "Why didn't you fight back? Are we really just going to let ourselves be bullied? Sending these people to the battlefield is like sending them to their deaths." Baiqing gazed up at the sky, a heavy silence settling over him. The divisions within the United Alliance of 100 Tribes run far too deep. The enigmatic Wealth Mountain Range holds the support of the elders within the alliance. They are deliberately transforming covert schemes into overt actions, stalling progress while refusing to cooperate. We find ourselves powerless against their influence. Luo Fengyun was still puzzled. "Then why not just report them?" he asked. "It's not that simple," Baiqing replied, her tone heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. Leader Su places great importance on rules. To accuse the Jaya family, we would need solid evidence and a thorough investigation, both of which would take too much time. The Meteor Flame battlefield is unforgiving and cannot afford delays. Zerwoi An has already taken charge. If we hesitate and suffer a defeat, the Jia family could exploit that to claim victory for themselves. You and Leader Su would ultimately be held responsible for the loss. If you had acted sooner, they would likely accuse you of fratricide within the alliance, dragging Leader Su into it as well. Baiqing's voice was laced with a sense of helplessness. Luo Fengyuan, overwhelmed with frustration, felt as though her head might explode. "So what do we do now? We're at a deadlock." Zerui's eyes narrowed, contemplating their next move. "The only way to break the deadlock is to ensure that the Meteor Flame battlefield remains secure. We must buy time until Leader Su can take them down according to the rules." Suddenly, Xiao Tian's voice cut through the tension. "This is infuriating. The Jia Benfu is so malicious, always scheming to harm me." The guards beside him exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to respond. "What's happening? Who's in danger? Did we overlook something? Why can't we grasp the situation?" Xiao Tian addressed the two directly. "No, I need to take Long Chao Dao and investigate. I have to find out if Jia Benfu has laid traps for us on the Meteor Flame battlefield. You two stay here." With that, he gently pinched Zeruian's cheek, his eyes shining with warmth. He swiftly grasped Long Xiao Dao and launched himself into the cosmos. "Respected master," Puppy chimed in, "this is the navigation system for traversing the void. The red tabs indicate locked-on space shuttles. A friendly reminder, please avoid tearing the fabric of space and refrain from exceeding the speed limit." Xiao Tian responded with a soft hum, resting one hand on Long Xiao Dao's shoulder. In an instant, the two shot forward like a streak of aurora, piercing through the boundary barrier in pursuit of Jia Benfu's shuttle. Meanwhile, Jia Benfu was blissfully enjoying a bath with a maid, relishing the moment of leisure. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tranquility. "Young master, there's a situation." With a reluctant sigh, Jia Benfu quickly donned his clothes and made his way to the shuttle's control room. What's happening? Jia Benfu asked, his voice laced with urgency. Something is rapidly approaching us. Even if we change our course, it's still following us, a subordinate reported, concern etched on his face. Jia Benfu's eyes widened in alarm. What is it? Do we have any results from the scouting array? We don't know, the subordinate replied, shaking his head. If it weren't for its incredible speed, causing significant disturbances in the chaotic flows of the void, our scouting array might not have even detected its approach. The subordinate replied, but just as he finished speaking, the shuttle was rocked by violent shaking. Both men hurried to the deck, only to find two figures waiting for them. Long Qiao Dao and Xiao Tian stood there, their expressions devoid of emotion as they locked eyes with Jia Benfu. He froze, recognition dawning on him. If he remembered correctly, this was the gigolo, wasn't it? At that moment, Xiao Tian flashed a grin and remarked, "You must have a guilty conscience," as he sprinted past. Jia Benfu was taken aback. "Guilty of what?" he retorted. "And who says I'm running fast?" But as he pondered Xiao Tian's words, a nagging question surfaced. How does he know the shuttle is here? Is it a tracking array? Wait a minute, he's just a gigolo. How could he possibly know about arrays? Could it be that his gigolo persona is merely a facade, and he's actually here to secretly protect Bai Qing from headquarters? As Jia Benfu raced through these thoughts, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Before he could process anything further, Xiao Tian appeared right in front of him. Startled, Jia Benfu stumbled back several paces, his mind racing with disbelief. What on earth just happened? With his 16th stage power, he approached me silently, a testament to his incredible skill. Xiao Tian, as if uncovering a hidden truth, spoke coldly. "You're thinking." Jia Benfu was taken aback. "Is it a crime to think?" he retorted. Hearing this, Xiao Tian turned to Long Qiao Dao and remarked, "See, he's scheming and he's doing it so openly." Long Qiao Dao was at a loss for words. Yeah, whatever you say," he muttered dismissively. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian finally turned his attention to Jia Benfu. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Confess now," he urged, a chuckle escaping his lips. "I really am a little genius when it comes to understanding people." Jia Benfu, however, was utterly bewildered by the sudden confrontation. What is this guy rambling about? What could I possibly need to confess? He barged into my shuttle so recklessly. Does he have a death wish? Clenching his fist, I shouted, "Hasn't anyone told you not to casually enter someone else's palace-type spiritual tool?" Suddenly, Jia Benfu dropped to one knee, pressing his palm against the deck. An array materialized before him. As it activated, a surge of power coursed through Jia Benfu's body. "Let's see who's stronger, you or my upgraded self at the 18th stage." When he finally stood, his aura unmistakably radiated the strength of the 18th stage. Without a moment's hesitation, a purple flame ignited in his hand, hurtling directly toward Xiao Tian. "Take this!" At that moment, confronted by Jia Benfu, who had just leveled up twice, and feeling the overwhelming surge of power from the shuttle, Xiao Tian turned to Long Qiao Dao and asked, "Why are you trembling?" Long Qiao Dao looked somewhat helpless as he replied, "Sir Xiao Ao, palace-type spiritual tools typically have arrays that amplify the owner's power. With that boost, Jia Benfu can now easily suppress me. After all, I'm merely a dragon spirit, lacking the flesh and blood to ground me. A little trembling is to be expected." With that thought, Xiao Tian shifted his focus back to the formidable Jia Benfu, who was steadily drawing a long sword, its blade crackling with electric energy. The power of the Blood Shadow Thunderblade surged, doubling in intensity. Jia Benfu charged forward with unwavering confidence. "This time, I'll finish you off in one strike," he declared. Xiao Tian remained motionless, allowing the sword to swipe across his neck. With a resounding clang, purple lightning erupted, resembling a strange god of death reaping lives. After sheathing his sword, Jia Benfu smirked and said, "In your next life, remember not to overestimate yourself or recklessly intrude into someone else's palace-like spiritual tool."